I was sent to another world as the Demon King. On my very first day, an ancient dragon stood before me. I was already prepared to die. But instead, I chose to tame her. And beneath her scales was a girl who is now hopelessly in love with me. And the scariest part? I became a being capable of killing monsters with a single kick. This world still has no idea who it has summoned. He remembered that feeling perfectly, the moment when he died. But when he opened his eyes, he was confused. Why was he still alive, and where was he? Yuki was sure that he had definitely died at that moment, and even thought that he had gone to heaven, although that was impossible. As he looked around the castle, he saw a rainbow ball and, touching it with interest, received an electric shock. After the shock, his face contorted in pain, and his body changed, growing wings. After catching his breath and regaining his senses, he said that he could now see it, and called up the menu. A menu window appeared in front of him in the air. Hesitantly pressing status, Yuki saw his characteristics. Now he was an archdemon, and his title was Lord of Demons from Another World. After reading his stats and race, he realized that he was no longer human and that his luck was very low. His highest stat was dexterity. Also, those who came from another world received the unique skill Language Translator. Now, albeit reluctantly, he admitted that he really was in another world, just as he had thought. Yuki was reborn as the Demon Lord after dying in his previous world. Although the title is formidable, there are several dungeons in this world, located in different areas. Demon Lord is just another name for dungeon masters, those who control them. A dungeon is a living creature, and those that have appeared very recently are undoubtedly weak and can be easily destroyed. But the core of a dungeon is filled with a huge amount of mana. Therefore, many people and monsters invade the dungeon to take it. To repel them and increase its survivability, the dungeon calls upon someone who can control it. This time, it was Yuki, the Demon Lord. If the dungeon is destroyed, the Demon Lord himself will die, and vice versa. Based on the information from the small ball, the menu was made to resemble a game menu to make it easier to use. In other words, the dungeon and the Chosen One share one life. Having said that, Yuki continued to read his characteristics and realized that the higher his analysis skill, the more information he would be able to perceive. The capacity of the item box depends entirely on the mana reserve. Language comprehension corresponds to its name, as does mana eyes, which is also a basic racial skill that allows one to see the enemy's mana. Although it was useless now, as there was no one to use it on, each of his skills was already at the maximum level of 10, so Yuki decided to check the points catalog in the menu. He was pleasantly surprised. There were a lot of things for sale, and all of them could be bought with dungeon points. Even video games, although they were expensive. The gacha lottery system also used DP points. The hero had 1,000 points so far. The dungeon option sold items that could expand it and summon monsters. Yuki remembered that his race had changed and became curious about what he looked like now. In the mirror, he saw that one of his eyes had turned red and wings had appeared on his back. He didn't like this world. But still, after everything, he was glad to get a second chance at life, so he swore to protect his second heart, the core of the dungeon. The next day, he already understood how everything worked. The wings could be retracted into his body when he lay down, so he put them away. He began to use skills, such as the item box to store his bedding, etc. In the dungeon shop catalog, you could buy many things for dungeon points, such as bread for breakfast. Food would not be a problem, but acquiring DP became the main task, because he wanted to try the gacha option. To get DP, monsters that were not summoned by the master had to appear in the dungeon. Either the attackers had to be killed, or the corpses of the monsters had to serve as food for the dungeon, and self-healing also gave points. Well, it was time to go outside, and there, the most beautiful view of flying islands, rivers, and mountains opened up. Looking at the new world with admiration, he saw a description of everything that surrounded him. He wondered if he would ever be able to fly in these skies, as he had been eagerly awaiting this moment. But his carefree exploration of the new world was interrupted by an encounter with a dragon. After all, this huge dragon could kill him with a single blow. The demon suggested discussing everything peacefully, but the dragon was against it, as his peace had been disturbed. Yuki was shocked that the dragon could speak. Calming himself, he remembered that the dragon must also have a status bar, and since this was his second life, some dragon wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But this was the ancient high dragon. With a level of 987, Yuki didn't stand a chance. The dragon was also surprised. After all, he was standing in front of a powerful demon. Yuki admitted that he knew nothing about ranks, but he was definitely a demon. They say that when a human, and now demonic face, is very frightened, it becomes reserved and impassive. The dragon asked what he was doing there. In a panic, the demon said he was exploring and heard in response that he was strange. Suddenly, the demon caught a scent and offered a deal, although the dragon already wanted to expel him for trespassing. The dragon didn't understand what he was talking about. Yuki admitted that he couldn't win by force, but that didn't mean he would agree to die. Then the dragon asked what he was offering in return. The demon took out a chocolate bar. The dragon was taken aback by the smell and asked what it was. Yuki noticed that he liked sweets because he smelled of honey. The embarrassed dragon denied that he was destroying beehives for honey. The demon realized that he was unable to lie and gave him a taste of the chocolate. The dragon was delighted. It was 100 times better than honey. The aroma, the taste, the way it melted in his mouth. It was a blissful discovery that such a delicacy existed in this world. Without thinking it through, the demon hastily set the terms. The dragon would not kill him and would leave the cave alone. In return, he would receive the privilege of eating chocolate whenever he wanted. The dragon was very happy. He would be able to eat chocolate anywhere and as much as he wanted. Yuki was taken aback because he would not be able to make enough to satisfy such a huge body. The dragon was dissatisfied. The demon justified himself by saying that it was still beneficial to both of them. After all, no one else in the world could give him chocolate. The dragon agreed and transformed into a human. Yuki was confused. The dragon looked like a little girl. In response, he heard that he looked silly, like a goblin. The dragon said that he had lived for a long time and could easily change his appearance. She demanded chocolate, explaining that in a human body, you only need a little to feel full. Yuki agreed, but first told her to shut up and asked her to put on a t-shirt because she was naked. She agreed, realizing that he would not attack her. She became curious about what was behind him, while the demon thought that she needed to buy clean clothes. The dragon noticed that if these were the only rooms in the castle, then the class must have appeared very recently. The demon confirmed that he had appeared yesterday without anyone's help, although he wasn't sure. Demons are born in places with a high concentration of magic, otherwise known as maso, and take on a form similar to living beings. The power given at birth to the demon lord allows him to control the dungeon, making its core his heart. He had no idea that demons were such strange creatures, but nowadays there are classes of demons born from parents. The dragon demanded and was interested only in this, calling it the thing. Yuki fulfilled her request. She happily ate chocolate and said that she couldn't enjoy this sweetness. She asked to be called Leficios, not a dragon. He suggested calling her Leffy because the name was too long, and in return asked her to call him Yuki, which she agreed to. It was the first time she had been called that. The demon lord seemed strange to her. Most demons are usually aggressive, arrogant, and malicious. Leffy was even glad that she had decided to go and destroy a few dungeons for fun. After all, that was how she met him, the one who made the deal, and he was glad that he didn't die on the second day after his reincarnation. The dragon liked the castle and decided to stay. After all, it was cozy and better than her previous nest. Yuki was unhappy and asked her to reconsider. But her sweet gaze and almost tears broke him. The demon lord gave in and agreed to let her stay. Thus passed the second day since he became the Lord of Demons. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the high dragon was already feasting, feeling right at home. The next morning, while the dragon was sleeping, the demon began to study the menu. After his rebirth, he was faced with a lot of new things he wanted to learn. Today's topic was the dungeon, and the first thing he did was add the cave to his territory. A cave appeared on the map next to the throne, and after spending 400 DP, he immediately felt it. He was surprised that he could feel the change in the atmosphere when the territory expanded, and he wanted to continue doing so. But he didn't have enough points. Now he needed 4,000. Yuki even thanked Leffy because the system considered her a violator, and for that he received extra points from her. Now he decided to save patiently. He wanted to try summoning a monster. He opened the summoning menu in the system. To start with, he decided to buy the cheapest monster in the DP catalog. A slime appeared, and he was happy because he had always dreamed of seeing this very slime. Touching the blue slime, he thought it was incredibly cute and named it Chi. Looking at its status, he felt a little sad. Even though the slime had become his familiar, its luck was higher than his. Chi tried to cheer up her master by staying close to him. The demon was so happy that he even wanted to adopt her, but the idol was interrupted by sounds from the cave. A level 32 Cerberus appeared in his field of vision. They were intruders, and the slime wanted to protect her master, which made him very happy. Although the enemy was high level, with the demon's brains and skills, they thought they could win. Yuki shouted at the slime to use a quick attack, but as soon as she got close, Cerberus threw her against the wall. The demon flew into a rage. How could anyone do that to his pet? As soon as he hit the dog, half of its body disappeared. Everything turned into a mess. He was in shock. Yuki wondered how he had managed to win. After all, there was a 30-level difference in strength. Maybe the stats were wrong, but he raised his level to 12. He also gained a new skill, martial arts, possibly due to using the Yakuza strike. But his luck didn't improve. His stats were high, although he was no match for a level 987 dragon. Remembering Shia, he ran to her. Everything was fine with the slime, probably thanks to regeneration. The demon scolded himself for forcing his pet to fight because pets are meant to be loved. They returned to the throne room, where Leffy was waiting for them. She seemed to like Shi because she had no objection to him. The demon asked the dragon to teach him magic because he passionately wanted to learn it. Now he lived in a new world where magic could be used. The demon asked Leffy to teach him magic, as he had fairly high magic stats. He thought he would be able to conjure something up, but it turned out to be not so easy. The dragon remembered that he had been acting strangely earlier. She asked if he thought it was easy just because he could see his status, since she also had the skill of analysis. Yuki was surprised, but admitted that mastering this skill really helped in life. He wondered why she hadn't used it when they first met. He wished he hadn't asked, because the answer was obvious. She wasn't going to check every insect she encountered. Leffy asked him to forget about it and give her the chocolate. In response, she heard that she could get cavities. She didn't understand what he was talking about, because an ancient dragon cannot suffer negative effects on its characteristics. As it turned out, tooth decay was a negative effect on status here. Yuki threw her a cookie, and she was surprised that it wasn't chocolate. He told her to tear open the transparent packaging first, and she asked in surprise if she could eat these clays. The dragon was delighted with the cookies, and the idea of leaving her home and settling down with him seemed good to her. The demon asked again about his stats, because his magic was quite high. She confirmed this and said that he was stronger than any monster in the southern part of this forest. However, it was still less than 1% of her own stats. She continued to eat the cookies until she had eaten the last crumb. Leffy agreed to teach him magic. He immediately offered her more cookies as a token of gratitude, since she didn't need much. She promised to create the most wonderful magician and asked for his hand to let him feel the mana of this world. When she poured her mana into him, the demon felt something circulating through his body. It was very different from the mana in the dungeon. Leffy's was like a murky stream. The dragon was glad that he was fine, although he didn't feel that way. After all, she had just forcibly awakened his mana with hers. If it had been otherwise, his head would have exploded already. The demon was in shock, but she reminded him that he was the supreme demon and suggested that he try it himself. After trying, he was able to do it, and that was the basis of the basics. Now the dragon told him to imagine everything in detail and say the words she would say. Imagining a plain and a lone flower, he heard the command, imagine picking it, open your palm, and say the words. Create a flower, and a beautiful flower appeared in his hand. But he was dissatisfied with the fact that they were engaged in this nonsense. It was a trick for beginners. Then she told him to imagine fire, but this time without a spell. It was enough to imagine the fire created by mana, and he imagined how a lighter works. And then fire appeared on Yuki's finger. Although the dragon had awakened his magic, even she was surprised that he succeeded right away. The demon was delighted and already thought that in the future he would be able to create a flamethrower, but as soon as he imagined it, the fire grew. Everyone became nervous from the strong flames. He didn't know what to do until Leffy shouted to stop the circulation in his body. Turning the flow he had felt earlier, he extinguished the fire and apologized. He was warned that in order to master magic, he needed to use mana efficiently. If he let it into his head, it would hurt, and the demon was grateful to the dragon. Now he knew the basics of magic, and she asked him to remember that the main thing was what he imagined, and spells only helped. Lately, many have misunderstood this and focus only on their spells. In reality, everything depends on the imagination and what the mage is capable of creating. Roughly speaking, magic is divided into earth, water, wind, and fire, and there is also the magic of time, light, and darkness. In his case, he could use fire and earth magic. You won't know about the other elements until you try them. The dragon allowed him to try them, promising to watch over him. Water, warm as a shower, and wind, perfect as a hairdryer, worked right away, but the rest either didn't work or he didn't feel like trying. The dragon found his magic strange, because everything he did was connected to memories from his past life. He could make water magic float, turning it into a water dragon for the bath. Leffy was curious about what he was doing as she watched him wash his hair while the slime ate all his bubbles. Although the slime had recently eaten a package of cookies, it was fine. Leffy also wanted to wash and dry her head. Yuki didn't mind, because she was the one who taught him magic. The dragon shyly said that she hadn't taught him for that reason. Shampoo got in her eyes and stung, even though he had warned her to close her eyes, but he still helped dry her hair. At that moment, a girl ran into the cursed forest, fleeing from the merchants. They were afraid to go in there, but they didn't want to lose their goods either. However, there were rumors among the people that the ancient dragon had awakened, and they had no intention of meeting him. The little girl didn't care where she ran, as long as it was far away from her pursuers. But where would this path ultimately lead her? He told her he was leaving and left her to watch over the house, warning her about food. She agreed with carelessness, replying that she understood everything. He asked another companion to watch over the house with the other guardian. The sphere responded with an approving glow, and he said goodbye until later. The sphere reacted animatedly, noticing the object in the girl's hands. She, looking intently at the screen, admitted that this strange toy called a game turned out to be quite entertaining. As he left, he thought with surprise that he had not expected even such a powerful being to become seriously addicted to a simple toy. The thought flashed through his mind that he had chosen her only because it was the cheapest solution. He went into the forest, thinking that, during all this time, no one had dared to enter the dungeon, and therefore the local lands remained quiet. The thought that most ways to gain power depended on invaders made him think, because this place had long belonged to the Guardian, which is why there were almost no beasts or monsters here. He looked at the forest path and thought about his next move. His plan was to fill out the map and gradually expand the dungeon outward. He reasoned that as long as he had a reliable protector, there was no need to waste energy on traps and monsters to repel invasions. His plan was to use the accumulated resources to expand the dungeon and strengthen the basic energy regeneration. With a slight smile, he thought that as soon as he accumulated more resources, he would begin to create a real dungeon. Everything that was happening reminded him of a sandbox game, where you build your own world step by step. Squinting at the night sky and the outlines of the buildings, he half-jokingly thought about building his own castle. The thought made him laugh and gave his dreams a lightheartedness. He suddenly noticed a dangerous monster appearing nearby, and his heart sank with alarm. Fortunately, the skills he had learned in stealth and searching for enemies helped him avoid disaster at the last moment. Skills can be learned in two ways, either by saturating a scroll with mana and adopting the pattern contained within it, or by performing actions associated with a particular skill until it becomes ingrained. For example, simple strikes can gradually lead to the mastery of martial arts. He noticed a dangerous beast ahead and realized that due to the difference in levels, he could easily be detected. Fortunately, there were many scrolls with skills in the catalog, and he mentally noted that you could find literally anything in it. He noticed a predator nearby and realized that it was dangerous to approach it. It would immediately notice the difference in strength. At the same time, the thought of the many scrolls available in the catalog cheered him up a little, because you could find almost anything there. He checked the map and marked his choice with slight hesitation. Soon he became anxious. Stronger and stronger monsters began to appear around him, and he wondered if he had already left the Guardian's territory. He finished expanding the dungeon and noted that now all that remained was to fill in the map, since almost all of his resources had been spent on it. Returning to the newly created kitchen, he examined the result of his efforts with interest. Opening the refrigerator, he was horrified to find emptiness where just recently there had been meat for a whole week. In despair, his cry echoed through the house, directed at the culprit of the disappearance. He sat, looking at his companion with displeasure, and with his stomach growling with hunger, demanded an explanation. She lowered her head and stood silently on her knees, clearly understanding her guilt. She hastened to justify herself, claiming that there was a deep and unknown reason behind her actions, and that she had done nothing wrong. He, looking at her with suspicion and listening to his own rumbling stomach, demanded an explanation of exactly where he was wrong. She admitted that the food looked too appetizing, and she couldn't resist eating every last bite. Hearing this, he exploded with indignation and exclaimed that he had had enough. She was a real bad dragon. She flushed with indignation at being called bad. He, unable to restrain himself, retorted that at her age, behaving like a child and calling herself the Supreme Dragon was shameful and shameless. She angrily declared that she was the Supreme Dragon, capable of causing any disaster she desired, and therefore free to do whatever she wanted. He smiled in response to her outburst, and noted to himself that he understood what game she had decided to play. She bowed deeply, begging him to forgive her stupidity. In despair, she added that she would never make sweets again. He sighed, realizing that he would have to remain hungry, for he had no resources left. Noticing this, she exclaimed that she would think of something and hurried away, promising to return in half an hour. And in a couple of moments, a whole mountain of slain monsters lay before them. She happily showed him the result of her work and asked if the points he had earned were enough, but he was stunned by what he saw. In response to her smugness, he slapped her on the head, calling her an overachiever, which upset her even more, because no one had dared to treat her that way in hundreds of years. She indignantly demanded an explanation for why he had hit her, but he only remarked that he might have overreacted. He was more preoccupied with the idea that the corpses could be converted into resources, although the sight of the pools of blood clearly showed that there was a limit to everything. He jokingly admitted his guilt and began to stroke her head. She closed her eyes, muttering about the pain, but did not hide her satisfied smile, which only made him wonder how spoiled her character might be. He realized that you couldn't conjure food out of thin air forever, and generously decided to forgive her this time. But her indignant cry that he was treating her like a fool echoed through the dungeon as he calmly continued to convert corpses into resources. She suggested they go hunting together, since he needed food so badly. But he sharply objected, reminding her that everything has its limits and that it makes no sense to expand the dungeon if all the creatures around it are exterminated. She reluctantly promised to restrain herself as much as possible next time. He decided to meet her halfway and added that he would make something sweet to go with dinner, which made her squeal with delight at the thought of cookies. The next day, he went hunting and, with a fierce cry, struck the beast. A splash of blood marked his first real kill. He spat out the blood that had gotten into his mouth during the fight with disgust and grimaced. At the same time, reflecting on the battle, he realized that without the skill of endurance, it would be difficult, and decided to continue practicing fencing while expanding the dungeon and filling out the map. He wondered if he should focus on magic. After all, with his mana eyes, he could see energy flows in detail even before the enemy began to cast a spell, and this ability seemed extremely useful. He noted with annoyance that since that day he had not been able to use fire magic again. Perhaps his subconscious had blocked it as too dangerous. Therefore, he had no choice but to train in the elements of water and earth, since there was no other option at the moment. He noted with satisfaction that he had managed to map every corner of this area. A smile flashed across his face when the work was completed. He noticed that the income from resources had tripled compared to when everything was held by only one keeper. This convinced him that things were going quite well. He stopped when he noticed something strange at his feet and looked anxiously at the blood-stained ground. The thought that the corpse of a monster might be lying in front of him made him uneasy. He stumbled upon a wounded girl lying helplessly on the ground, and his heart sank with anxiety. After making sure she was still breathing, he rushed to her and opened the passage to the dungeon, intending to save her. He took out a high-quality potion and, remembering how to use it, decided to pour it directly onto the wound. The liquid hissed on the wounded skin, and the girl moaned softly, showing faint signs of life. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he had listened to the advice and brought several potions with him. At the same time, the thought that he could not possibly leave her here finally cemented his decision to help. He carried her carefully in his arms, trying not to touch her fresh wounds. His face showed his determination to get her to safety and not leave her to fate. She noticed with surprise and a hint of suspicion that she had not expected him to be sympathetic to little girls. He, leaning over the wounded girl's bed, coldly waved her off, saying that he had no time to respond to such nonsense. She noted with slight doubt that the girl they had found looked very much like a vampire. He frowned and, after a moment's thought, agreed that everything pointed to that conclusion. He called up information about the girl and confirmed her nature. She was indeed a low-level vampire with modest characteristics and a unique blood-sucking ability. She was surprised to see that he had brought something rare again. He asked cautiously, trying to clarify whether the girl they had found was really that unusual. The race that lived in peace with humans was subjected to ruthless attacks during the conflict between humans and demons. As a result, their species was on the verge of extinction, as they were hunted and turned into slaves. The girl woke up and sat up, which made him happy. He asked her carefully if she was still in pain, but she flinched in fear. The girl recoiled in fear, but he hastened to reassure her, assuring her that he would not harm her. Then he took out a slug and smiled as he offered it to her to touch, to which she responded with delight. The girl cautiously reached out her hand to the slug, then laughed happily, hugging it close and saying that it tickled. The girl smiled happily and introduced herself. Her name was Iruna. He cautiously asked what she was doing so deep in the forest. The girl lowered her gaze and confessed that scary people were chasing her. He understood the reason for her flight and gently asked if she knew where her home was. The girl clasped her hands and avoided his gaze, sadly lowering her head. With a trembling voice and tears streaming down her face, she confessed that she no longer had a home. Her parents and grandparents were also gone. They were all dead. He hastily tried to calm her down, persuading her to stop crying. Meanwhile, another figure noted that this place was too far from human villages, especially for a child. They tried to support her. One figure gently assured her that there were no scary people here now and she could stay as long as she wanted, while another noted that, since the girl had run away, she must have experienced something terrible. However, they tried to scold her, saying that children should not make excuses. The girl, holding back tears, confessed that the scary people had told her that she should not live, and therefore it would be better for her to die. After all, it was because of this that her parents were now dead. He clenched his teeth in anger and asked her if they had really said that to her. Seeing her confusion, he hastened to assure her that it was a lie and that they just wanted to scare her. He smiled a broad, sincere smile, trying to cheer her up, and said he was glad to see her alive, because it was written all over his face. The girl looked at him with surprise and a glimmer of hope in her eyes. He gently told her not to think anymore, that it would be better to be dead. The girl wiped away her tears, smiled, and happily agreed, calling him her brother. He guessed that the girl was hungry and asked her what she would like to eat. In response, his stomach growled loudly. The girl, standing in front of him, cried out with tears in her eyes that she wanted her brother's blood. He was taken aback by the unexpected statement, but then remembered that she was a vampire and asked doubtfully if his blood would be suitable for her. She confidently stated that she wanted her brother's blood. He agreed with a slight smile, as if there was nothing unusual about it, which raised doubts in the mind of the girl watching, who asked if he was sure of his decision. The girl leaned decisively toward the man, her eyes shining with determination. He froze, not resisting her approach. She gently pressed herself against his shoulder and sank her teeth into his skin. The man remained motionless, allowing her to drink his blood. She drinks his blood greedily, pressing closer and closer, while he, stunned and tense, does not dare to stop her. A heavy feeling rises in his chest, but he tries to remain calm. He tries to pull himself together, assuring himself that everything is fine and he can handle it. However, his thoughts are confused, his heart is beating faster and faster, and his mind is desperately searching for an excuse for what is happening. The girl thanked him for the treat, her face glowing with satisfaction. Exhausted, he asked to take her to the bathroom, and a bargain began nearby. The price of the service was measured in cookies. She resolutely agreed to the deal and led the child to the bathroom, loudly proclaiming her role as a mentor. The guy thanked her with a smile, and the house became even more lively with the arrival of a new resident. Now that the little girl had joined their home, life in the dungeon became warmer and livelier. She watched the game with curiosity, and he patiently explained how to insert the sword into the barrel. He was happy with the stable supplies and thought they should last for a while, so he decided that now was the time to try new opportunities. He called up the menu and decided to try the system, starting with a small amount. He considered large expenditures premature, so he settled on 1,000, watching the process with interest. A shiny revolver decorated with an intricate pattern materialized before his eyes. He realized with delight that he had received a weapon capable of firing magic bullets powered by mana, and it was truly a lucky start. He couldn't believe his luck and jumped for joy. It seemed that a golden age was truly beginning for him. With bated breath, he waited for the new result, confident that this time something special would come up. But instead of a rare find, he ended up with just an ordinary ice cream cone. He sat among a mountain of useless things, covering his face with his hands, realizing that he had wasted everything. In despair, he realized that his luck was worse than even the weakest creature. The girl curiously asked for permission to try the device that created objects. The guy was surprised to note that she could see the menu that was hidden even from others. He reluctantly agreed to let her try, but warned her that she could only try once, as there were few resources left. The girl exclaimed joyfully, beaming with happiness. She asked with interest what she needed to do, and, after receiving instructions, obediently pressed the designated point. A huge figure of a wolf appeared from the shining light, surrounded by streams of energy. He jumped to the ground, looking majestically ahead. The girl, beaming with delight, rushed to the huge wolf, exclaiming about how fluffy it was. The boy, amazed and concerned, could hardly believe his eyes, realizing that he was standing in front of the real Fenrir. The girl assured him that the wolf was not evil, but only inspired confidence with his appearance. The girl noticed that this was no ordinary beast, but Fenrir, and asked suspiciously if he had summoned another dangerous creature. The guy asked if he was right in thinking that Fenrir was a powerful creature. The girl explained that he was still a child, but in the future, when he grew up, he would become a legendary monster. She admitted that she had already fought such a creature once and would not want to repeat the experience. The boy realized that even if she said so, Fenrir really did possess enormous power, despite still being a child. He asked if she could see his menu, but she said no. Then he explained that it was more like a list of dungeon features, noting that the others were being too careless around the monster. He noticed that the girl saw things that others did not notice, and received an explanation. She had become part of his family. But at the end, the words, "wedding ritual," were uttered, which left him completely baffled. She calmly explained that for a vampire, blood is not just food, but something more important, akin to an intimate act. Hearing this, he froze, not knowing how to react. He cried out in horror, realizing the meaning of her words, and wondering why no one had told him about this before. She calmly added that the act of drinking blood is equivalent to a wedding ritual for vampires, although some take a more casual approach to it. She narrowed her eyes and remarked that his attraction was not to mature forms at all, but to innocence and youth, hinting at his particular preferences. Hearing this, he instantly flushed with indignation, hastily denying the accusation and assuring her that he did not need her attention at all, and that she was mistaken. After the unpleasant conversation, one of them, tired of the argument, suggested pretending that nothing had happened. The other, however, flew into a rage and imposed a punishment, depriving him of sweets, which provoked a violent protest against unjust tyranny. He examined the new artifact with interest, deciding to test its capabilities by charging it with a little mana. After firing a test shot, he noted with doubt that everything seemed to have gone as it should. Shots of varying power left completely different marks on the stone, from a slight scratch to a huge hole. When he fired a charge of 5,000 mana, the ground in front of him turned into a crater, and only a stunned smile remained on his face. He noted that the revolver did not leak mana and remained hidden from the perception of enemies. Moreover, the ability to load cartridges of different power made the weapon truly convenient and dangerous. He noticed that the commotion was behind him and turned to the beast with relief. With a slight smile, he apologized for the inconvenience, as if acknowledging the shared silence as a small respite. Later, the young man suddenly remembered that the beast possessed several rare skills and politely asked his furry friend to demonstrate them. At first, the beast looked at him with slight confusion, as if it did not understand what was wanted of it. Then the young man repeated his request, clarifying that he was referring specifically to its special abilities. Only then did the beast finally understand, nodded, and began to demonstrate its unique abilities. First, he revealed a skill called Divine Speed. It was an ability that allowed the user to increase their speed for a brief moment to such an extent that they could move at an incredible, almost supersonic speed. The young man was genuinely amazed by what he saw, and the beast, pleased with his reaction, continued. This time, it demonstrated the ability to summon a target and completely control its actions. Then came another skill: physical transformation. The beast's body could change its size to suit the needs of its owner. The boy, beaming with delight, exclaimed that it was simply amazing and that his friend was truly incredibly strong. The magical beast, like a large dog, wagged its tail, clearly pleased with the praise. At that moment, the hero had a new idea. He shouted a command loudly, as if giving an order to a pet, and threw a disc in its direction. The beast instantly jumped up and caught it right in the air. Returning the prey to its owner, it wagged its tail energetically, but soon its expression changed dramatically, as if excitement had awakened in it. The boy threw the disc even higher, and the animal caught it again deftly. Both of them, carried away by the game, found the right wave of fun, and soon they were laughing merrily and frolicking until they were exhausted. When they finally got tired and fell to the ground, the young man, catching his breath, told his friend that his physical strength was truly impressive and jokingly asked if he was ashamed of indulging in such carefree fun. The beast looked up at him and reminded him that Fenrir were proud creatures, and such games were not usually characteristic of their nature. But after a moment, he laughed himself and added that he should not attach too much importance to his words. The main thing was that they were both having fun. After that, the young man asked if the beast could sense the mana of the dungeon, noting that Leffy's territory extended to the mountain itself, but that another dungeon stretched from the foot of the mountain and above. Stroking his friend, he concluded that as long as the beast was inside this dungeon, it could live as it wished. After all, even with its ability to change its size, it might still feel cramped in the throne room. Besides, everything it managed to obtain in the dungeon would ultimately turn into points, which meant that this would be a sufficient reward for the beast. The next day, the room was filled with excited cries, full of anticipation for the coming trial. The young man, beaming with confidence, smiled broadly and solemnly announced that he had finally found what he had been looking for so long. Then, clenching his fist, he laughed loudly and boldly proclaimed that he was no longer an ordinary person. But, caught up in the whirlwind of his own emotions and the flapping of his wings, he suffered a spectacular failure. Rising from the ground, he was annoyed that he could not understand why he had not been able to soar into the sky. Suddenly, it dawned on him, he had never considered that wings alone were not enough to fly. That was why he had acquired the skill of limited flight, which, as it turned out, was of no help. Clutching his head, the young man bitterly realized that he had wasted almost all his savings on a skill that cost 10 times more than usual, and now that skill seemed completely useless to him. Trying to take off again, he spun in the air and fell with a crash from the slope. Returning home, he turned to his friend. She immediately understood what was going on and asked with a sarcastic smile if he had come to beg her for help, reminding him of how overconfident he had been recently. The young man, without trying to argue, bowed his head and honestly asked her to teach him how to fly freely. In response, she frowned in annoyance and said that she didn't like to see him in such a pitiful state. Then, reproachfully, she reminded him how he had deprived her of sweets for 3 whole days for a completely unjust reason. Then he handed her a box and said that in that case, he would give her 3 top-quality donuts. The girl couldn't resist the temptation. Stepping forward, she opened the box and saw 3 golden brown donuts covered with different glazes inside. Enchanted by the sight of the sweets, she even breathed heavily, unable to take her enthusiastic gaze off them. The young man added that he was ready to add a little castella on top if she agreed to help. Her expression immediately changed, and she solemnly declared that she clearly saw his sincere feelings and passionate desire to reach new heights, and therefore would make him a demon of heaven. The young man was surprised at how easy it was to persuade her. However, soon after, his younger friend, seeing the desserts, was indignant that she had not received anything. Considering this unfair, she pouted, but he hastened to assure her that he would prepare a sweet dessert for her later when she helped him with dinner. Setting off, she grumbled plaintively that the cruel sun was almost blinding her. The young man reminded her in surprise that she was always cooling off in his dungeon anyway. He told her that it was the duty of every creature to protect its nest, to which she sighed and replied that she had chosen this place only because of the excellent honey, but now she no longer cared about it and even offered him her nest. The young man flapped his wings and thought that if he had been more careful when expanding the dungeon, he would not have hurt her. She, noticing his wings, remarked with interest that he had a magnificent pair of wings, and as soon as she reached out her hands to them, he replied sharply that he usually hid them because they got in the way in everyday life. She couldn't resist and grabbed his wings anyway. The young man, flapping them nervously, shouted for her not to touch them because they tickled. At that moment, he suddenly wondered why he could hardly feel his own wings, since they were woven from his mana. Still amazed that he had hidden such beauty from her, she heard his embarrassed reply. In his opinion, her dragon wings were much more beautiful. The girl flushed with enthusiasm, and although she admitted that he was right, she added that empty flattery would not help him anyway. The young man suggested in surprise that praise for wings must have special significance among dragons. The girl blushed and admitted that he used to be like a donut without powdered sugar to her, but after seeing his magnificent wings, she now perceives him as a cake generously covered with icing. She added that compared to other lesser dragons, he looked very dignified. The young man thanked her, still embarrassed, and she remarked that she rarely praised anyone, so he could be proud of this honor. After clearing her throat, she suggested they get down to business. She told him to use his mana eye and watch her actions closely. Spreading her long dragon wings, the girl assumed an elegant stance. When the young man asked if these were the same wings she had in her true form, she explained that they were only mana created in imitation, but they performed almost the same functions. In turn, she asked if he wanted to add anything else. Embarrassed, he said that he had simply misspoken. Trying to flatter her, he compared her wings to the moon shining in the night, but the girl did not see sincerity in his words and, stepping aside, asked him to concentrate. Then she spread her wings again, and this time poured her mana into them. The young man, struck with amazement, froze in astonishment as she soared into the sky at dazzling speed. Hovering high above the ground, she asked if he now understood the principle of flight and told him to try it himself. The young man concentrated, gathered all his mana, and directed it into his wings. When they flapped powerfully for the first time, he shouted joyfully that he had succeeded. The girl encouraged him, telling him to keep his form and fly with all his might, and so he was able to push off from the ground with his feet and soar upward. In a panic, he shouted that he couldn't stop, and the girl caught up with him and told him to relax and reduce the flow of mana. Heeding her advice, he slowed down, and a majestic horizon full of azure skies and clouds opened up right in front of him. He was stunned by what he saw, and she noted that the sight was truly mesmerizing. When he looked at her, he noticed the calm and peaceful expression on her face. The girl met his gaze and asked if everything was all right, but he, embarrassed, said that nothing was wrong. Then she promised to show him the true meaning of flight, jokingly adding that only if he could catch up with her. The young man, startled, promised to catch up with her in an instant. Meanwhile, in the evening in the nearby border town of Alfiro, the guild was discussing an urgent quest. The worker confirmed that, unfortunately, all the adventurers of the adamantite rank were busy, and therefore the task was entrusted to the adventurers of the mithril rank. The adventurers whispered among themselves in confusion, trying to comprehend the significance of what had been said. They withdrew to a secluded area and began to discuss the matter. Someone pointed out that although they had been given until tomorrow, the decision had already been made. Another replied that they had no choice anyway, refusing a direct order from the guild would inevitably damage their reputation. A third adventurer added that he had heard of frequent appearances of that monster, which usually did not show itself. The girl, lazily calling him a coward, said she would just pray that they would not have to encounter this creature. After all, it was considered the strongest among dragons and belonged to the highest class. But despite this, their determination did not waver. However, soon after entering the ghost forest, they encountered a wave of monsters. Shouting to each other to run faster, they tried to survive. The girl noticed that something was clearly wrong in the forest. They were being pursued by a cataclysm-level horned tiger, even though such creatures were supposed to dwell deeper in the forest. One of the adventurers stopped, turned around with his weapon, and decided to fight. At that moment, a much more ferocious beast appeared in the tiger's place, tearing its prey to shreds. The adventurer, paralyzed with fear, regretted only that he had never asked the girl he liked out on a date. The beast, completely indifferent, did not even touch the defeated tiger. The adventurers, confused, did not know whether to thank it or fear it. Realizing that they had encountered a monster no less dangerous than a natural disaster, they hurried to leave the forest. However, one of them noticed a strange detail. The monster had a collar around its neck. The thought that someone had managed to tame a monster of this level seemed completely unthinkable to him. Meanwhile, the beast's owner was arguing with his partner, who was demanding chocolate-glazed donuts for dessert. Frolicking on his furry companion, he shouted praise with genuine enthusiasm, admiring how amazing it was and how incredibly fast they were racing forward. He had no intention of hunting that day, but having spent all his accumulated points on acquiring the skill of flight, he decided to replenish his reserves so as not to be left without resources. The ghost forest was located right in the center of the area, while the territory of Lefi stretched to the north, the lands of the Western Union to the west, and the eastern region was inhabited by particularly strong monsters, which was where they were headed. Spotting the horned tiger, they immediately took cover, hatching a plan for a surprise attack to crush it with a single blow. He spread his wings, simultaneously activating his stealth skill, and, choosing the right moment, swooped down on the horned tiger, plunging his sharp sword into it from above. Rising after his victory, covered in blood, he happily shared his impressions, claiming that the simplest way to hunt had proven surprisingly effective. But suddenly, glancing at his weapon, he noticed that it was broken, and with a heavy sigh of annoyance, he opened the menu panel. He thought about how it was precisely because of situations like this that he increasingly wanted to have more powerful weapons, especially considering the fact that he was the Lord of Demons, although he was well aware that even despite his specialization in magic, this did not mean that he was obliged to use only a sword. Clicking on the tab with the reinforced metal rod, which immediately materialized in his hands, he thought that perhaps this would be enough for his current tasks. Some time after the hunt began, he anxiously fled from a horde of ants that were moving with unexpected and frightening speed. He turned to his furry friend with concern, asking how he was feeling and whether he should dismount, to which the latter shook his head and growled expressively, making it clear that this should not be done. He considered using his newly acquired flying skills, but suspected that at his current speed, he would not be able to get far enough away from the pursuing ants. Stopping and turning toward the approaching insects, he shouted loudly that he would not allow them to witness the results of his magical training, then waved his hand and cast a spell to summon a water dragon. In that same second, a huge silhouette of a graceful water dragon appeared before them, which engulfed a dozen ants in one powerful wave. The boy laughed and began to gloat over the ants, calling them insignificant creatures and wishing that the high pressure inside the dragon would destroy them completely. However, his jubilation was short-lived. The enraged ants burst out of the water stream and splashed him, punishing him for his insolence. But he was not going to give up and was determined to get rid of them as soon as possible. Climbing back onto the back of his faithful friend, he eagerly and hastily tried to come up with a way to stop these annoying creatures from chasing him. Suddenly, he remembered that he had a special box of items that preserved its contents by freezing its interior in time. Taking the meat of the highest monster, which had a particularly rich flavor, out of this special box, he threw it directly at the ants. But the tension did not subside, because he still needed to come up with a new plan while the insects were busy eating the meat. However, he soon noticed that there was not a single sound around him, and an unexpected silence had fallen, which made him fearfully assume that the ants might have stopped solely because of the food. Smiling smugly, he called his companion to continue on their way. Sitting in his room, he thoughtfully and carefully examined his arsenal, while reflecting on how he would like his high skill level to help him in handling weapons. His gaze first fell on the club, because it would be extremely easy to use, but the very idea that he, the Lord of Demons, would be swinging a club seemed repulsive to him. Then he thought again about the large sword, deciding that it might be a good option, but immediately remembered that the sword was too thin and light, which raised doubts about its durability. He decided to look at the taskbar and check the skills section as well. But at that moment, a girl ran up to him, distracting him with a request to show her another trick. Praising her for her curiosity, he said that he was striving to be a creative demon lord, and if he didn't have a suitable weapon, he would simply create one himself. He was serious and determined, filled with confidence in his own success. He proudly noted his new skill, feeling the balance between the power of the sword and magic gradually forming. The girl next to him assessed it with restraint, but her words betrayed her recognition. The very ruler she had imagined was indeed forming before her eyes. He picked up a piece of iron, deciding that he should practice a little first. The simple blank was to become a knife to test his new abilities. He concentrated, beginning to pour a little mana into the metal. An image of a weapon he had often seen in games came to mind, sturdy and made entirely of metal. The metal in his hands began to melt and take on a fluid form, as if obeying the will of its master. The skill was activated, and the process of creating the weapon began. He was surprised to find that the result was better than expected. The girl beamed with joy when she noticed that the object in her hands was becoming softer and more pleasant to the touch. He noted with delight that the blade was sharp and strong. Realizing that the result depended directly on his skill, he felt proud of the weapon he had created. He happily showed the result of his work, confidently stating that this was only the beginning. In response to a surprised remark that his skill resembled the art of blacksmithing magic known among the mountain peoples, his interlocutor emphasized that the quality of the created object was amazing. He thoughtfully examined the metal blank and firmly decided that the next step would be to turn it into a blade that would not only be larger but also double-edged than his previous creations. He pondered the shape of the future weapon. If the effect of the magical enchantment really depended on the contours of the object, then for him, who had a penchant for water magic, a blade with smooth, streamlined lines, similar to a drop, would be best suited. When the object, woven from mana and metal, finally took shape, the result was quite unexpected. Instead of a formidable blade, an object appeared in his hands that resembled a strange artifact more than a familiar weapon. He was genuinely surprised, asking if it could really be called a weapon. His partner happily noted that its shape was very similar to a familiar creature, as if copying its image. The creator, slightly embarrassed, tried to explain how it worked. You just had to hold the handle tightly and strike with all your strength. But in response, he received only a slight sneer and a request to demonstrate how to use it. He exhaled heavily, wiping the sweat from his face, and with painful relief realized that no rare materials had been wasted on this dubious experiment, while at the same time figuring out the next step. Observing the process and studying the unusual result, he came to the conclusion that they might be looking at an extremely powerful weapon. He picked up the massive object, which resembled the horns of a beast, and with a determined gleam in his eyes, announced his choice. At that moment, the decision seemed final, as if this would be the basis for his next step. He sat down cross-legged, placing the heavy object in front of him, and focused all his attention on the task at hand. He dismissed thoughts of complexity, deciding that it was easier to trust his instincts and act directly. He remembered how he had failed last time by introducing unnecessary details, and now decided to focus only on the weight and sharpness of the blade. His partner watched nearby as he discarded thoughts of magical enchantments and tuned in to the simplicity of form. He realized that he didn't need a complex design. All he needed was a comfortable handle and a blade with two sharp edges. His partner watched him with a lively gleam in her eyes, her expression resembling a blossoming flower. A two-handed sword appeared in his hands, graceful and bright, like a bud in full bloom. The metal intertwined with the shape of the flower, exuding beauty and strength at the same time, as if nature itself had given life to the weapon. He flushed with indignation, realizing the absurdity of what had appeared in his hands. His partner, barely holding back her laughter, remarked on how beautiful his flower sword was. He desperately tried to justify himself, complaining that the material was unique and the result could not be changed. His friend, with a trembling smile, assured him that the thing looked almost legendary and could defeat any opponent. He angrily waved his floral weapon, accusing his partner of turning everything into a farce again and mocking her strange tastes. She, barely holding back her laughter, called his creation delightful, laughing until she cried. He pointed out that her childish and cute appearance did not match the majestic title she bore. She flared up with indignation, declaring that her preferences were none of his business. She flared up with anger, promising to prove her strength in battle, her voice trembling with wounded pride. He teased her with mocking interest, asking her to show all the power hidden behind her lofty title. The little girl, clutching the transparent creature to her chest, watched the commotion with curiosity and guessed that the argument had flared up again. Not attaching much importance to it, she suggested to her companion that they continue playing elsewhere. The young vampire pressed herself against him, smiling gratefully after quenching her thirst. and then he gently helped her tidy herself up. A few days later, beaming with happiness, she confessed that she considered it a great fortune to be able to drink such delicious blood. That day, the girl happily ran out into the street to play, and he, watching her go, reminded her about the monsters and sternly asked her to return before darkness fell. Left alone, he decided to make another sword. The little girl never returned to the dungeon, even after dark. An alarming question hung in the air. What had happened to this sweet child? The little girl had disappeared, as if she had dissolved into the night. He sat, lost in dark thoughts, unable to shake the heavy anxiety that gripped his heart. He asked his faithful beast about the missing girl with hope. The beast returned, growling warily, and reported human tracks and a carriage found outside the forest. He came to the conclusion that the girl had not been dragged away by a random monster, but by people who had decided to use her as a commodity. The thought that the forest was too dangerous for humans only reinforced his suspicions. He asked his partner where the nearest human settlement was, and was told that it was located in the southeast, 3 hours' flight from there. He then ordered an immediate departure, asking his companion to follow the girl's scent. He earnestly requested his partner to accompany him. She merely smiled and calmly remarked that such words were unnecessary. They stood under the night sky, illuminated by the moon and a swarm of flying creatures. At that moment, he realized that the little girl had already become his real family. The sky darkened, and the silhouettes of dragons filled the space, causing amazement and anxiety. She calmly remarked that these were her followers, and he thought that with their numbers, they could defeat any enemy. She looked at her partner with a predatory smile, her eyes sparkling with determination and strength. There was a challenge in her voice as she suggested showing people who they had really dared to mess with. He looked at her seriously and acknowledged that she was a worthy woman. In response, she laughed, teasing him for realizing it so late. He said firmly that it was time to go rescue their little sister. His words were filled with determination, backed by a readiness for the challenge ahead. The little girl came to and was surprised to find herself in a cage. Looking around, she noticed other prisoners, just as miserable as she was, and her heart filled with anxiety. The door creaked, and 2 men entered the room, discussing her fate and rejoicing that the captive was alive. The girl, clenching her fists in horror and anger, realized that these were the very people who had taken her parents' lives. The man struck the bars with his spear in a rage, unleashing all his anger on the defenseless captive. The girl recoiled in pain and fear, pressing herself against the floor of the cage, realizing that she was nothing but a burden to him. One of the men mockingly informed her that she would now be the plaything of the perverted nobility. His words sounded like a sentence promising her torment worse than death. She pressed her hand weakly to her face, trying to hide her trembling and pain. Despite the humiliation and fear, a stubborn promise flashed in her eyes: to endure everything. The chain clanked quietly in the dungeon, as if confirming her determination. Now the girl had a little brother, for whom she was holding on with all her might. At first, she felt a slight fear towards him, not knowing what to expect. But over time, she realized that he was kind and warm, and she felt calm and comfortable around him. The little girl remembered that her sister was often lazy, but in difficult times, she could always be relied upon. She realized that her mom and dad were no longer there, and therefore especially appreciated her support. The girl closed her eyes, clutching her last hope in her heart. She believed that now her brother and sister would come to her aid instead of her parents. The little girl folded her hands, her eyes shining with determination and hope. She prayed to the spirit of the earth to give her strength until her brother and sister came to her aid. A softly glowing earth spirit appeared before the girl, as if responding to her plea. She asked him to free her from the collar and open the cage door, whispering her gratitude for his help. She looked at the dark spirit that had appeared and asked him hopefully to make her invisible. In her world, there were 6 elements of spirits: earth, water, air, fire, light, and darkness. She realized that she did not know where she was and would not be able to reach the forest on her own. Therefore, she decided to hide and wait for her brother and the others to arrive. She looked ahead hopefully and whispered quietly to the cages. The promise to save all the prisoners gave her the determination to move on. Hasty cries rang out within the walls of the mansion, breaking the silence of the night. The servant, choking with excitement, called out to his master, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. The man, irritably rising from his bed, demanded an explanation. In response, the guard, pale with horror, reported that 100 monsters were moving from the direction of the cursed forest. The man panicked and assumed that wyverns had attacked. However, the guard shook his head and explained that a flock of adult dragons, spotted through an observation crystal, was moving towards them. Hearing about the dragons, the man was filled with rage and horror at the same time. He ordered all the soldiers and adventurers to be awakened, gathered together, the residents warned, and an urgent evacuation begun. The man hurried, determined to ensure the safe departure of the townspeople at all costs. But he was tormented by doubts. How could a whole 100 dragons have appeared? The night forest shook from the wings of dragons blocking the moon. The snow-white beast raised its head to the sky, and someone's voice warned that these creatures were capable of wiping not only the city, but the entire kingdom off the face of the earth. The boy cried out in alarm when he saw the city ahead. However, deep down, he admitted to himself that he would have preferred to be here for a completely different reason. She said that if she began to destroy, the girl would perish along with the city, so she entrusted her salvation to him. He replied that there was no need for further words, but asked her to keep the dragons under control. People opened fire and tried to shoot them out of the sky. Seeing this, he tensed up, realizing the seriousness of the threat. The warriors noticed the fugitive and pointed in his direction. The wolf raced across the pavement, and the rider held on tight, ignoring the cries behind him. Orders rang out in the hall, urging the warriors to hurry. Under the glow of the huge chandelier, everyone rushed to take their positions. Prisoners in chains hurried down the stairs amid the shouts of the guards. Panic hung in the air. The mention of a horde of dragons made everyone act faster. The girl with horns stumbled and fell to the floor, the chain stretching painfully, preventing her from getting up. Her body was pierced with pain, but fear and despair were stronger. The man grabbed the girl by the chin in a rage, roughly lifting her face toward him. His angry words sounded like a threat, and the child's eyes reflected fear and helplessness. The guy stopped in front of the massive doors and stared at them with determination. There was no doubt in his heart. Behind this barrier lay the object of his search. The doors shook and shattered into pieces from the powerful blow. Through the dust and debris, he burst into the hall, full of rage and determination. The criminals recoiled in horror, not understanding who was before them. His footsteps echoed through the hall, instilling fear in the hearts of those who held the prisoners. He entered the hall, his irritation growing with every passing second. His gaze swept across the room, but the man he was looking for was nowhere to be seen. One of his opponents shouted an accusation and an order to attack, his voice echoing throughout the hall. At that moment, another realized that after his rebirth, he was no longer human. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes. Coldly and emotionlessly, he realized that he saw no need to leave his enemies alive. The enraged enemy swung his sword, shouting curses. But in the next moment, his head flew off his shoulders, leaving only a fountain of blood and an empty gaze. Seeing their comrade fall in an instant, the remaining guards froze in horror. Each of their faces contorted in shock, and only a trembling cry escaped their lips. Blood spattered everywhere as his blow tore through his enemies as if they were made of paper. No one even had time to understand what had happened before their bodies collapsed to the ground. One of the bandits lunged at him with fury, swinging a huge hammer and rushing forward with a cry. But there was no fear in the young man's eyes, only cold calm. A huge beast with snow-white fur burst out of the shadows and attacked the enemies with fury. It was his faithful friend and pet, who always appeared at the most dangerous moments. He cautiously approached his companion and placed his hand on its side, trying to make sure it was okay. The huge beast staggered slightly, but managed to stay on its feet, responding to its master's concern with a quiet movement of its tail. He carefully examined the source of the strange power, realizing its true purpose. It became clear that it was thanks to this item that the enemies had managed to penetrate so deeply into the Forbidden Lands. 3 enemies appeared before him, and their characteristics became clear as day. Each of them had their own class, level, and skills, but all 3 bore the titles of murderers and rapists, which only strengthened his resolve. He smiled as he looked at his opponents, and his gaze was filled with contempt, as if the weakness of those standing before him only aroused pity. The words he spoke in a cold and calm tone hurt them more than any blow. He held his blade calmly, his eyes showing fatigue mixed with contempt. The words he uttered in a quiet but confident voice made his opponents pale with rage and helplessness. A water dragon burst forth from the furious stream of magic, flashing with power and anger. It crashed into the enemy, sweeping away everything in its path. He uttered mocking words as he looked at his defeated enemies. The whirlpool of magic engulfed them, leaving only chaos and fear in its wake. He turned to his companion, hoping that he would be able to pick up the trail. However, the thick smell of blood overwhelmed even the keenest sense of smell. He considered interrogating the prisoners, but quickly dismissed the idea. Such an approach would take too much time, which he did not have. He decided to find out the truth directly from the owner of the estate. Stabbing his blade into his body, he demanded with cold fury that he answer again where the target was. Tormented by pain and fear, the owner of the estate choked on his own screams. He turned pale, gasping for breath, and assured him in a trembling voice that the captive had disappeared from her cell before they had even noticed. Confused and distraught with pain, the man hastily justified himself, explaining that he had even used magical shackles and posted guards outside the room. Gasping for breath, he pointed to the guard's sprawled body on the floor, proving his words. He noted with a cold smile that this was not the first time the prisoner had managed to escape from them. His voice was mocking, and his eyes showed satisfaction at the helplessness he observed. The owner of the mansion joyfully ordered his men to kill the uninvited guest, but the latter, ignoring the threats and the noise of the fight, continued to search for only one answer: where the captive was. At that moment, the little girl, breathing heavily from fear and running, hid in a dark corner of the yard and, trembling, hugged her knees to her chest, whispering her parents' names through her tears. Memories of the past pierced her consciousness. On that day, her home was engulfed in flames, and the desperate cries of a loved one forced her to run, despite her terror and tears. The last words, full of pain and hope, told her to go on living, even if everything around her was falling apart. He stepped forward and saw a crowd of armed opponents surrounding the entrance to the hall. A smile full of defiance and challenge touched his face when he noticed how solemnly the enemies had prepared for the meeting. The girl trembled, clutching her knees and quietly admitting her fear to herself. A burning desire blazed in her heart to once again feel the warm embrace of the one she had been waiting for so long. She remembered with longing those simple but precious moments, how she used to play carefree with her loved one and fall asleep, nestled in the soft fur of her faithful friend. In her heart lived the hope of feeling again the warmth and security that she so sorely missed now. He exhaled heavily, feeling his irritation grow stronger with every passing second. Rage raged inside him, becoming increasingly difficult to contain. The girl trembled, her face buried in her knees, her sobs breaking the silence. She did not want to find herself back in the darkness of loneliness that had already once deprived her of warmth and peace. The girl, trembling with fear, clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes filling with tears as the cries of the combatants pierced the night air. Before her stood warriors with drawn weapons, and further away, against the backdrop of the majestic building, a figure with a sword struck terror into everyone with his battle cry. At that moment, his partner, hovering in the air with the dragon, was conducting her own search for the girl. Her gaze was focused and intense as flashes of light sparkled around her, and enemies turned in panic toward the emerging threat. The girl, seeing a familiar figure, rushed forward with a cry of joy, calling him brother. He turned at the sound of her voice, and for the first time in a long time, warmth flashed in his eyes. The girl, her eyes filled with tears, reached out to him as if afraid of losing him again. Her voice was filled with desperate hope, intertwined with the pain of loneliness. He ran up to the girl and hugged her tightly, feeling the tension finally release. She hugged him, bursting into tears, and he smiled gently, reassuring her that everything was fine now. The girl, beaming through tears of joy, smiled broadly and proudly declared that she had given it her all. Her eyes sparkled with relief, and her voice trembled with happiness and exhaustion. Looking at the girl with concern, he gently asked her to leave with her faithful beast to avoid danger. He placed his hand on her head, as if promising protection and confidence, even if they were to part for a while. Overcoming her excitement, the girl looked up at her savior and spoke, her voice trembling but determined. She told him that there were still many kidnapped people in this place who also needed to be rescued. The girl begged him to save not only her, but also the other captives. He looked at her intently and promised confidently that she could rely on him completely. He placed the girl on the back of his faithful beast, handing her over to the reliable paws of his companion. His gaze was firm as he entrusted his most precious friend and prepared to stay behind. The guards noticed the white beast carrying the girl away from the city. However, deciding not to waste their energy on a chase, they simply noted that this would be one less thing to worry about. He lowered his gaze, remembering the traces of pain on the girl's face, and his rage flared up with renewed strength. The warriors heard a threat demanding that they lay down their weapons, but there was no room for mercy in his heart. Hatred boiled in his mind, inflaming every vein and turning the world around him into a whirlwind of rage. Thoughts of revenge, burning and merciless, filled his mind, demanding the destruction of all who had caused pain. All-consuming hatred flared up in his mind, his heart beat like thunder, his voice tore from his throat, and the world around him narrowed to a black dot where only those who had caused him pain existed. Thoughts of revenge, bitter and merciless, filled every corner of his mind, and he no longer noticed the consequences, only firmly resolved to destroy everyone who stood in his way. An all-consuming hatred flared up inside him. His mind narrowed to a single goal, and every breath was filled with a thirst for the destruction of those who had caused him pain. He no longer tried to weigh the consequences. The only meaning of existence was to exterminate those who stood in his way. His footsteps echoed loudly on the pavement when suddenly a familiar voice rang out, unexpectedly demanding that he calm down. At that moment he seemed to freeze. The rage inside him died down, and the cold light in his eyes was replaced by a heavy pause because her appearance gave him back control. She gently reminded him that the goal had already been achieved. The girl had been saved and the guilty punished. Her words sounded like a call to stop and return home, to leave the bloody rage behind. Taking a step forward with her usual energy, she declared that she was quite hungry. Then, looking at him with a slight mischief, she added that she was expecting a dinner worthy of all her efforts. He paused for a moment, lowering his gaze, and then smiled slightly, as if accepting her words with gentle humility. He confidently promised to feed her the best he had, as if trying to dispel the tension after the difficult events. Hearing this, she flushed with surprise and disbelief, while trying to make sure that his words were serious. He laughed and said enthusiastically that the taste would be so amazing that she would not be able to eat ordinary sweets for a long time after that. His smile sounded like a promise filled with lightness and warmth. Her eyes wide with amazement, she exclaimed, not expecting such a turn of events. After a short pause, she added decisively that she should save it for a special occasion. He apologized with slight awkwardness for interrupting their conversation, trying not to appear rude. His footsteps sounded in the silence as he approached them, drawing attention to his seriousness. He introduced himself as the lord of this city, his voice trembling, betraying his hidden tension. In response, the man only looked at him coldly and asked briefly what exactly they wanted from him. The Lord bowed his head in repentance, acknowledged the guilt of his people, and apologized for what had happened. He emphasized that as the ruler of the city, he felt deep regret and responsibility for what had happened. The Lord invited them to his estate, promising that the meeting would not take long. His words sounded insistent, but at the same time he tried to show friendliness and respect. The Lord sat opposite his guests, bowing his head in sincere repentance, and admitted that he was unable to apologize sufficiently for what had happened. He promised to ensure that such a thing would never happen again, showing his determination to take control of the situation. She looked at her interlocutor with a cold but calm gaze and reminded him of her status, mentioning the pact made with his ancestors. The latter, trembling with fear and guilt, hastily confirmed her words, begging her to forgive them for what they had done. He asked in surprise about some pact, while his gaze immediately betrayed his confusion. Inside, he noted that the old man had a knack for analysis, which is why he easily understood that the Supreme Dragon was standing next to him. She admitted that she had not yet shared this, and recalled the era of endless battles, when warriors vainly challenged the dragon, and she, irritated, unleashed her wrath on human lands. She said that once upon a time, the king of men, in fear, had made a pact of non-interference with her, promising that his people would no longer interfere in her affairs. This agreement was supposed to remain in force to this day, but reality had proven otherwise. The Lord, struggling to control his trembling, confessed that the kidnapped girl was his relative, and declared that such sins required atonement. He promised that if they wanted to keep the pact in force, he would make every effort to satisfy their demands as soon as possible. She noticed his intention and, turning to her companion, reminded him that he wanted to demand something from the Lord. With a smile, she advised him to voice the reason why he was in such a hurry to get here. She emphasized that she was only proving her right to the title, not laziness or uselessness, as he might have thought. After that, she firmly added that they should no longer have any ties with them. He coldly stated that he did not care about their actions, but made it abundantly clear that if something like this happened again, he would destroy them all without hesitation. The old man, trembling with fear and guilt, swore to do everything possible to prevent anyone else from entering the cursed forest, begged for mercy for his people, and promised to make amends for what had happened by any means necessary. In response, he was told that everyone who was on the estate, as well as everyone else, would have to be handed over to them. Sitting pensively in his chair, he admitted to himself that he would never have believed that the High Dragon was capable of taking the form of a beautiful girl. The Lord reflected on how, in recent years, those in power had increasingly set their sights on the cursed forest, considering its rich resources to be tempting prey. However, he understood that such plans would remain a pipe dream. The Lord grimly realized that those at the top would inevitably use this incident as a pretext to send an army into the forest under the guise of revenge. He understood that they must be stopped at all costs, otherwise the consequences would be catastrophic. He stood before a group of children who had recently been freed from captivity, and his gaze betrayed his confusion. Realizing his responsibility for their fate, he anxiously wondered what to do now with these frightened and lost little ones. He admitted that he had not thought about the consequences of his actions, and had acted only because he had been asked to do so. From the outside, it might have seemed as if he had a clear plan, but in reality, he was simply following his impulse with no further thought. He cautiously asked if the children had homes to return to. In response, they admitted that many of them had been kidnapped from far away, far from their hometowns, and therefore returning was almost impossible. She noted that even those who had been kidnapped from their homes still had a place to return to. When he asked in surprise how she had managed to figure out who he was, she admitted that the amount of mana emanating from him had given her the answer. He suggested the simplest way out of the situation, to ask her to send the dragons to take the children home. She replied with a slight smile that it was nothing for her, and readily agreed to fulfill his request. The dragons descended majestically from the heavens, their wings covering half the sky. They explained that all the children had to do was name their homes, and the intelligent creatures would instantly deliver each of them to where they belonged. The children could not believe what they heard and asked with trepidation if they would really be allowed to go home. Hearing an affirmative answer, they burst into tears of relief and thanked him for his mercy, and he, watching them go in the shining light, only quietly reminded them not to fall into the clutches of the kidnappers again. It seemed that only 2 of the kidnapped remained: Leela, the horned sheep demon, and Luin Gio, a warrior from the race of werewolves, who happily asked to be called simply Luin. One of the girls excitedly asks the demon lord if he is a legendary creature. The other calmly says that she is ready to serve him in return for his kindness. One of the children begged to stay, promising to do whatever was necessary. Hearing the confirmation, he happily admitted that this was exactly what he had hoped for. One of the children recalled with excitement that meeting the majestic being, whom their people revered as a deity, was the greatest joy for him. He felt that leaving the village was worth it just to be able to be proud of serving him. He introduced himself and named his companions, trying to make the atmosphere more friendly. Then he remarked with a smile that one of them had now effectively become a deity, causing the latter to react with embarrassment. He said that there were others inside whom he would introduce later, but for now he suggested that his new companions get some rest. Both expressed their gratitude with a smile, and their voices sounded light and sincerely joyful. He hesitantly called out to her, and she immediately turned around, waiting to hear what he wanted to say. He awkwardly thanked her, admitting that without her support he would not have been able to cope. She looked at him silently, and the night above them shone with the calm light of the moon. She smiled and reminded him of how she had hugged him like a child. He was embarrassed and quickly asked her to forget about it. She raised her hand with a slight gesture and spoke, hinting that he was about to hear something important. Her voice sounded serious, foreshadowing a revelation. She told him that she had spent many years alone, knowing no other state. The world seemed gray and empty to her, and her only feeling was boredom, which she took for granted. She felt that his presence had filled her world with light and colors she had never known before. These new emotions were so fresh and warm to her that she vowed to always keep them in her heart and restrain him when he was overcome with rage. She reached out to him with a slight smile, her eyes shining with warmth and hope. At that moment, she asked if he could continue to fill her world with the colors she had always lacked.
Iruna, looking at Yuki, said that she was glad that he came to save her, but he shouldn't have taken concubines with him. It was considered cheating. Yuki, kneeling, nervously apologized and asked again about the concubines. Iruna stood with she and angrily told him that she could accept if it was Lefi, but he should not take anyone else with him. Leficios lay on a poof to the side of them. The guy asked Lefi if she had said anything strange. She playfully answered that wasn't that what he meant when he spoke about the maids. Then a girl suddenly appeared in the hall and loudly said that she would do everything in her power. 2 girls dressed as maids walked in. Luyan said she didn't know if she could do it well, and that her body might not be that feminine, but she would try her best for master. Lila asked if she could find out the schedule for the night service. Yuki yelled that that wasn't what he meant when he said maids. Quote, the guy sighed and asked the girls to do some housework, since he used to do everything. He understands that there are many unfamiliar things here, and they may ask. They could use the room he showed them and call on him if necessary. The girls listened attentively. Yuki asked Lena if she was a demonkin, and what position the demon lord had in terms of demonkin. The girl told him that humans called them that in the sense of the demon lord. The girl continued to say that to her they were simply dungeon masters. To be precise, they were simply beings that had been modified by the dungeon to fit in. The boy asked in surprise what she meant by modified. Layla began to explain that, for example, if there was a dungeon that wanted a goblin as a demon lord, the goblin would be given powers strong enough that they would no longer be categorized as normal goblins. Yuki noted that she seemed to be knowledgeable and asked her to tell him more about what she knew someday. Lila exclaimed happily, glad that she could help. At that moment, Iruna asked the girls to remember the rules of the game so they could beat their brother together. Luin didn't understand, Layla agreed. The doors opened. The guy was in the step area. A window appeared. Today's mission has been added to the plane area. The ability to get a shortcut from the cave to the gym through the plane. Yuki said that this really added a floor to the plane. Yuki flew up to the ceiling of the floor on his wings and noticed that the floor was quite spacious. It even had a sky. The mysterious dungeon system was certainly amazing. The height from the door was 1 kilometer. The width was 5 kilometers in each direction. The young man landed, opened the system window and tried to use the option, add a river and mountains, and also put a bridge and a sakura next to it. A landscape appeared around him. He continued to look at the system windows and said enthusiastically, "How about a Japanese-style hotel?" At that moment it appeared. Steam from the source goes to the sky. The protagonist sighs in relief. Yuki and his pet Shi were relaxing in the water. He began to say that isn't this the best thing, and he hopes that others will also experience this bliss. The hero was called Brother. He straightened up and removed the towel from his head, shouting that didn't he tell her to go later with everyone? The girl happily ran in and declared that she wanted to take a bath with her brother. Running up to the spring naked. Sitting down on a chair, she asked to wash her hair. The main character got up from the spring, threw on a towel, and, agreeing, went to her. The young man sat behind the girl and began to soap her head. With a smile on his face, he suggested that they have a picnic with everyone on the plane sometime. "What is a picnic?" Iruna asked. The boy began to tell that they would eat together under the blue sky and play a lot. Iruna joyfully exclaimed that they would play together. At that moment, a female voice was heard behind Yuki. The young man froze. The voice asked if Iruna was also swimming. Lefisios came in naked. Yuki cried out her name in surprise. The girl proudly declared reproachfully that she was not welcome. The guy sheepishly replied that this was not so, but... The young man turned to the girl. Iruna exclaimed joyfully, noticing that her little sister also wanted to be with her brother. Embarrassed, Lefi replied that this was not the case at all. The girl twirled a lock of hair and mumbled sheepishly that she thought he would wash her hair like before. The guy sheepishly agreed. Yuki told Iruna to go into the bath before them. The girl agreed and ran away, while Lefi started to approach the chair opposite the guy. The girl sat down on the chair. The guy shuddered. Her hair flowed down her back, and strands fell on her shoulders. Her tail touched the floor. The guy, looking away, began to massage her head. Lefi leaned her head towards his hands. Yuki, with a blush on his cheeks, tried to clear his mind. The girl, with a calm, relaxing face, chuckled. The protagonist, completely overcome with excitement, tried to calm himself down by thinking that it was just Lefi, just a useless dragon. The young man took his hands away and said he was done with it. The girl thought about it and lay down on her back on his hands. The guy was surprised and asked what she was doing. She only said that it felt really good. The girl, lying on his torso, asked with a smirk if his breathing had become more erratic. Her hand slid along his thigh. Lefi asked if he was aroused by her naked body. Yuki blushed. The guy jumped up and shouted that who could possibly get aroused by your childish body? The girl was indignant, even despite how hard he was breathing. The young man made excuses that he was not aroused, but breathing heavily because his nose was blocked. The girl did not believe this excuse. Yuki did not calm down and said that she was simply stating a fact. Iruna turned to the two of them and asked if they knew that if they did not get into the water, their bodies would cool down. They sat in the water. Lefi agreed that it was really nice and she never thought that bathing in hot water would be so nice. The girl nodded and asked Shia if it was nice. The protagonist opened the system window. He said he was glad to hear that they were pleased and asked Lefi if there were any requirements to obtain the title. The girl, looking at the sky, said that she herself was not sure about the title, but added that he would get one after he did something big. In addition, it can be obtained if he has the idea to challenge the laws of nature. The girl pointed her hand to the sky and continued. There are also some fools who believe that God grants the title by observing their actions. But, in any case, no one knows exactly how it happens. It is something that happens before you even realize it. Yuki looked at Lefi in shock and asked if there was a god in this world. Lefi asked if he was talking about religion and that she had never seen a god in her life. The guy looked at the system window again and agreed that there was. Name, Yuki race, Archdemon level, 35 class, Demon Lord, titles, Demon Lord, from another world, owner of the Supreme Dragon, Judge. A window popped up. Judge, a person who hates sin and crime and will judge guilty people. Your status will be multiplied by 1.5 when fighting a person with a title associated with crime. The protagonist, looking at the window, says that he received a strange title, but it is still useful. He also asks the Supreme Dragon if she has any titles besides Supreme Dragon. The girl proudly declares that she has a whole bunch of them. She explains that she can not only hide her title, but also hide her status if she wants. Showing the Supreme Dragon is enough. Yuki says that she will try to find this skill in the skill list later. The protagonist looks at Iruna and thinks that he doesn't see her skills, perhaps because of the same hidden skill that she used to escape back then. He admits with a smile, this is no good. He would like to be able to view the full statuses of others, but now he understands that this is hardly possible if even part of the skills can be hidden. Li-Fi laughingly agrees that it is, but let him not worry. When he becomes as strong as she will see much more. The young man cheerfully says that it would take him a few hundred years to become that strong, and he would die before that happened. Li-Fi replies that he probably doesn't have anything like a lifespan. The guy is dumbfounded. The girl continues that, technically speaking, he still has one, but apparently it will be able to live for at least 1,000 years. She corrects herself, at least 2,000 years. Li-Fi continued to explain that demons, whose body is made of mana, live a long life. They can even gather mana from the atmosphere just by breathing. If a limb is missing, it will regenerate over time, and that he doesn't even need to eat. The protagonist is stunned. The boy said that this information surprised him. Li-Fi explained in response that as long as there was mana in the world, he would not die unless he was killed. Yuki asked in surprise that the girl hadn't been alive for a very long time. The girl explained that the dragon race also has longevity. In addition, her body has long been highly adapted to mana. And as long as she does not use her power, and mana does not disappear from this world, she will not die. The young man said with relief that everything was all right then. If she was here with him, he would not be bored even if he had a long life. Leficios blushed. Yuki looked at the girl and asked if something was wrong with her, or if she couldn't sit in hot water for so long. She replied sheepishly that she was fine. She added that in any case, since he was bringing up topics like names, let him watch. Iruna, meanwhile, dozed off next to she. The boy stood up and walked up to Iruna, gently asking if she wanted to sleep and suggesting that she wait until bed. Li-Fi chuckled in surprise and irritation. Then she jumped up and shouted after him, "What kind of high dragon lord is he if he dares to treat her like a common pet?" Yuki said it wasn't his fault. After all, she herself claimed that titles appeared without their owners' knowledge. Instead of arguing, he asked her to help dress Iruna. The girl agreed. Yuki added that she should not forget about Chi and not leave her in the water for too long. Meanwhile, she continued to relax and enjoy the hot water. There was a crescent moon in the sky. Lewin emphasized that the moon was very beautiful. She added that she was dead tired, sprawled out on the bed. Lying down, the girl continued to talk and said that Leafy-sama certainly gets irritated quickly. Layla, sitting on the edge of the bed opposite, calmly noted that it was better to change, otherwise all the clothes would get wrinkled. Lewin jumped up, remembering something. Lewin stood up and changed her clothes and asked why Layla decided to stay. She tried to answer that she wanted to pay back. Liu interrupted her and said that it was just an excuse. Then the girl added that wasn't Layla, from the sheep's horn race. Lewin went on to explain that when Lila introduced herself, she had not said what tribe she was from. This was because the sheephorn only had one tribe, and that tribe was known to be a veritable bundle of curiosity, to the point that many of the famous studies were done by their race. So it was hard to believe that anyone from that tribe would stay in a place like this just to repay the kindness they had received. Lila listened calmly. Lila calmly replied that she was indeed grateful for being saved. After all, she had seriously considered committing suicide if she had become a slave. But moreover, she had encountered demons who seemed to be able to think correctly. Lewin listened to her attentively. The girl finished with a slight smile. It would be a waste of time not to take this opportunity to explore the dungeons and learn more about the being called the Demon Lord. She whispered that she hoped he would continue to live normally, not knowing that she was there to watch him. Lewin replied that she would not tell the master about this or anything else. Leo blurted out that she didn't think he would be angry even if he found out, and Layla responded that in that case, she too would probably keep quiet about the fact that Grohl belonged to one of the best tribes in the werewolf race. The girl continued that she had heard rumors. The daughter of the tribe's chieftain, about her age, had run away from home. Lewin anxiously asked to keep this a secret. The girl with horns questioned that she had nothing against it, but did not understand why she was hiding it. Luan, clenching her fists, answered. The girl said sheepishly that it was shameful to see the daughter of the chieftain of the tribe behaving so uncontrollably. Layla grabbed her hand and said that she seemed so sweet and feminine to her. Liu was embarrassed and asked again, "Sweet?" Layla continued by saying that they should go to bed and try to do their best tomorrow. The girls said goodnight to each other. They joined the party. "Next time, let's go to a picnic." The girl joyfully exclaimed, "Picnic! Picnic!" Li-Fi, yawning, said what kind of picnic he was talking about, and she still wants to sleep. They walked in a large crowd across the plain. Behind them walked the girls in maid costumes. In front, Yuki carried Iruna by one hand and Li-Fi by the other. Iruna happily exclaimed that they would eat outdoors and play a lot together at the picnic. Behind, Liu, looking at the wolf, was puzzled by the fact that there was only open land around and asked how anyone could play here. Li-Fi was chatting that it would be nice to take a nap here. Yuki said that he shouldn't be underestimated because he is a master of the game. They came. The boy and Iruna are sledding down a mountain. Iruna is shouting how fast they are. The sledding game is not Mayuki's original idea. The girl got off the sled and shouted excitedly about how much fun it was. The maid girls came up to them. Leo, watching what was happening, noticed that everything looked very fun. The game on the slope was so simple, but it seemed incredibly exciting. Yuki, waving his hand and beckoning them, cheerfully said that now they would go for a ride too. The girl sat on the sled. Layla hugged her friend around the waist, pressing herself against her. The young man behind leaned forward and pushed the sled with force. The girls sit huddled together. Leo shyly calls out to Layla. She answers. Leo notices that her chest is pressed against her. Layla doesn't hear her. The guy pushed them hard. The girls quickly roll down the slope. Yu shouts, "They really are going fast." Yuki, looking at them with a smile on her face and her finger pointed upward, thinks that, despite Liu's attention, small breasts are also a status. The girls got up from the sled. Liu happily reported that it was faster than she thought, and that the master pushed them very hard. Layla also praised him, adding that it was as expected from the demon lord. Yuki replied that he was glad they liked it. He looked at Li-Fi carefully. Li-Fi firmly refused. The guy picked her up and put her on his neck, telling her not to speak so coldly. The girl screams in surprise. What is he doing? The young man carried the girl on his neck and pulled the sled behind him. Answering her, he said that, wouldn't it be nice for her to be the only one who didn't do it? The girl cried out in panic that he should wait, because she understood everything, and asked him to let her go. Yuki sat on the sled, the girl grabbed his head, and he held her leg. He shouted cheerfully that he was going to conduct a special treatment course for the Supreme Dragon. The guy asked to make sure that she was holding on tightly to him. Li-Fi shouted with fear and hoped that he was joking, really. They went. At breakneck speed, the girl screamed with all her might, and the guy just laughed. The sleigh sped up faster and faster. "VA!" she screamed with fear. With shock, the girl wondered if they had just taken off a little. The guy shouted happily that wind magic acceleration was better, and would there be more. She asked to stop it, screaming at the top of her lungs. The girl lay half dead on the ground. The protagonist, teasing her, asked what was wrong with her, because she usually flies faster than this. The girl angrily answered him, "Do not compare it with flying." The guy, laughing, said that he would only think that the Supreme Dragon would fall from something like that. The girl said what she saw. She grabbed him sharply from behind by the stomach with her wings. But then, she said, the guy started to get nervous. She continued that she had prepared an interesting course just for him. They shot up into the sky with such force that the ground beneath them cracked and split and mountains of ice appeared. They quickly flew up, and behind them, ice mountains rose. The boy screamed at the top of his lungs. The girl, shouting over the wind, screamed so that he could taste the resentment she held against him. Iruna, holding Shiai in her arms, said with admiration that her little sister and brother were simply amazing. Liu, watching this, said that she could not do that Li-Fi could do it in an instant, and that her ice magic was simply amazing. They set the table. "Itadakimasu," they said, looking happily at the food. Yuki, sitting and holding food in his hands, said with a smile on his face that the Supreme Dragon course was simply amazing. The girl responded with irritation and anger. How could he be so careless? At first he looked so scared. The man laughed and said that he would not be scared just because of something like this. Iruna looked at the food in the girl's hands and said in amazement that there was so much courage. Layla said with a smile on her face that it was made from the meat of a stone bird. Liu asked in shock, "What from a stone bird?" and clarified that she didn't mean that same monster of the military disaster class because it is considered an expensive commodity. The young man said in surprise that this bird might be difficult, but if you punched it in the face, you could defeat it, so it wasn't that hard to get. Leo awkwardly said that it was too late to say that, but the people here had no common sense at all. Leo told Leo that all the other food was also excellent. Leo agreed and added that she would refrain from asking about it. Levi looked at the boy seriously and said that the bento might taste good, but had he forgotten anything? The boy calmly replied that she had nothing to worry about and that he had also prepared dessert. Iruna exclaimed happily. Leo said with admiration that all the sweets prepared by the master must be very delicious. Levi arrogantly informed her that no matter how big the world was, these sweets could only be tasted here, and she should be grateful. Yuki asked why the Supreme Dragon was acting so arrogantly. Levi told him that she was the one who ate the most of the sweets he made. The young man thanked her sarcastically. Liu asked him with excitement and interest why he called Levi the Supreme Dragon. Yuki looked at Leo and told her that maybe he hadn't told her yet, but Levi is the Supreme Dragon, she is the Ancient Dragon. Leo was shocked and asked if it was true. Leo is shocked and tries to process this information, saying that how can it be that someone looks so cute and has an intemperate attitude towards treats, and that Levi instantly gets angry when he loses a game. It's impossible. Levi appeared behind her and angrily shouted that if she had anything to say to her, she would be willing to listen. Liu was also dumbfounded, saying that Levi looked so beautiful in her human form. Levi calmed down and told her that everything was fine as long as she accepted it and ordered her to eat. The guy asked her not to threaten. Leo whispered to Layla that at least she understood. Layla replied that after all, she had commanded the dragons when they first met. And considering that someone's territory was deep in the forest, it was obvious. Layla said that she was surprised that Leo hadn't figured it out. Leo told her that she was really confused this time and her attention was on Mofurir-sama. He was sleeping with she in the meantime. Iruna happily said that after they finished eating the bento, she wanted to play badminton with everyone. Yuki agreed to play with everyone. The wolf girl asked him if it was possible that his sister was unusual too. The boy said that she shouldn't worry because Iruna was just a little girl. Liu sighed in relief and remarked that she was truly amazing, being able to so freely ask for pampering from both Yuki, who was a demon lord, and Levi, who was a supreme dragon. The hierarchy of the dungeon is as follows. First is Iruna, then Levi, third is Rear, and fourth is Yuki. The young man admitted that he is the weakest among the four. She is a maid. Iruna hugged Yuki and happily called him to play badminton. The guy agreed that everyone would go play badminton. Levi yelled angrily that dessert would come first, and then they discussed how they would play Kingdom of Alicia. The kingdom is located in the northwest of the continent. This kingdom is well known for its development of artifacts and their distribution. Because of this, it has a great influence on neighboring kingdoms. A large city with tall buildings, an old man with a mustache, sits in a throne. This is the king of the kingdom of Alicia, Raid Glorio Alicia. He said you can't. The young man shouted back why. Even though the enemy had begun an attack on their kingdom, he was telling them to just let them go. He insisted that they immediately launch a counterattack. This young man was the prince of the Alicia kingdom, Ryutu Glorio Alicia. The king calmly replied that he could not give permission to attack the cursed forest. According to the latest report, they had merely destroyed a certain criminal syndicate. And although technically an attack had taken place, the damage done to the kingdom was not that significant. The prince clenched his fists and said seriously that no matter what damage they had done to them, the young man shouted that it was a question of the country's dignity, and if we think about the natural resources of that forest, the old man noticed that his son still didn't know what this place was. The prince replied that he knew very well what this territory was, and with the artifacts developed in their kingdom, they wouldn't have any problems with the monsters. The king placed his hand on his forehead and sighed, telling him that in any case, just let him do nothing. And that was the king's decree. The prince, clenching his jaw, said that he understood and left. As he walked down the corridor, someone called out to him. The man in the black cloak, covering his face, said what should they do then if this was a royal decree? The prince, putting his fist on the wall, said a cowardly king would only hinder the prosperity of his country. The man in the cloak suggested that maybe they could carry out this plan themselves. The prince confidently ordered the soldiers to gather. Night. The moon stands in the sky above the mountains, on the board, thinking. A white chip is turned over. Everyone is asleep except for the two of them. Li-Fi and Yuki are playing a board game. Li-Fi is choosing where to place a token. The guy refuses to wait. Suddenly, a system window appears. The boy is looking at something in the window. Li-Fi asks with interest what happened. The boy was struck by something. Yuki reported that they had uninvited guests. A crowd of people were walking through the forest with bags. What was the purpose of these uninvited guests? Yuki looked out the system window and saw the intruders. He voiced that their equipment was mediocre and they looked like soldiers of some country. There were about 400 to 500 of them. Li-Fi, with obvious irritation, assumed that this time they were big shots from the city, and they were probably going to be very rough with them. Li-Fi started to get up and suggested to go and finish them quickly. The young man refused and said that he wanted to try something, but if something went wrong, he would have to help her. The guy said they should at least try to warn them and left. The girl sat near the board and started turning over the chips, saying to herself that she was waiting for his return. Li-Fi, looking in the direction where the guy went, said that if he doesn't come back in time, she herself will continue this game. And how will Yuki deal with uninvited guests? Deep night. Forest. In the forest, a couple of people are sitting by the fire, and some are walking, dragging things. The protagonist used stealth. The effectiveness of this skill will decrease if the target has the same strength as the user. Yuki, looking at their camp, notes to himself that they use the same artifacts that weaken monsters as before. But he understands that they do not affect him at all. The tent stood with an open entrance. There was a bed inside. Yuki approached the entrance. An unfamiliar voice asked who was there. Yuki asked in surprise, "Didn't you notice me?" The man sitting on the bed said in shock, "You?" Then his gaze turned to Yuki and was full of fear. The young man had an extremely menacing appearance. His eyes were blazing with murderous intent, and there was an ominous aura around him. He said that he should make noise, or he would kill him. The man nodded in agreement. After that, Yuki asked if he was the leader of this gathering. The black-haired man answered in a serious tone that it wasn't him. He wasn't the leader here. Yuki looked away in embarrassment. His face flushed. He thought that he must be joking. After all, he had the highest level, and he looked the most experienced. And the confidence with which he said out loud that he was the leader. It was so embarrassing. The guy mentally decided that, no matter what, this man must still be one of the big shots. After all, he had an unusual tent. Slightly awkwardly, he said that he should convey everything he said to his leader. The man looked at him silently. Yuki, standing in the aisle, continued to say that he had no desire to listen to their reasons. Yuki, with a bitter face, said in a serious and rude tone that this was his land, and if they were not going to leave, he would kill them all. There was an ominous aura around him. The young man finished his speech. The soldier asked worriedly why he had warned them first, since he could have easily killed them if he had wanted to. The guy, leaving, answered his question that he was ready to destroy all the pests that come to his land. Well, they are just a pain. In the ass. The door creaked. Yuki, entering the room and digging through the system window, said that it was not effective at all. At least the old man actually retreated with his subordinates after reporting to the leader. Coming closer to Li-Fi, he added that the others did not seem to be going to obey. Li-Fi called his name in concern, he responded. Li-Fi asked why he was returning with such a frivolous attitude. The young man calmly replied that he was just warning them. Li-Fi screamed, "What?" Li-Fi, sitting in the frog position with red cheeks, screamed what the hell this meant. Now she felt like a complete idiot, getting ready to sit up all night, waiting for him to come back. Yuki's cheeks turned pink. He mentally noted that Li-Fi had gone too far in her thoughts. She sat there pouting. He asked her not to pout and said that he had screwed up, and, as an apology, he would show her something interesting. He opened the system window and informed her that he had granted her access. Now she could see the menu. Li-Fi looked at the screen and asked if these were the intruders. Yuki confirmed it. Yuki decided to check the effectiveness of their traps on the invaders in the open menu. The soldiers who entered the territory of the dungeon, his home. An eye with wings watched the invaders in their camp from the bushes. It was the Evil Eye, a golem-type dungeon monster that could transmit an image of everything it saw like a video recording. It used the mana circulating inside the dungeon to move. A group of soldiers were sitting around a fire. One of them asked if it was dawn yet. The other laughed and said that even if it was a joke, there was still plenty of time before the end of their shift. The black-haired man stabbed another soldier with a sharpened wooden stick and screamed, foaming at the mouth, that they were surrounded by enemies. The soldiers behind him were shouting that there were spiders everywhere and that everything was on fire. A fat man ran out of the tent and asked what was going on. A soldier came up to him. He said he didn't know, everyone was shooting at different things. Suddenly a sword pierced him in the back. Blood splashed on the fat man, who was in quiet horror. A mustachioed soldier runs with a sword, screaming about enemies. Another soldier runs away from him, screaming for someone to stop him. Levi asks if this is a hallucination. Yuki confirms. The Rausch gift tree, also known as the hallucination tree, stood there, shrouded in an ominous aura. It was spreading mana that caused hallucinations in all living beings nearby. Yuki told Levi with a mocking smile that the tree could be considered a trap. He explained that it was convenient. He could direct mana to it even from a great distance. Levi calmly noted that, although humans were indeed weak to the effects of mana, it did not concern her and Yuki. They had too much of it. Levi noted that it was unlikely that they would all be destroyed by this alone. Yuki agreed to watch and sarcastically said, "There was no chance the witty one let them go just like that." The girl asked him with a grin if he knew that people who called themselves witty usually couldn't do anything. The young man, grinning even wider, replied that he was paraphrasing. Someone like him, just as witty, who always beat her at a board game. The girl exclaimed and said that it was because he was more experienced in the game, and their last game was not finished, they could continue it right now. Yuki agreed and said to just wait. The soldier shouted for everyone to run here because there was less mana in this place. Another soldier accidentally destroyed the tree. The vines of the tree were impaled with the bodies of bleeding soldiers. The living soldiers were screaming in panic that there was something wrong with the vines and that the place was cursed. There was definitely a monster lurking here. The men with swords didn't know what to do. One of them noted in confusion that artifacts that protect against terrifying monsters shouldn't work. Another said that they should try to bring the soldier waving the weapon back to his senses. The third one cried out in despair, asking where they could even run. The earth shook. The ground under their feet began to tremble. And a fog appeared on the ground. The soldiers began to run and shout, "What is this? Is it a swamp? Is it hot?" A plump soldier walked far from them, looked at something, and muttered. The plump man walked deep into the forest, waving a stick and shouting for no one to come near him, and for no one to come near him. Yuki looked at the menu window and quietly said that everything went better than he expected. The girl, sitting with her back to him, lying on his back, asked if it was over. He, without taking his eyes off the menu, answered that it was. The guy kept looking at the menu and said that they felt like they were just collecting 300 soldiers with a useless leader. But at least the test of the trap's effectiveness was successful. He looked a little stunned. Levi exclaimed that they should continue the game. The young man turned around and asked her if it was time to sleep now, as it would soon be dawn. The girl just shrugged and said that she didn't think so, as she had been going to bed late lately, and at night she simply didn't feel like sleeping. Yuki stated that she was a lazy supreme dragon. She touched the tips of her hair and replied that a talented dragon should be able to conserve strength until the right moment. Dawn came, they were still playing. Levi lost again and asked for another game. A couple of days later, in the border town of Alfaro, in a room of a house, two men were arguing. One of them, shouting, asked what exactly the other had meant. The other coldly replied that he would not repeat himself, and called him by his rank, Captain of the Knights of Gamdia-Loston. The black-haired man was fired. They said he was no longer eligible to become a captain, and the army did not need a coward like him, who retreated from the battlefield. The man could not believe his ears. The man, hoping, shouted out that he could not fire him of his own accord. The long-haired man, leaving, answered him that it was not he who fired him. Just before leaving, he only added that this was an order from the person occupying the highest position in Prince Ryuto's mission. People were sitting in the tavern, chatting and drinking. Then a hand with an alcoholic drink dropped. Former Knight Captain Gamdia-Loston drank, and reasoned to himself that although there was still no contact with the soldiers who had gone to the cursed forest, there was no sign that the mission to conquer it would be cancelled. If this continued, the number of casualties would simply increase. A figure appears behind the man and says that he looks very agitated. The black-haired man replies that it is not surprising. He was accused of fleeing from the enemy and was fired. He did not even have time to report anything. He then adds that to be blinded by one's own greed and send troops to where such a monster lives is madness. I wonder what the king is thinking. The man behind them came closer. He sighed and said that this was exactly how things were in the place where their hands could not reach. The former knight captain turned around abruptly and stuttered, "The landlord Sama?" The older man calmly continued to say that for now, let's leave aside what the people in the center of events think about this. The lord began to explain that as the owner of lands near the infamous cursed forest, he wanted to hire a talented soldier. He offered to pay the former knight commander his bill and listen to his grumbling as a bonus. Gamdia lost and looked at him hopefully. The black-haired former soldier chuckled and said that one would not be enough. He said that he would be there until he calmed down. The plan of interweaving these news began. "There is a forest around Yuki," he happily exclaimed that today was a great day for a walk. Iruna repeated his words, smiling. Rear chuckled. Lefi yawned. They walked through the forest, Iruna holding Yuki's hand and holding the leash with her other hand. Lefi walked slightly behind them wearing a hat. Lefi told Riru that she sympathized with him and that she was sorry that he had to go through this, even as a legendary monster. She then clarified that she meant how he was treated as a pet. The young man asked again if she wanted to hold the leash, and added that she should wait her turn. The girl looked at him cautiously and replied that she had not said anything. The girl, smiling, told the boy that it would be difficult to take Rear for a walk if he was 101. Yuki, laughing, agreed. The reason they took Rear for a walk was because the night before going to bed, Yuki told Iruna a story. In it, the heroes were walking, and then 101 puppies were kidnapped. After that, Iruna also wanted to go for a walk. Yuki mentally pitied Rear, but he could not refuse her. Iruna, holding the boy's hand, said that he should let his pet do whatever he wants on the walk. Yuki agreed, and said that walking a pet was a way for him to move around outside calmly as exercise. Lefi muttered that didn't he always run around the mountain alone. Iruna ran up to Rear and took off his leash, telling him he could go to his favorite place. Yuki smiled menacingly and told him to do so. Rear whined. The girl said that someday Rear might bite him to death. The boy smiled and told her that if he bit him to death, the dungeon would be destroyed too. Rear was smart, so he wouldn't do anything like that. Yuki stared at Lefi. The girl's hat was tilted and slightly covered her eyes. Her skirt dress was raised by the wind. She leaned over and, looking at him, asked why he was looking at her like that. Was he fascinated by her? The guy turned and walked on, saying that he just thought that her looks were the only good thing about him. The girl followed him, confronting him with why he used the word unique. They both walked behind Iruna. Iruna asked Rear if there was anything in that direction. He roofed. The girl turned and shouted that he said they should go this way. They agreed. Lefi stood up and said how energetic her companions were. They saw a big cloud in the sky and a big tree in the forest, and even if the three of them held hands, they wouldn't be able to embrace it. Yuki asked curiously how many thousands of years old it was. Iruna asked in surprise. Thousands? Yuki nodded and added that it was probably even older than Lefi. Lefi noted that she couldn't deny it, since trees had been growing in this place since before she was born. The butterfly flapped its wings in the air. Iruna noticed a large flower. Yuki noticed it too. The flower was so huge that it seemed like it could swallow his head whole. Lefi screamed at them not to get close to the flower. Lefi screamed that this flower can actually eat a whole head. Yuki screamed in surprise that it was a monster. The flower has a closed bud. They walked on, Iruna in front with Riro's pet, and Yuki with Lefi behind. They stopped, all three of them, with surprised big eyes, looking at something in admiration. A large, beautiful lake, surrounded by trees and flooded with sunlight. The water shimmered. The waves shimmered in the sun, as if covered with a scattering of diamonds. The girl hugged Rear by the fur and said that she had never seen such a beautiful place. Yuki looked at the lake in shock and asked if this was the place Riro had found. He nodded sheepishly. Lefi said that it was, of course, amazing. There was a dense manna around the lake. It shimmered on the water, playing with the sunbeams. The girl came closer to the lake and said that something new was being born inside her, a pleasant feeling that arose when she saw a place so saturated with manna. The guy, putting his hands behind his head and smiling, said, "Why don't they rest here for a while then?" Blue sky with light clouds, and green leaves of trees swaying above. The boy was lying on his pet with the girls, enjoying the sun's rays. Levi closed her eyes and smiled, feeling the pleasant warmth. Spending time peacefully with someone else, yes, it was very nice. "Relaxed," Yuki said, stroking Riru's head. Beside him, the girls lay quietly, immersed in a pleasant peace. Stroking Riru's fur, Yuki remarked that it was undeniably gorgeous. This guy's fluffiness was on another level. Iruna declared that fluffiness was justice. Iruna exclaimed that she wanted this fur to be her blanket. Riru roofed in fear. Yuki asked not to do it. Yuki exclaimed that he would teach Iruna to play with Riru. He picked up a plastic plate and said that she needed to take it first. Iruna asked in surprise what the round thing was. Yuki stroked Riru and asked if he was ready. The young man threw a plastic plate with all his might, shouting, "Catch it!" His pet ran after it as fast as he could. Riru deftly caught the plate in midair as it flew between the trees. The girls looked at it in amazement, and Yuki still stood in place, without changing his pose. Iruna praised Riru in surprise. Levi stood with her mouth open. Then she sighed and asked when he had learned to do that. Iruna ran forward with an excited cry, declaring that she wanted to do that too. She grabbed a plastic plate, and Yuki immediately began to teach her how to hold it correctly. The girl started playing with Riru and a plastic plate. Yuki went to the girl who was sitting by the tree. He offered her to play frisbee too, and she wouldn't have to hold back. She said she wasn't holding back at all, and she wasn't so tactless as to interfere with a child's play. Yuki said that he couldn't believe that a girl who was trying her best to beat a little girl in a board game would say such words. Levi cried out in embarrassment that it wasn't a game, but a real battle. The sun sets on the horizon, beautifully coloring the sky. Clouds slowly float. Iruna was sleeping peacefully on Yuki's back, and he, looking at the sky, called out to Levi. She touched the brim of her hat, looked at him, and calmly responded with a smile on her face. The boy decided not to say. The girl asked again. She was curious. He agreed, and said that he just wanted to play with everyone like this one more time. He walked forward, carrying the girl in his arms. Levi ran behind him, and Riru walked next to him. A beautiful, calm day. Iruna asked if Yuki had become cooler. He asked in surprise what was the matter. Maybe she wants new toys. She refused and said that she thought so too. She was next to her. They approached the table. Leo stood next to it and also noticed that somehow the atmosphere around the boy had changed. The young man assumed that it might be because he had stayed up late playing games with Levi. Layla came up with a tray in her hands, wished good morning with a smile on her face. She looked at Yuki and froze, saying, "My? Lord of Demons herself, is it possible that you came through the evolution of the race?" She finished. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" A menu status window appears here. Yuki said in amazement that his race was now a demon lord. Race evolution. When someone reaches a certain level, they evolve into the highest form of their race. This usually happens to non-humans. Yuki thought that maybe he had killed too many people with that trap this time. However, he said out loud that he did not feel any changes. Layla thought seriously. The demon lords were evolving their race faster than usual. Then she exclaimed with delight, which means they are more like monsters. In other words, the main creature may be the dungeon itself. Therefore, it forces the demon lords to protect themselves. Yuki responded nervously, noticing how she was staring at him. Why was she staring at him? The girl smiled and asked to forgive her rudeness. She was just thinking. The guy looked at her, dumbfounded, hugging himself with his arms. Afterwards, they began to discuss that it was time to call Levi for breakfast, but she was fast asleep. After a while in the hall, Yuki, sitting on the throne with the status window open, said that the item list in the dungeon had been updated. He thought that perhaps the dungeon really was evolving along with the demon lord. Levi was surprised to see that the evolution of the race seemed to affect the quality as well. Even his mana had changed. Levi stood in front of him, hands on her hips. Sitting in a chair, he asked if she had experienced anything like this. She replied that no, ancient dragons were already the strongest. The young man nodded, saying that he understood, and he couldn't help but think about the evolution of different types of dragons. He remembered that an ancient dragon is born immediately in its strongest form, while, for example, Dratini must first evolve into Dragonair, and then into Dragonite. After that, he wondered that her current level is 987. Right? Is it possible that the transition to the next stage will occur when Li-Fi reaches 1000? She calmly answered that her level will not change even in a few decades. So perhaps they will only know this in 1,000 years. Li-Fi asked how it was possible that he looked almost the same after evolving. After all, monsters normally get a new horn, or fangs, or their eyes change color when they evolve, and that there are some demonic races that grow something unusual, like tentacles. The young man resisted. The main character exclaimed to her that he definitely hadn't checked them yet. The hero spread his wings. Now he has wings a little lower on his back. He cursed that there were more of them. Li-Fi, with big admiring eyes and a blush on her cheeks, exclaimed how cool it was. The girl jumped on the guy and started asking to touch his wings. He started pushing the girl away with his hand while sitting, saying that she was a winged fetishist and it scared him. The movement of her hand was disgusting. She started making excuses, saying that isn't it normal, she will touch them gently, and everything will be over before he can come to his senses. He called her perverted. The boy screamed at her to calm down. He would let her touch his if she would let him touch her wings. The girl took her hands away and stood there, with her mouth open, her eyes wide, and a small blush on her cheeks. Li-Fi opened her wings. Yuki's hand slid over them. Li-Fi stood close to the guy. They both had their wings hidden. Yuki said with a blush on his face that her wings were beautiful. The girl stood there, visibly excited, and babbled that his wings were so cool. The guy was embarrassed. They continued touching each other's wings. The guy began to touch her wing with both hands, and think about why they felt so nice to the touch. And it would be heaven if he could sleep in them. The girl exclaimed that he could touch them like that, but let him do it more gently. She was shaking with excitement, and her face was completely red. The young man stood there, agitated, and apologized. The girl tried to catch her breath. She was still shaking, her cheeks were burning, and sweat was running down her skin. The boy gently touched her cheek and touched a strand of hair. Both were silent. Their breathing was intermittent, barely audible. Their bodies were overwhelmed by intense excitement. Then Layla suddenly walked past them and said that if they wanted to do something like that, then perhaps they should do it somewhere else. They both froze, looking at each other, and both of them screamed at the top of their lungs that she had misunderstood everything. Yuki walked around the room, his cheeks still burning, saying to himself that the feeling of touching her wing had not gone away, and that he might become a fetishist like her. Then the status window appeared. Since his race had become a demon lord, a new function had appeared that intrigued him. New construction function. Now you can build any objects that the user has in the utility. DB consumption depends on the size of the building. If you think about a castle, you can build a castle. The hero enthusiastically exclaimed that if you use this opportunity correctly, he will be able to build a real castle. The protagonist clenched his fist, and inspired, said that although it was quite expensive compared to buying a castle from a catalog, it was much cheaper. The only problem was how much magical power and imagination it would require. The young man walked out onto a wide plain, raised his hands to the sky, and joyfully exclaimed that he believed in his powers. He could do it! He was going to start creating a miniature with the help of earth magic and show off all his power as a man who spent countless hours in a computer game. Leo came out into the street with a basket in her hands. Seeing him, she stopped and asked what he was doing there. The young man, lying on the ground, looked up at the girl. She looked around and said in shock, "Was it him who did this?" The two miniature houses were standing quite close to each other. They were made of different materials and in different styles. The girl was surprised at how cool and skillful they were. The young man said that it was not in vain that he had been twiddling his thumbs. The girl asked why he was lying down. He only answered that his imagination had boiled over. She asked again. Yuki jumped to his feet and exclaimed that he couldn't stop there, because his goal was Anor Londo. Liu, who was standing to the side, looked at him in fear and shock. The others came out to them, praising the construction and asking what he was doing, admiring what a cute little house he had made. Layla calmly asked Leo, "Didn't she ask her to hang out the laundry?" The girl in the maid's clothes stood with an angry aura around her. Leo, kneeling with a dollhouse in his hands, tried to justify that it was the reason, and told her to look at the dollhouse. Layla asked if the Lord did it. Then Yuki appears from behind. Smiling, he says that yes, he even managed to paint it with earth magic. To which Lila answers that he and Levi themselves can certainly easily use higher magic, even without training, and that her knowledge of magic is small. The guy asks her again in surprise, is their magic really that different from the usual? The girl says that since they can use magic without reading, she assumes that they use primordial magic. The guy agrees. Layla said calmly that the original magic is considered lost in modern society and the world. There are now less than 100 people who can accept it. Yuki was speechless because of this information and froze. The maid continued to explain that modern magic uses reading to create a core before infusing it with magical power and activating it. However, there are rare exceptions that have a strong affinity with magic and can do this with just their imagination. Rarely are there true demons who can do this. Layla clarified that if he sees the difference in how a demon is born, Levi explained it to him before. Natural birth with the help of mana, and the child is born with magic. Bloodline, it is not a demon plus a demon that is combined, and the child already needs to learn magic. Yuki doesn't understand much about this. The girl noted that now she would have to erase everything again. The hero apologized, exhaled, and added that there was still a lot he didn't know. Maybe it would be better to go to the outside world himself. The young man approached Levi and asked her to ask him something. She was lying face down on the pillow. She suddenly raised her head, still embarrassed, and asked him what he wanted to ask. The guy put his hand on his neck and started to ask shyly if she knew a way to increase magic power. Well, other than leveling up. He wants to do something, but he thinks magic power won't be enough. Levi, already sitting in the frog pose, asked again if he wanted to use some kind of forbidden magic, even if his magical power was already great. Yuki awkwardly said that it was not that dangerous. The girl explained to him that she didn't know what he was trying to do, but she could continue to lend him her magic power. It would be like how they learned magic, only now she would channel the magic into him instead of through him. The boy wondered if that meant he could do the same. Levi started to get up from the bed and clarified that it was impossible for him now. He had to keep his magic power inside himself before sending it out. Yuki had to be able to control his magic for that. The boy nodded, showing that he understood, but still explained that he couldn't do it without her help. The girl agreed, but only for donuts. Starting the lesson, she explained that if he wanted to try another method, he would have to lower the level of his magic power. When he does this, his mana will increase slightly after recovery. Using water magic, he will be able to better sense and control the flow of his power. Yuki smiled wider and thanked her, saying that her words really helped. The girl lightly squeezed her hand behind her back and quietly replied, "Yeah, okay." Levi looked at him with a warm, gentle gaze and said that she was glad to be of some help, softly saying his name. The young man suddenly dropped to his knees, covering his face with a blush. The girl looked at him in confusion and said, "What happened?" He waved it off, saying that the cuteness indicator was broken. A couple of days later, Levi sleepily rubbed her eyes and rose from the pillow. The girl rose to her knees and, stretching, sleepily muttered that she had slept well. Suddenly she noticed someone's figure and froze, peering in bewilderment. A familiar silhouette sat on the throne. The girl said the young man's name, asking what he was doing. Yuki sat fully armored, only his eye was visible from under his helmet. He said loudly and majestically that he was now looking for inspiration. Could Yuki finally awaken to a new world? Levi stood in front of him with her hands on her hips and looked ahead. She repeated again what he was doing. The guy asked for a little more, just a little more. Looking at her in his helmet, he continued to say grandly that in just a little while, his plan for the demon castle would be complete. He believed that he would gain enlightenment if he looked like a true demon lord. Levi yawned. In the area of the plain, Levi, with his hands behind his head behind Yuki, asks that if he wants to build a castle, then why not just ask Lila for advice, since her knowledge is much broader. And she also knows something about construction and art. Yuki commented on her advice, saying that he had tried asking her twice before, but he had used unique magic, causing her to focus solely on her. Also, she wasn't very good at understanding buildings. Levi admitted that she could imagine it. The hero asked Levi if she had burned the demon castle, and also if she had seen the human castle. She confirmed it. She also said that his miniature houses were, of course, amazing, but what is that next to them? The robot dog stood with its tail straight. Yuki said that it was a super transforming and docking Mofrir 2.0. The girl clarified that it could transform and dock. Yuki laughed at her and said, "Of course not. Can't she use common sense?" There's no way he can do that. Levi stood there and stared at him silently. The sudden explosion that Levi made, Yuki screamed in despair about his transformer and then asked with fear, "For what?" Levi angrily replied that it really irritated her. Yuki fell to his knees and burst into tears, crying out how she could do this to his masterpiece. He could have joined the Paw Patrol. The girl was surprised by such a violent reaction. She began to apologize, justifying herself by saying that she only did it because his face seemed terribly irritating to her. Then she also sat down on her knees and added that it was her fault. But couldn't he do something even cooler right now? The boy's nose became pointed, and he proudly declared that he was the most creative demon lord. The girl added that this was why she wanted to see the blueprint of the castle he was talking about. He loudly agreed, and sharply showed it. At that moment, a robot that looked exactly like Levi appeared. Yuki shouted proudly, "Super transforming and docking Lephius, version 2.0. The guy continued to tell the story, shouting enthusiastically that if you add a dark aura and sinister fangs, you get a crazy version. The girl blew up the robot, screaming for it to stop immediately, and adding that it was a quote. He shouted reproachfully at her that she had done it again. But he could have become a ranger. But then, with a serious expression on his face and in a motivating tone, he shouted that he would not lose. He would prove that his art was not inferior to the art of explosions. Version 3.0.4.0.5.0. And these versions immediately exploded. The girl screamed for him to stop this madness. She did not want to be seen in this series, but the hero did not calm down. He proudly declared that he did not care, and he would send his robots to the casting, because he had many more versions in stock. Levi screamed for him not to do this. Evening came. They stretched out tiredly on the grass. The guy, exhausted, asked her to return to the beginning. The girl agreed. The young man completed his training a couple of days later with a smile and joy. They all walked together, Yuki with Levi in front, and the maids with Iruna rear and Shi behind them. Iruna asked curiously why they had come here. Yuki exclaimed that they were here to witness how he embodied the dreams and ambitions of all men. Levi muttered that he had completely lost touch with reality. The maids glanced at each other and noted that he was acting strangely, but that was probably how it was with men. The young man, grinning, looking at Levi, said that strength, will, magic, imagination, and everything is ready. But if he asked for help, he swallowed his drink Levi sent him. The hero froze, internally preparing for a blow. He opened the menu window, clicked on Activate Construction, and froze tensely. The hero noted in his mind that his mana had run out faster than he expected, and he should have been holding the image of the castle in his head. His heart began to beat faster. He turned to Levi for help. She understood immediately. The castle appeared with a deafening roar, shrouded in thick fog. Layla exclaimed that the amount of magic was simply astonishing. Liu noted that this was much more grandiose than large-scale sorcery. The fog began to dissipate. Everyone looked up in amazement. The guy was shocked to the core. On a huge castle with many towers, it had a bridge with railings. Yuki, with tears in his eyes, whispered that everything was finally finished. The girls noticed with a smile that it turned out even bigger than they expected. A huge castle towered before them. Liu, looking around with her friend, noticed that there were so many rooms. Layla added in shock that she couldn't imagine how long it would take to clean. Iruna, running up to Yuki, exclaimed with a beaming smile that this was now their new home. The guy responded with a smile, admitting that he had never seen such a huge castle before. But inside, he was already taken aback. His strength turned out to be much more powerful than he expected. Levi turned to him and said that she wanted to eat and sleep. The young man was asked where the doors to the living room were. He was momentarily dumbfounded, realizing that he had not yet thought out the layout himself. After some time, the maids were sorting out the dishes. The young man sat on the throne, resting his head on his hand. Opposite him, the girls were animatedly discussing the futon, and Iruna and Shi, unable to restrain themselves, hurried to inspect the castle. The guy looked away sullenly, thinking about the fact that the castle was now idle. The hero muttered to himself that it was a good thing the castle had turned out so huge. It was hard to get around, the corridors were endlessly long, there were too many rooms and buildings. But that was okay. After all, he had just fulfilled every man's dream. And perhaps the castle would be able to scare off scouts. Who wouldn't be scared at the sight of such a monster? He slowly leaned back on the throne, feeling neither joy nor satisfaction, only fatigue. Li-Fi tried to cheer him up by saying that it was the most magnificent castle she had ever seen. Yuki replied tiredly that she should just admit that the castle was too big for anyone to use properly. The girl asked him what was wrong, since he was rarely such a pessimist. The girl suddenly lowered her knee between his knees. Yuki froze, blushed slightly, and quietly uttered her name, with a hint of embarrassment and surprise. The girl suddenly lay down on him, as if it was the most natural thing. The guy froze. His eyes widened, his cheeks turned pink from embarrassment. She pressed her head to him and asked if he liked it. He immediately answered that he did not expect it. The dragoness only grinned, looking at him with a slight smirk, said that he should just relax and, he is very interesting. The girl continued to say that thanks to him she was no longer bored, and every day was very fun. Yuki listened attentively. Yuki asked if she was cheering him up now. She, sitting on his lap, agreed and added that her partner was still gloomy. The girl took him by the neck and, bringing her head closer, said that his little sister should spoil him. Then, closing her eyes and smiling slightly, she added that it was warm. The girl came to him and said that she would always be there for him to laugh when he did something stupid. The guy first looked at her with tenderness, and then, smiling, thanked her. Iruna ran into the room and exclaimed that it was unfair. She wanted to sit on Yuki's lap too. Li-Fi supported her without hesitation. The young man was taken aback and asked them to wait, because if they both sat down. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Alicia, Prince Ryutu Glorio Alicia slammed the table hard and cursed in frustration. He sat, looking gloomily ahead, and a man in a black cloak stood next to him. The prince turned to him. What should they do now? If they wanted victory, they needed a much larger army. But if they sent for reinforcements, the king would immediately understand their intentions. The prince sat, visibly worried, and continued his monologue. He said that he understood that they could no longer cover for the nobles after this failure. Trust in him had fallen, and they had lost all authority. His hand shook, he sighed heavily and looked at the man in the cloak. If we can't send a large army, why not send a few strong adventurers they have orichalcum, he said. The man in black replied that he didn't think that would be enough. Besides, they were busy with something else right now. The young man then asked what about what the church had received. The man in black clarified whether he meant the heroes, adding that they were under the protection of the church and were most likely still undergoing training. The prince noted with relief that it would be enough to give the church a decent amount. They may act like saints, but in reality they are people who are hungry for money. The man cautiously inquired where they were going to get the funds for this. The prince interrupted him and answered sharply that in that case, it would be the fault of those who believed the verbal promise. The man understood everything. Through the forest thicket, among the tall trees, women's legs walked leisurely. A large bird flew by and screamed loudly. The girl stopped in fear. She shuddered, pressed herself against herself, and breathed out, "God!" The girl asked why everything turned out this way for her. The girl with short black hair stood there, afraid. She was Nell the hero. Tears were welling up in her eyes. What awaited the girl, full of anxiety, in the depths of the forest? Nell, human, level 42, class hero, title, Mistress of the Holy Sword. In the midst of decorating the castle, Yuki stood by the window with the menu open and was amazed that there really were heroes in this world. And this girl's status was much higher than all the people he had seen so far. He walked up to the window, spread his wings, and noted to himself that Nell looked really strong. Then he flew out the window and soared into the sky, heading towards the boys who were having tea. The boy landed, and Li-Fi immediately began to touch his wings. He was a little taken aback, but still shared the news. It seemed that a hero had appeared in the castle, and they should go to the throne room. Li-Fi did not listen to him, and continued to twist her wing. The maid girls were surprised. "Hero?" Liu was wary, and Layla said curiously that she wanted to see her. In response, Liu flared up that the hero is a killing machine. They exterminate non-humans without thinking, and she can't meet her. Yuki silently watched the scene, and thought about how differently the races react to the appearance of the hero. Leo headed towards the entrance of the hall with Iruna. The young man agreed with Leo's speech and said that they should leave just in case. Although he was sure that everything would be fine, Iruna went understandingly. Li-Fi asked if he needed help. The boy refused, he added, that Li-Fi could not worry, and offered to check the castle's defense system at the same time. Meanwhile, the hero, a girl, entered the cave and looked around in surprise that the cave was inside a dungeon. She said that does this mean that the demon lord himself lives here? The girl remembered the training, where she was told that the demon lords lived in the cursed forest and had an extremely high status. There were even rumors that one of them was a spawn of the dungeon itself. Their main base should be right in front of the Supreme Dragon's territory. And if she realized that it was too difficult for her, she should not hesitate to use the Grimudra that was given to her and retreat immediately. Neil walked through the dungeon and suddenly noticed a door, massive, high, clearly guarding something important. She came closer, ran her hand over the cold surface, and began to gently knock on the door. The girl screamed in fear. The door opened, and the dark-haired girl saw a large, majestic castle. She looked at him in surprise, and she became alert, grabbing the sword. In the castle at this moment, Yuki sat with a smile on his face. Levi, who was sitting on him, looked at him and asked him what kind of smile he was making. The guy answered that it was definitely not, because the hero was stunned by his majestic castle, illyasviel. The dragoness asked him forcefully, "Does he have any intention to kill that girl?" And that she does not feel any intention to kill from him, as before. The young man sat with an agitated and awkward expression on his face. The girl called him a womanizer. The guy tried to justify himself by saying that she looked the same age as Levi in appearance, and if he killed her, it would leave an unpleasant aftertaste. The girl, looking at him, replied that he should do as he wanted. The young man tried to calm her down, telling her to relax and just watch. At this time, the heroine Nell carefully walked around the castle. He had a sword in his hand as he passed by the knight's armor. She looked around warily. Nell looked at the armor cautiously and wondered if it looked like this before. She didn't feel the presence of the monster, so it was just her imagination. Now she's just trying to calm herself down, repeating that all of this is just her imagination. The girl sharply cut one of the armors and was surprised that nothing happened. The armor broke and fell to the floor. Nell walked further down the corridor, very frightened, not understanding what was happening. After all, the girl did not sense any hostile intent. The corridor never ended. Only new silhouettes of armor stretched ahead. Her shadow stretched across the floor. She came to the same place where she had recently cut one of the armors. Everything inside her was clenched with fear. She realized that she had just left here, and now here again. Suddenly, a door nearby swung open with a deafening roar. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere emanated from the door. The girl, in complete horror, said that she could not sense a single living being, even with all her skills. She stood there, confused, not understanding what was happening. And suddenly, right behind her, a smiling female head flew at her. Nell screamed with all her might. Yuki couldn't help but laugh, his nose even sharpened with mirth. It was funny to tears to watch the hero girl fall into traps. He chuckled and noted to himself that he now understood what the demon lords in the games felt like. When players fly into their traps again and again, they barely move on. This time, it wasn't just the trap, but the people behind it, the ghosts. One of the inhabitants of the dungeon, they were real monsters. 3 ghost girls were floating in the air. Law was a mind magic specialist, Ray had telekinesis, and Rui controlled illusions. Yuki happily declared that the heroine girl's abilities would not allow her to detect these 3. After all, they just like to joke around. And the dungeon's defense system, in haunted house mode, works as it should. He added that he would think about a surefire kill mode and annihilation mode too. After all, that's the best part of playing tower defense. Levi, who was standing nearby, said that not only does he like Lolis, but he also bullies girls. What a hopeless person he is. Iruna added that she would start feeling guilty towards the heroine if he continued to tease her like that. Yuki panicked and exclaimed that she was the enemy, and they should know it themselves. The heroine sank to her knees in the corner. At first she was shaking and sobbing, and then she couldn't take it anymore and started crying for real. The 2 girls turned to Yuki again. He bashfully exclaimed that he understood and promised to stop immediately. He walked towards the hero girl. In the corridor he saw her squatting and crying. Yuki was embarrassed by this sight. He tried to call out to her. She turned around and, seeing him, screamed in fear. She, in a panic, crawled on her knees, screaming that he was a ghost. Yuki slowly walked towards her, trying to calmly tell her that he was human and she had misunderstood everything. The girl stopped, trembling. The young man leaned towards her, but 3 little toy girls with buttons instead of eyes were already circling above his head. The girl screamed that there was someone behind him. The young man calmly turned around and thanked them for their work and said that they could go play somewhere else. The ghost girls flew away with a cheerful melody. The heroine, still wary, looked at him and asked if he could control the castle's monsters, and if he was, by any chance, the demon lord. The girl, sitting on her knees, took out her sword and shouted that she was Nell's hero and asked if he was ready. The guy calmly told her that her eyes were red. Nell quickly rubbed them and muttered that it's all because of those cheap traps he set up here. Yuki continued, "What, isn't it logical to intimidate a random stranger with a weapon who enters someone else's house? The uninvited guest here is her, and to be honest, he didn't think that she would sit down and cry." All embarrassed, with a red face, she squealed that she hadn't cried at all. The guy nodded and said that he understood and let her leave already. They had enough to do here. Yuki thought mentally that he could do some laundry and decorate the castle. The girl shouted back that if she left, he would attack people again. The demon lord calmly asked if she was referring to the time he killed the criminals who kidnapped his family, or the time when several soldiers came to kill him. The girl was confused. She clearly did not expect such an answer. She confusedly tried to object, but the guy, interrupting her, said that he did not know that she had heard about him, but did she always think about her actions in advance? Yuki continued to say that he understood perfectly well that she would not believe him anyway. But despite this, he never starts a fight first. However, he has no pity for his enemies either. If they attack, there is no mercy to be expected. The girl looked at him fearfully, almost in a daze, as if she did not expect to hear such words. She stuttered, but decided to ask if he would kill her, to which Yuki, without batting an eyelid, replied that he would not. She was just a girl, or rather, a brat. Killing people like that was not in his interests. The young man had already started to leave, when suddenly a girl shouted from behind him that he shouldn't call her a brat. He only replied that she was a child, no matter how you looked at it. But then he waved it off. It doesn't matter. He said goodbye to the young lady. Then she screamed loudly for him to stop. Yuki froze. With surprise and wariness, Nell, embarrassed and with an awkward smile on her face, informed him that her hips were not responding and asked him to help her. Steam glistens on the surface of the hot springs, and the water shimmers softly. Someone's foot slowly sinks into the warm surface, causing light circles. Nell sat naked on the warm stones, drops of water slowly trickling down her body. She slowly sank into the water. Her face was one of pleasure and quiet relaxation. She sat in the water, her arms wrapped around her knees, her fingers barely touching them. The steam rose to the sky like a thin veil. "Where did I go wrong?" she whispered quietly. The door opened and someone's shadow came in. Nell is relaxing in the bath. Wait, this is the demon lord's castle, she knows? The girl, hugging herself, recalled the last time she took a bath. Her thoughts smoothly carried her to a recent moment. How the demon lord carried her in his arms and said something like that she should stay here for the night, that it was dangerous outside now. Too many monsters roaming in the dark. He also added that Layla would take care of her. The girl, diving into the water a little lower, said what a strange demon lord this was. The girl continued to mutter under her breath that her search skill hadn't worked on him at all. Did that mean he hadn't seen her as an enemy to begin with? After all, search wouldn't activate unless there was hostility towards the user. The words the demon lord had said to her suddenly popped into her head, about whether she really thought about her actions in advance. And then there was a sudden knock. The girl shuddered. Iruna came in naked, and said that this was the same girl who cried because of her little brother. Nell jumped up and cried out in embarrassment that such words hit her right in the heart, and could she stop? They sat down in the water together. Nell asked doubtfully, after all, she wasn't the demon lord's younger sister? Iruna nodded happily. Yes, but her brother was still Iruna's brother. Nell muttered that he had actually kidnapped a little girl. Iruna snorted at this and immediately objected that it was not like that at all. He had saved her. She tilted her head to the side and her cheeks flushed slightly. With love in her voice, the girl began to tell her what a wonderful brother she had. He played with her all the time, always there. True, sometimes he could be terribly stupid, but she liked that side of him in its own way. Nell awkwardly agreed and thought that the girl looked at him with such respect, so the rumor that he had a fetish for Lolas was true. The girl carefully asked Iruna if the demon lord had done anything strange to her. The girl happily raised her head and replied that he was always strange, always looking for something. doing some kind of things, coming up with incomprehensible things. Nell kept up the conversation with a forced smile, nodding and pretending to understand everything. In reality, she was completely confused. It seemed like she didn't know anything about the demon lord at all. Nell emerged from the hot springs, wrapping herself in a robe. Around the corner, she suddenly spotted Yuki. He was kneeling and making a hasty, almost incoherent excuse. He said he had no ulterior motives, that she had no strength left. After all, the castle was full of empty rooms. He was even going to ask her about things related to people. His voice trembled. Li-Fi looked at him angrily. There was not a drop of trust in her gaze. She reproached Yuki for talking complete nonsense, just to drag another girl into the castle. And, as it turned out, in addition to this, there were 3 more ghost girls living in the castle, about whom she knew nothing at all. Yuki only made excuses that he didn't choose their appearance when he summoned them. Li-Fi noticed Nell. She bowed to her and thanked her for the bath. Li-Fi clarified that she was the hero crybaby. Nell was very embarrassed. Layla walked behind Nell, leading Iruna. She said she had brought her clothes to the room. Iruna said goodnight. Maid Liu called Layla, afraid of the crybaby hero. Yuki panicked and offered to show some hospitality to the hero, but Li-Fi grabbed his shoulder and furiously told him to leave it to Lila, and he would stay with her all night. Nell watched as the screaming demon lord was taken away, shocked. The next morning, in a Japanese-style house, the young man asked who had told her about this place. Nell answered calmly. In the church, they talked about a demon that she had to castrate for having too many victims. The guy, indignant, asked if that was the whole reason. It is possible to be at least a little skeptical or at least doubt the words of others. The girl nodded, apologizing. The protagonist asked her that it was the church, and not the army. The girl answered that she was connected to the church and had heard the information from the captain of the Holy Knights. The demon lord calmly replied that everything depended on what he did next. The heroine noticed that the man looked completely unconvincing. Then she exclaimed in alarm, afraid that the young man would go to punish him. He then added that she must be sure to tell the others that he would punish anyone who encroached on his house. Nell nodded, stuttering slightly. At the same time, she thought that he did not force any of the girls to follow him. The girl kept thinking that he was only taking revenge in response to the attack, but she wasn't sure if that was true. Yuki yawned sleepily. The girl clenched her fists and realized that he was someone she could talk to, and that he was hospitable, and that his servants had an opinion. She began to seriously doubt herself. After all, she only came here to fight them because the people said they were in the way. Did she deserve to be called a hero? The protagonist asked her what she was thinking about. She waved it off, and she said that she wanted to ask him a question. Nell continued asking what he was muttering when he drove. Is it true that he likes Lolis? Yuki was drinking and spat out the drink noisily, choking. Nell grimaced. Yuki jumped up, blushing to his ears, and began to justify himself, almost shouting that everyone was calling him a lolicon. The heroine looked at him doubtfully and asked if he could really like Iruna. Yuki denied her words and said that Iruna was like a younger sister to him and that Nell should not think anything like that. Then, Nell asked about the girl with silver hair. The boy shouted that she was different from Iruna. The girl asked him again what that meant. The boy replied that that was not what he meant. Yuki began to speak with noticeable uncertainty, that Li-Fi was one of the few who spoke to him as an equal, and he added that he took her seriously. Nell froze for a moment, then grinned and noted that he looked more like a cosplayer than a demon lord. Yuki immediately became very embarrassed. After that, she added, a little more softly, that he himself should think carefully before jumping to conclusions. Yuki mentally agreed with her words, sat down in his place and folded his arms. Yuki seriously considered that the hero had been sent alone, the army was also small, and who was behind this? But at least the country had not openly declared the infiltration. He wondered, in his mind, who could move part of the army and at the same time have a connection with the church. Most likely, such a person was close to power, perhaps even in the government itself. The protagonist noticed that simple guesses were of little use. It would be much faster to just ask directly. He asked Nell for a favor, but she clearly would have preferred not to listen to him at all. The young man, throwing his hands up, loudly exclaimed that he had arrived in the city. He stood right at the gate, attracting the gaze of passers-by. There were 2 girls walking behind him. Nell, blushing, asked him to stop. She was ashamed. Li-Fi decided to call her by her name, and only sighed, saying that she should give up. He was always like that. The boy happily exclaimed that the last time he was in the city, he didn't even have time to look around. Everything flew by because of the rush and business. Now he feels a little sorry for those left in the castle, but he intends to have fun while he gathers information. Everyone in the castle said that he should leave the worries to them, and Levi took care of him. He came closer to the city gates, but a guard blocked his way. The guy chuckled in surprise. The guard demanded to see his ID. The young man tensed slightly. Then Nell stepped forward and calmly declared that she represented the church and the others were her companions. The girl showed a ring with an engraved symbol and calmly asked for a temporary ID card and to allow them to pass. The guard, noticing the sign, was confused, immediately apologized, and asked to wait a minute. Yuki watched silently with interest. Levi called her name again and asked what exactly she had shown. Nell calmly replied that it was a special pass from the church. After all, it was unacceptable for the hero to be stopped at every border. Nell hides the fact that she is a hero, so she asked them to be more careful when they call her. The guys agreed, smiling, saying that they understood everything, and it was a piece of cake. The guard returned and handed Nell a temporary pass. He warned them that if they caused any problems, they would be kicked out immediately. It would be best to be careful with a pass like that. The city was shining, there was movement everywhere. People were rushing about their business. The vendors were selling, the shop was standing, and there was a crowd at the fountain. Yuki, not hiding his excitement, said that to begin with, they should. 2 girls stood behind him. The girl with short hair looked at him with uncertainty, and Levi looked at the city with admiration. The protagonist continued that it would be nice to have a snack. The city is full of all kinds of food for every taste. They walked through the market. Levi and Yuki were both excitedly trying to decide where to eat. Meanwhile, Nell walked tiredly behind. The boy, holding a shashlik in his hand, noted that the meat turned out to be quite tasty. Levi, sitting next to him and sipping from a bowl, added that the taste was almost the same as that prepared by Layla, although the soup, in her opinion, still turned out better than Liu's. Yuki noted and stated that at this moment, she was behaving exactly like a normal person. The girl sat nearby, slowly nibbling on her food. The guy, looking at her, remarked that it would be nice if she hid her horns and tail all the time. The girl, responding to his remark, said that he would also feel strange if he lost a body part. The guy nodded. Yes, it really is unpleasant. She chewed and reached for the food he silently handed her pieces. The young man, holding his shashlik in his teeth and hand, heard a noise nearby and decided to see what was going on. A man was standing by the fountain casting a spell, and a crowd of onlookers had already gathered around him. They were standing in a crowd of people. Yuki was surprised to notice that magic could be used like that. A girl with silver hair was jumping up and down next to them, trying to look ahead, and complaining that she couldn't see anything because of the crowd. The boy dropped to one knee. The girl jumped on his shoulders, delightedly noticing how well everything could be seen now. The young man was slightly confused by the surprise. She, smiling cheerfully, added that she didn't mind if he got aroused by her, but advised him to keep his lustful face under control. The guy blushed and muttered that he wasn't aroused at all. Nell watched them, silently listening to the argument that had begun. Levi, sitting on his shoulders, playfully touched his chin and nose. The guy looked at her with flushed cheeks, noticeably embarrassed. The heroine glanced at them, and with a slight smile noted that they got along well. The girl noticed the guild building and suggested that they stop by once they had finished inspecting it, so that they could get their ID cards as soon as possible. Even the hero had no choice but to grin at the funny combination of Lord, Demon, and Supreme Dragon. Levi thoughtfully asked if adventurers were the ones who hunted monsters and other races. Levi sat on his shoulder with her hand on his head. Yuki countered with a smile that logically he should be their target too, and he couldn't wait to visit the Adventurers Guild. Nell responded to Levi's words that yes, it was true. The main job of adventurers was to subdue monsters, but it all depended on the mission itself. Sometimes they just worked as bodyguards or collected precious herbs. They didn't kill all the time. They all continued to walk forward. Levi, sitting on Yuki's shoulders, calmly said that she had been attacked by crowds of adventurers in the past. Yuki, holding her legs tightly, remarked that perhaps she had simply been mistaken for a monster. The girl, narrowing her eyes, replied that in that case, all those impolite people should be destroyed. Nell immediately asked her not to do it with concern, adding that she herself did not understand why they attacked Li-Fi. Adventurers Guild. A place where some people look for people to do the job, and others look for the job itself. Everything is simple here. There is an order. Go and take it. They also issue ID cards here. It was lively inside. People were walking in different directions, some were standing by the stairs, some were already climbing. There were leaflets with tasks hanging on a large board. People were crowding around it, studying what was more profitable. Some were sitting at tables, discussing details. Some were standing at the counter, filling out paperwork. The girl in the hat with pigtails, standing behind the reception desk, asked how she could help. Nell replied that she wanted to register her friends as adventurers. Yuki stood nearby, looking around. The receptionist looked at Li-Fi and asked again, "Her too?" Li-Fi and Yuki stood next to each other, arms crossed. Yuki glanced at Li-Fi and repeated the receptionist's words, calling her a young lady. She, without changing her expression, calmly asked if he wanted to say something. Yuki remained silent. Nell confirmed their backgrounds, and the receptionist handed them forms to fill out. They stepped aside. The heroine began filling out the form. Yuki turned to Li-Fi and asked if she could write. He could at least read. The skill helped. Li-Fi replied that only if it was an ancient language. Nell offered to fill it out for her. While filling out the form, she asked what their full name was. The boy replied that he was just Yuki, and the dragoness Lephios. Next up is class. The boys' class was Demon Lord of Justice. The girls was Supreme Dragon. They both thought for a moment, looking at each other. The boy thought that if they were registered with such classes, it might cause problems. So he asked the registrar what class even meant. The girl with pigtails explained that class is the role a person plays in combat. She said that you can write in whatever seems appropriate. She added that you can find out your class using the analysis skill or using the evaluation crystal in the guild. However, the crystal will show not only combat classes but also regular classes and also the entire status. The young man refused, slightly nervous. The boy thought that if such tools existed, then perhaps he should hide his status the same way Li-Fi did. He asked her what she thought his class was. Li-Fi, without thinking, suggested a baggage carrier, since he was still weak in combat. The young man immediately agreed. Nell looked at them and reminded them that a baggage carrier was not a combat class, and asked if they understood that. The protagonist asked Nell to write them down as a swordsman and a mage. Li-Fi immediately objected, saying that she could do other things. Yuki said that she couldn't imagine it. Nell put her hand on her head, closed her eyes for a moment, and said that a swordsman and a mage would do. The girl filling out the form asked at the end what their most developed skill was, clarifying that she was only interested in the attacking one. The young man answered, "Magic." She asked again in surprise, because he was a swordsman. He did not argue with this. Nell rewrote him as a magician. The girl asked what skill Li-Fi had. She proudly answered that her skill was breathing. The heroine asked again. Li-Fi nodded and said that she could shoot beams from her mouth that would burn everything around her. The guy enthusiastically exclaimed that he wanted to see it. Nell froze in shock. The dragoness calmly added that if she did it here, there would be nothing left of the city. Nell screamed that she would write down her magic. The girl with pigtails said that the registration was completed based on the information provided, and now it was time to put your hand to the magic instrument. The boy obediently placed his hand on the device, and it began to scan his palm. The young man was handed a card and told that the registration was complete, and that this plate would be his identification. The boy looked at it with admiration. The guy noted that everything was much easier than he expected. The receptionist replied that if it were more difficult to register, fewer people would come. Then she began to outline the basics for budding adventurers. Yuki and Nell came up behind Li-Fi and said they were done. The silver-haired girl rubbed her eyes sleepily. Nell said that they could now officially go out into the city and reminded them not to forget to return the temporary passes. The young man, looking at her, thanked her. The protagonist leaned towards Nell and quietly asked if the item box could be used here. She replied that if he meant storage magic, it was rare, but such cases do happen, so everything would be fine. He activated the storage magic and stuck his hand in, smiling and saying that he felt bad that Nell was paying for everything. He was told that the guild bought materials from monsters, so he could sell a few simple beasts that were easy to hunt. The huge mountain of bodies of animals and monsters turned into neat little bags of coins before our eyes. When he pulled out all the monster corpses, the people around him froze in surprise. With a smug expression, he remarked that it seemed he was able to show them the difference in strength. Li-Fi, looking at him, calmly said that instead of such a face, it would be better to buy food. The young man gave one of the bags of coins to the heroine. She looked at him in surprise and asked if she could really take it. He nodded, explaining that it was payment for the food she had bought. The girl hesitantly asked if she could definitely keep it, and if she would ask him to return it later. The boy refused to take the bag back and looked at his card, asking what that strange pattern was on its surface. Nell, putting the coins away, said it was because of the pulsation of his magic. This pattern is called a magical crest. Each person has their own, and by it you can identify the owner. It is enough to simply pass the magic through the card. The protagonist directed a stream of his magic at the card. The surface of the plate immediately glowed with a soft light, and a pattern of circles appeared on it, as if it had come to life from the touch. The girl explained with a smile that the card glowed only in the hands of the owner. No one else could activate it. This was the protection against counterfeiting. Yuki nodded, admitting that everything was done really well. Then he asked what those who had no magic at all did. At this time, Li-Fi grabbed him by the t-shirt and pulled him towards the food. The girl was interested in what he was talking about, because there are no people without magic at all. There are only those who have problems with mana circulation. For them, there are separate methods. Yuki caught himself thinking that he had forgotten again. He was in another world, after all. Nell clarified that such IDs were only required in this city and the capital, and the pattern on them reflected the characteristics of the owner's magic. Yuki's were circles resembling fingerprints. Li-Fi's were flames. The guy asked if Li-Fi had fire. She nodded. Yes, it was definitely fire. She handled it best, but, she added, fire is not very versatile. That's why she didn't show it to him before, because it can only set fires. The guy remarked that this was not cool enough. Looking at the girl, she looked at him in surprise. He added that he was sure her fire had a truly amazing heat. Li-Fi had a slight smile on her face, and she quietly grabbed the boy by the back of his shirt. They were walking along a city street. Li-Fi hummed a melody softly to herself. Yuki and Nell were talking to each other, noticing that some annoying people had appeared somewhere nearby. Suddenly, they were surrounded by armed men on all sides. They grinned and looked at them. The protagonist asked if they were taught that it was bad to point blades at people. One of them replied that unfortunately he was taught only one thing, that the weak should leave everything and run. The young man asked them if they hadn't seen how many monster materials he had sold. Wasn't it obvious that he had killed them all? One of the robbers replied that a brat like him would never be able to defeat such monsters, and that he had most likely simply stolen them. Yuki said with irony that those monsters are not strong, and looked at the menu. A bearded robber. Race human, class experienced fighter. Titles: killer, tyrant, thief, berserker. The protagonist thought, only this man is strong enough. All the others are ordinary hooligans. He noted that the easiest thing would be to kill them all and put them in a box with things to erase the evidence. The guy thought even more deeply. He just wanted to continue the tour, and if someone saw that he had killed them, they could be thrown out of the city. The robber grinned and asked that he and the silver-haired girl were monsters after all. The bearded man pulled out some kind of vial and noted that it was this very instrument that gave them away, and they would be in serious trouble if anyone found out about this. The man continued that demons were the enemies of humanity, and if you harmed them, you could get away with it. But if the demons attacked, all the city soldiers would come running. The trio listened to him silently, watching carefully. The man chuckled and added that if he wanted to keep quiet, he should leave all the money here. And the woman. He intended to have a lot of fun with her. The man did not calm down, and said that she would not be able to live without them later. Li-Fi only sighed heavily. At that moment, a sharp, piercing laugh was heard from behind. The earth shook and the robber screamed. The demon lord grabbed the bandit by the throat, lifted him off the ground, and growled what he had just said. With a stern face and fury in his voice, he added, "About my woman?" The words, "my woman," echoed in Li-Fi's head. She froze, staring at the empty space in front of her. The man indignantly shouted that he was a bastard. The girl suddenly blushed scarlet. Her eyes widened in surprise. Li-Fi put her hands on her cheeks. Yuki said that even his vocabulary was small, and hit him. Li-Fi still could not recover from the embarrassment. While the girl smiled embarrassedly, blows were heard. The young man said that he probably could not let them go so easily. The girl took a deep breath, enjoying the moment. The boy stood next to his companion and said that she had done a great job, deliberately calling her by her name rather than her heroine title. The girl replied with a slight smile that he had done well too. Levi had only just come to her senses, as if waking up from a light trance. Only the bearded robber remained. The rest were already lying on the ground, defeated. He cursed under his breath and tightened his grip on the axe handle. The man pulled out an axe and placed it in front of him. He said aggressively and confidently that they would regret it, that they made him get it. Yuki opened his status menu. The numbers lit up before his eyes. The noticeably increased indicators were immediately noticeable. HP and MP rose to a new level. Strength increased by 202, endurance by 285, agility by 159, magic power by 180. The demon lord was taken aback by how much his status had grown. The girl next to him noticed that the man had a demonic weapon. In the system window, acts of anger and resentment, an axe that was used for countless murders. As the blood of its victims seeped into the metal, resentment and hatred became one with the weapon. The wielder of the axe would slowly be consumed by madness. His status would begin to rise. Quality A+. An ominous aura could be felt near the axe. The young man put his hand in his sleeve, the corners of his lips raised in a cheeky smile. He said that he was about to show his ace in the hole. What was this trump card that Yuki had up his sleeve that he was so sure of? The eyes of the bearded bandit were burning with murderous lust, and a wide, mad smile spread across his face. Nell quietly said that her sacred sword could also be called an enchanted blade, but she had never seen a weapon with such a powerful magical aura. Yuki muttered that he was about to show his ace up his sleeve. He slowly pulled both his hands out of his sleeve with a serious and threatening look. The girls stared in surprise at what he pulled out. The boy took out a sword the size of himself. The girls exclaimed how big it was. In the system window, Fortress Destroyer, a black as steel sword made by the demon lord Yuki. It is unusually heavy. No normal person can lift it. Quality A+. The idea behind this black sword was that it was harder, sharper, and heavier than normal. It was for this reason that it could not be enchanted. Magic simply did not linger within its structure. This made the sword a purely physical weapon, designed for pure destructive power. Yuki stood with this sword in front of the bearded bandit. The youth shouted at him to come over and show him that weapons were no use to him. The bandit rushed at him, shouting at him to watch his language. The bandit swung his massive axe furiously, aiming for the head. Without further ado, Yuki raised his black sword and confidently parried the blow. Metal clashed with metal, sparks flying from the impact. The axe pressed down with fury, trying to overpower the sword, as if wanting to crush it with its weight. Metal scraped against metal, but Yuki managed to block part of the blow, sharply pushing the enemy's blade aside. Taking advantage of this short moment, he took a quick step forward. The young man makes a powerful blow, unable to hold back a scream. The robber received a wound, stepped back slightly and hissed. The battle continues. They both aggressively strike and parry at high speed. The man cursed and realized that he couldn't cope and suddenly disappeared. Instead, a smokescreen appears, and the young man almost loses his balance. Yuki was taken aback when he saw the smoke. The guy stood up, peering into the thick curtain that still hadn't dissipated. Smoke slowly began to swirl around him, enveloping his legs and rising upward. He watched silently, peering tensely into the gray shroud, waiting to see if the enemy's silhouette would appear from there. Someone quickly cleans up through the smoke. The next moment, a bandit appears from the veil of smoke right in front of him, his face distorted with rage and his axe raised, flying straight at him. A cry of "Die!" breaks the silence. In Yuki's eyes, only a sharp blade, rapidly approaching. Yuki's sword breaks through the axe. Madness freezes in the man's eyes. The protagonist plunges the sword into his chest, saying that he still sees him. Weak sparks fly from Yuki's eyes, a sign that his magical eye is activated. This eye allows him to see the flow of mana, distinguish its movements in the air and the enemy's body. The young man pulled the sword out of his chest. The bearded bandit staggered and wheezed, not believing that this was even possible. Yuki, putting the sword on his shoulder, looking straight at him, calmly replied that it was because he, being a weakling, had to run away. The dark-haired man stood with the weapon in his hands. A fallen body lay in front of him. There were splashes of blood on the sword. He turned and addressed Levi. If the guy becomes a berserker, let him stop him, even if it means cutting off his ally's hands. The girl said that she understood. The girl with the bob was worried, and he wants to take it into his hands. The guy shouldn't. Negative emotions can take over the body. He looked down, squatted down, and took the weapon in his hands, around which clouds of smoke began to swirl. Voices immediately appeared in my head, with a set of words that make me feel sad, I hate, I'm sad, I suffer, I die, I suffer, it hurts, I hate. The guy told them to shut up. It didn't matter what they were thinking when they died. It was all his property now. The dark-haired one was tense, so let them just shut up and they should just be used by him. The guy was holding a sword in his hands. When they return, they will reforge it into a really cool weapon. He's sure that nothing has changed at all. After all, he is a demon lord who is good at negative emotions. The curse didn't consume the guy. Anyway, Yuki talks too much. The Lord smiled at these words. What do these words mean? It has been a long time since she last saw the Lord so angry. Did the guy really say something like that? Yes, that's true. The girl with the bob confirmed it. He folded his hands in a praying pose. Did everything happen exactly like that? The Lord was very sorry that this moment could upset. The ally put her hands on the Lord's face. Let him not ask for forgiveness. He should know that the girl was happy. Yuki blushed deeply and became noticeably nervous, covering his mouth with his hand. But weren't they supposed to leave now? Yes, the girl was right. I just want to eat that shashlik again. Does Levi still want to eat? A guard appeared on the way. If they did not stop, the team would be considered enemies. The guys stopped, looking surprised. The team stood in front of the guards, who were in armor, and had their hands on their swords, one of whom reminded the guy of someone. Yuki put his finger to his lips and asked the guard not to continue. He understood and asked what brought them here. The Lord answered the man's question. The guy wants to have a little chat with the local governor. The girl asked if Yuki really wanted this, but there was no word about it. The Lord asked again, is it true? The guard is interested in why all these people are lying on the ground, but Yuki justified himself. They tried to rob the guys. They had to defend themselves. The chief is told that all people on Earth are bandits. Each of them has a crime. Then this is all clearly true. These guys are supposed to take care of the bandits. The guard apologizes for causing so much trouble. They can be escorted to the governor if needed. The team agreed. The girl thinks that she would be better off eating. She still wants some shashlik. They arrived at the landlord's mansion. Yuki hadn't seen Mr. Governor for a long time, so the guys came. The man clenched his fists. Although he promised not to let anyone into the cursed forest, this may be retribution. The man begs to spare the townspeople, but they ask him to calm down. This means that the team didn't come here for revenge. Yuki has no desire to randomly kill people. He just needs to identify the enemy. So Yuki asked the man, the king is the one who pulls the strings, what could have given the guy such an idea? Not only could they send an army, but they could also put pressure on the church to bring in a hero, something Nell didn't know about. The girl is pleased to meet the governor. She is a holy knight and belongs to the order of holy knights. She is a hero of this generation. The man asks for forgiveness. It seems she really is a hero, but why is it necessary to accompany the demon lord? Everything turned out to be different from what the church said. So the girl came to this city to see for herself. The Lord had something to do and decided to go with her. The man clenched his fist and hit the table. How do these fools see the country's main trump card? Yuki told him to calm down, then asked him to tell who was behind these fools, who arranged all this. Alas, but the man can't. He lowered his head. Yuki chuckled. Suddenly the governor looked worried. Something happened. The guy bared his teeth and, smiling, said, even if he destroys this city, the man will not react in any way. No matter how Yuki looks at it, he is still the governor of this country. No matter how angry he is, he cannot give out information. With a slight smile, he replied, so that means the guy doesn't need this governor anymore. Yuki told Levi to go back. She asked if the guy was sure that all the business was finished. Yes, they could go for shashlik. The girl immediately became pleased. The governor asked Yuki, won't they do anything? The man won't say anything that Yuki does. Then that's the first loss. Nell is going to talk to the governor. Okay, then the guys will meet tomorrow in front of this mansion. There are still a few places they want to visit. The girl understood. He really left without doing anything. He was quite a strange demon lord. After all, today was the first time the girl saw Yuki in a fight. He doesn't intend to use this power to attack people, but rather to protect himself and those around him. The girl can't believe that someone like him could be an evil demon lord. The governor remained silent in response. The man thinks that he can tell the hero about this. Prince Ryuto sent an army, and that very hero, trying to conquer the cursed forest. It turns out that it is a prince. The cursed forest has remained untouched for a long time, so he believes that there are many natural resources there. There is not a single nobleman who does not agree with this, so now the number of their troops is great. The king does not know about it. The current king is a kind man. Because of this, he may not notice the bad intentions of others. This makes him a bad ruler. Nobody understands. This can lead to the destruction of the kingdom. The girl will return to the church, consult with the captain of the holy knights and the priest. So the one pulling the strings is the prince. Did Yuki hear everything he wanted to know loud and clear? The evil ear is an undead monster created by the dungeon. It can receive sounds and words from a distance of up to 10 meters. The guy is glad that this niche product turned out to be worth its price. It seems that Yuki likes the weirdest products. It's so cool. The prince would be difficult to deal with. Yuki planned to respond the next time they invaded, but there would be a lot of guards. Killing would be too risky. They could just keep coming with someone else at the helm. The team would definitely be fine. The guy wants Li-Fi to be able to just laze around in the dungeon as much as she wants. He came to protect the peaceful daily life of each of them. With the start of the war, depending on Li-Fi would contradict the original purpose. What should Yuki do? The guy was deep in thought, and suddenly he was called. The girl smiles. If the guy can't finish his food, maybe she can help him cope. Yuki looked at her with a half smile. There's no way she would get it. The girl offendedly called her ally a cheapskate. It was cruel. Yuki promised to buy another one. The guy stayed at a good hotel. She agreed with Yuki. The girl liked their house much more. At the entrance, they thanked her for visiting. The food and service were good, although Yuki would have liked to have had another bed. As they woke up in uncomfortable positions the next morning, the two approached the building. They found themselves near the governor's mansion. Oh, here she is. Yuki happily greeted his ally. Mr. Governor was standing next to the girl. Yuki was surprised by this. They were near the gate. The guy noticed that the man looked a little tired and asked about it. He was here to ask about the cursed weapon. Yuki took out his newly acquired weapon and realized that the old man was talking about him. The guards suddenly raised their weapons. Everyone flinched. The man turned and addressed his subordinates, ordering everyone to put away their weapons. Yuki remained fine, even after he touched it. That's right, the guy had mastered the new weapon. The old man is surprised. He has tamed the cursed weapon. The presence of a powerful artifact is unnerving. The governor asked to remove it. It is too unnerving for those around him. Both girls are calm. The hero is not nervous. Maybe it's because of the difference in status. Yesterday, Li-Fi played with him, Yuki thought. The previous owner was quite strong. Compared to the average bandit, the weapon probably allowed him to raise his level slightly above normal. But it seemed like he still had some control over himself, so Yuki thinks that he hadn't used the weapon for a long time. That's right. Now let everyone try not to create any problems in the future, the man said seriously. Yuki just wants to explore the city. The governor thinks that they should just go back to the forest. The man is so straightforward. It's his job. The food in this city is excellent, so the girl will not allow it to be destroyed. The governor feels obliged to reward the food sellers for this. It would be much better if a girl looked after the boys. She is not from this city and does not know how to behave. She is better informed than these two. Yuki wants to go to the weapons and bookstore. The girl wants to visit the seller of delicious food. The guys went to a weapons store. The goods were hung on the walls. The seller stared at the visitors. Great. The guy happily walked into the store. Even night shop here, so they should sell a lot of high-quality equipment here. The analysis skill was created for such cases, and on this side they store discounted goods, that's right. The sword of the ancient hero was in the hands of the boy. The nameless hero had long ago raised the sword to protect others and defeated all opponents. Yuki was immediately delighted. He found an amazing thing. Is this from the category of ancient weapons? The Lord accidentally stumbled upon something worthwhile. That is, if you use an axe as a material for reforging this sword. Are there any other things that can be used as material if Li-Fi wants something? Just let him say so. She doesn't need a weapon. The girl just wants to eat. The team agrees. We need to wait a little. However, it is interesting to watch. Yuki got down on one knee and held out his shield in front of him. Li-Fi asks to finish this. Oh, well, the guys will go to the next place. Yuki stood near the seller's counter. Nell looked at the goods widely, smiling widely. He came up. Doesn't the girl have a cool weapon? But isn't it normal for an ally to look too? The team headed towards the exit. Nell didn't want to leave. Asked to stop. Wanted to stay there a little longer, but the guy was already pulling her. Okay, now that Yuki gave the hungry Li-Fi some money, she could take her time looking around. She dragged her friend along with her. The guy went to the bookstore, opened the door, entered. In front of him, in the other corner, there was a stepladder, which was leaning against the bookshelves. Welcome. It seems books are popular in this world. The smell of books was all around. The Lord was walking past the bookshelves. Yuki found the book he needed. It's a 3-volume series. The enchantment skill is good, but he can't do enough circles. With this, Yuki will be able to make the most terrifying weapon with a ton of spells, paralysis, poison, arson, sleep, freezing. The guy opened the book. There was a complex text, the Lord can read it with his skill, but he does not understand at all what is being discussed. The ardor would not be dampened by obstacles. Yuki would start studying as soon as they returned. The boy had stacks of books in both hands. Now we need to see where they are. Now, this place is very close. Two girls were standing near the wall of the building. A passerby asked them if everything was okay. They wanted to treat him, but they replied that there were no problems with money. Yuki saw this and decided that he definitely had to save his allies. A sudden sense of determination came over him. It's a shame that this happens to his companions. If someone wants to pick up a girl, it's better to do it somewhere else. The girls turned around and saw the Lord. He returned in time. Levi left the guy a piece of meat, which the girl held in her hand. It's very polite of the girl, the piece isn't that tasty, but in any case, he'll still eat it. Passers-by called out to them, asking for a moment of attention. With a smile, Yuki squeezed the guy's fist in his hand. What did he want? Nothing is needed, and these guys ran away. Yuki thinks that he can be thanked for saving their wallets. Nell came up and thanked the guy. Such people cannot be taken seriously. They only think about themselves. The girl understood everything. Yuki answered his ally's question. Well, this reaction is due to the experience from his past life. Nell is asked to take them to a nice restaurant. The guys are hungry, but wait, isn't Leafy full yet? The team went into some place. They sat down at a table. Nell noted that these two really ate a lot. Yuki was hungry most of the time after arriving in the city. Well, there is less mana here than in the forest. The body tries to compensate for a deficiency that you cannot produce yourself, the Lord thought. Yuki didn't know this, whether there was less mana here or not, but the guy was simply not sensitive to it. He picked up a burger. It turns out that the energy needed to maintain this body is not enough. Yuki took a bite. It was so delicious. Oh yeah. The guy remembered and asked Nell what the governor said about the cursed weapon. Well, Nell thinks that it can be said that, in fact, there was one case similar to this. The girl hints that there were other owners. But no, Nell doesn't think so. There were cases when a kind person suddenly became cruel and started killing or started to go on a rampage, destroying everything. This happens often. Since the beginning of the month, the number of such cases has increased dramatically, and when he could not figure out the reason, a story emerged. They said, "We got this damn weapon," from one person. I understand why the city is so noisy, so there is someone who is handing out something similar to the cursed weapon? This man has his sights set on the city. Nell has no one in mind except them, but they have done nothing, the girl knows. The girl might be fine, but it would be dangerous if Leafy ran into someone suspicious she was talking nonsense. Leafy should be careful about overeating, but her stomach can handle even a large poisonous king snake. Why did the girl eat a snake with such an ominous name? It was so colorful, and Leafy thought it would be delicious. Nell asked about the plans for the evening, what places the guys wanted to visit. The Lord had completed all his tasks for today. It's not a tourist town, and Nell doubts there are any tourist spots here, although it is quite crowded with travelers. Outside the walls of Alfiro, the team was in the forest. The three of them stood among the trees. Yuki had a determined look. Demon Lord Yuki tries his hand at guild quests. They went on a mission. Nell worries, will everything be okay? Wouldn't this be a reason? We need to be on guard. Monsters usually move in groups. The Lord asked Leafy to show his strength. The girl can show it to him. Don't talk like that anymore. It's disgusting. He realized that Leafy's blow was no joke. Well, luckily there are enemies nearby, Nell asked again. It's surprising that Leafy noticed them from such a long distance. After all, it's impossible to hide your presence from a girl in the forest. Leafy prepared herself for battle. Well, she said, let's do it. She extended her hand, in which magic was activated. Wait, isn't this the same magic that the girl used to destroy Mekamofurira? Everything around will be burned in the fire. You can't destroy nature. Then how about this? Yuki asked what it is. It's a pressurized water ball. It looks like a water dragon. The guy closed his eyes and said, well, then it seemed like everything would be fine, but suddenly there was some kind of boom. A huge hole appeared on the ground among the trees, stretching for quite a long distance forward. The boys were very surprised. Didn't the girl say it was like Yuki's water dragon? Well, this magic uses compressed water and creates a vortex inside. Leafy is actually a very powerful mage. Well, it's true that she's a good mage, but an ally can easily destroy a city. Nell wondered if she could ask what race Leafy was. The girl said she was an ancient dragon. Leafy is a dragon, and isn't that the strongest species of the dragon race? And she is the supreme dragon, the appearance of a child, and the same character. It is not surprising that it is not noticeable. What did Yuki mean? Supreme demon. But why then is Levi following the guy? Yuki wanted to answer, but she stopped him. Because there is a reputation. The Lord turned his head and sarcastically asked where. Levi understood everything. She challenges the guy to a duel. Both are ready for battle. Well, that's why, no matter what happens, everything will be fine. There's no need to worry. That's right, Levi will protect them. But the girl doesn't want to protect Yuki. It's so ruthless of her. It's so disgusting. Nell laughed at what she saw. She realized that Levi was Levi, and Yuki was Yuki. The girl was counting on the two of them. 4 hours later, because of Levi, everyone ran away, and only stupid monsters like the goblin remained. Yuki is blaming her ally? First of all, the man in the cloak needs to be told that the cursed weapon was stolen. Other men in cloaks were standing in front of him. What did he say? That's what the governor did. No. Some tourist, the user of the cursed weapon, was defeated, and that's it. You can't blame him. Few people can stay sane while holding that damn weapon. He still remains a simple bandit. He doesn't feel the slightest influence from the cursed weapon, so it's impossible. This man is still strong. We need to change the plan. We can start. Everything for the sake of the motherland. Let them pile up the corpses of their neighbors. Step over the corpses of their friends. Let them destroy themselves. The guys said goodbye. They would see each other tomorrow. Nell had already gotten used to these two. The girl agreed. Yuki and Levi headed in the other direction. It's a pity that there are no people here who stayed at home. The Lord bets it would be more fun and interesting, but this is unexpected. Perhaps, just think, the day has come when Levi is disappointed by someone's absence. Well, Yuki really likes just walking around like this with her ally. This fact surprised her. She asked if it was true. Now that she thinks about it, it hasn't even been 6 months since they met, but it feels like the guys have been together for decades. Yes, that's true. You need to save your energy for unforeseen circumstances, so you can't allow yourself to do household chores. What's going on, monster? Oh my god, he's ruined the whole mood. Let him not make a fuss. Yuki picked up a stone and swung it. The stone pierced the monster's head, blood splashed around, he fell, then got up again and headed towards the guys. Ugh, what's wrong with him? The guy thinks it's disgusting. Let Yuki use his magic eye. This monster is already dead, but someone is using magic to control the corpse. You need to use Yuki's analysis skills. The girl is right. It's surprising that Levi realized this. She fought the necromancer in the past, but even the Lord understands that the monster is no longer alive. This is, in short, a zombie. How did Levi defeat such creatures in the past? It is slowly approaching the guys. Levi burned them to ashes, along with the caster. Then it's clear. It seems like the caster is not nearby. The Lord noticed the attack, reacted. He leaned on his hand and knocked the enemy down. If the monster is manipulated, then with the help of magic. The guy pressed the monster's head to the ground. Yuki just wants to break the control with his mana, holding his hand on the enemy's head. So what's wrong with him? There's no caster nearby. Either the zombies were controlled from a distance, or he's out of control. Levi has such a bad attitude towards necromancers. Isn't that a form of magic? It's disgusting to think that such a person exists, the Lord agrees. Okay, it's time to call security. There was a ringing sound all around. People got alarmed. Yuki is interested in what happened, why the bell suddenly rang. The guy was told to run faster. This is an emergency evacuation warning. The last time the bell rang, a flock of dragons flew into the city. One trouble follows another. The human city has become noisy. You can take advantage of the hubbub and look at everything from the sky. Let Levi wait. Nell tells a passerby to run faster. The girl uses the magic of banishing the undead. She has a sword in her hands. Undead is a person with regret in his heart. After death, he can rise from the dead when exposed to mana. It's not typical for the undead to just show up in a city. People killed by the undead also become undead. There is someone pulling the strings. If Nell hadn't parted ways with the two when the commotion started, the girl would have been standing over the corpse. No. You need to think and move independently. It is imperative to save as many people as possible. The guard ordered not to break formation. You cannot allow them to pass. The guard said in one voice, "Yes, sir, the man is asking to open the door. Because there is a survivor here, they are asking Gambia about the current situation." After the evacuation, we need to go to the city center. It looks like there is trouble there. Of course the governor will go there, but the man does not agree. This place has faced many dangers in the past. At times it was a horde of monsters, but this city has never fallen. The governor was praised for his excellent performance. It had been a long time since he had last stood on the battlefield. Right now it's time to swing the sword for your citizens. I wonder how Yuki will react to this sudden change of events. It's undeniably terrifying. Yuki flew over the city and saw a bunch of people running away from the monsters, the adventurers giving a worthy rebuff. Okay, they cut off their limbs and pour holy water on them. There is a reliable way to fight zombies. Yuki thinks they can handle it. But who did it and why? It seems there are no monsters here except zombies. Isn't his goal to get the city? To gain time, or because of his human nature, the necromancer must be somewhere nearby and observe. He is not in the city. The soul that has strayed from the law of nature, let it return to where it belongs. Nell pierced the monster with her sword. There was blood all around. What is Nell doing here? She and Yuki met. You can't just cut them and run away. The girl is protecting the shelter. Nell is asked to drink this. A first-class mana potion. We need to call Levi here, so we need to wait a little longer. Yuki has discovered a group that might be behind this, so the guy wants to go and beat everyone's faces up. If that's the case, but the girl can't leave this place, right? She should just leave everything to Yuki. Okay, Nell agrees, then she provides this to her ally. In exchange, she can do whatever the guy wants. Yuki asked what the girl would do. Yes, he understood. I wonder what the dark-haired one would do. She decided. The girl, of course, said everything. But she didn't mean that yes. Does the hero really want to lie? Yuki smiled. Nell became embarrassed and asked the guy not to do something perverted. Yuki put his hand on her head. What is this girl talking about? The Lord just wanted to ask to show the city again. The girl blushed, raised her hand with the sword in the air, and called her ally an idiot. She wouldn't last that long if she was tense. In the distance, several people in cloaks were visible standing by a tree, 5 of them, fewer than Yuki thought. On dragon wings, the guys suddenly flew next to them and blood spurted. The enemy jumped back. Something was starting. The man in the cloak asked what the hell the demon was doing here. Yuki noted that the enemy was dodging well. This wouldn't help. Let him die. Why would a demon like him get in the way of these people? Of course it's because they ruined Yuki's day. The enemy uses magic. Says, let the damned rise from the underworld and fulfill his order. A circle appears on the floor. The undead are several times stronger than the ones in the city. This place will become a grave for the demon. Levi was right about the necromancers. Yuki was attacked by a white wolf. He defended himself and kicked his opponent, then took out his sword and cut him in half. The monsters kept attacking. Then a huge dinosaur appeared, much larger than Yuki. He jumped up and swung his sword at the undead. How is this possible? He is a damned monster. The man in the cloak can't let Yuki leave. The guy fell right into a trap. The demon lord knows full well that this is a trap. He used magic to spell. The guy spent a lot of mana. Oh well. It all ended in the end. Yuki stabbed his sword into the man in the cloak. Drops of blood flew from the wound. Someone was carrying logs. Someone was working with the land. Nell was reading something from a piece of paper, talking to a resident. 2 days had passed since the invasion of the undead. Wooden blocks stood to the side. People walked around as if nothing had happened. And this city is diligent. The destroyed houses, including those destroyed by her magic, were partially restored. They took care of the corpses and the wounded. The man who Yuki almost killed said something. The guy brought him here after using a healing potion. Yuki handed it over on the condition that they would report all the information they received. The guy would leave this work to them. It was very lucky that the magic circle Yuki found on the way back was the one that summoned the undead. The guy misses home. Levi agreed. She asked her ally what it was, but he said that it was nothing. The girl was not going to give even a piece of food. The guy remembered that he wanted to give Levi something. He extended his hand, closed in a fist. The girl looked at the gift. There was a ring. Yuki accidentally saw it and thought that it would look good on his ally. This elastic ring will change to fit its owner and will not break when she returns to her dragon form. Yuki suggests that she wear the ring all the time. Well, Levi can wear it whenever she wants. The guy clearly started to get nervous. The Lord thought that the girl was returning the ring. Shouldn't he put it on Levi's finger? Ah, yes, probably. The two sat across from each other as Yuki placed the ring on her finger, both of them embarrassed by what was happening. Yuki put the ring on his ring finger. She looked at the hand with the ring. Then they just sat there embarrassed and silent. Levi stretched her hand up and looked at it, then began to examine it closer. She called out to the Lord. The girl is really happy. She thanked her ally. They became embarrassed. Yuki said please. The boys found themselves at home. They returned. Yuki happily reported this. The girl saw them and was happy to see her brother and sister. She ran to Yuki and exclaimed that the boys were back. Yes, that's right, those two were back. The girl's name is Iluna. The girl with the ears said welcome back to the master. And Levi, she will call Layla. They are doing well, but she works. Yuki turned to the voice and stopped. Who is it? there is another girl standing behind him. The Lord does not know her. The Lord asked, "Wait, is it she?" "Yes, it is she." The girl started jumping. She has an appearance that is completely to Yuki's taste. He asked Levi what it meant, which she thought was what Yuki was interested in, and her ally asked if she had evolved. She said that she would be able to transform. The girl suggested trying it, and she did. Both were very happy about it. Considering that it was Iluna who said this, the girl tripped and hurt herself. Shui felt like the wound was painful and touched it. Her stats have grown a lot since our last meeting. Her magic is stronger than that of normal townspeople. They grow too fast. Levi realized, well, it could be because the girl was periodically giving her mana. For a girl, it was very tasty. It is logical. The ally's mana is 10 times denser than that of others. Yuki asked his ally if she ever wondered how strong the girl's magic was. The Lord says strange things from time to time. The girl wonders if the owner of Shi's evolution is happy. Yes, of course. She has definitely grown. She is also happy that she looks like everyone else. Levi told the Lord that he was smiling like an idiot, but the girl was doing the same thing. Yuki was stroking the girl's head. It's called the fearless smile of the strong. How cute it is. Something has changed, although they were only gone for a few days. Yuki was also surprised when he saw the monsters. When he opened the plain area, he means the monsters that became Fenrir's servants. He is a legendary monster. He may look cute, but his stats are higher than Yuki's. It is normal for him to have many servants. The guy stretches. Now he will just rest a little in his nice house. Relaxation is the demon lord's middle name. Today the boys will make a new weapon. They are going to make a heavy and sharp weapon. The materials they will use are here. This is what the final product looks like. It's a fiery red sword, similar to a Japanese katana, created by the demon lord Yuki. The sword that destroys sin and passes judgment. It's so cool. The most important thing is that it will grow with you. Just perfect. The weapon turned out to be large. It has such an unusual curve. It is a cutlass, but no, it is a katana, just like in Eastern countries. The girl wants to hold it, but you need to be careful. With the weapon, it's heavy. She's from the tribe of fighting wolves, so she can handle it. Yuki will go and try out the weapon in action, hunt with fur, and return for dinner. With this sword, the guy quickly cut down the enemy. Well, the expectations were met. Thanks to the change in Yuki's characteristics with the sword, it seems that the body has become lighter. Amazing quality. This sword is still the best. He likes to listen to this. It's just lovely. You can add a magical electric circuit. The maid said that the master was reading in a very strange position. He just wanted to add an electric circuit to his sword. The girl could help. As everyone already knows, the basics of magic consist of filling some frames with spells and pouring mana into them to activate them. If we try to express it through primitive magic, then the drawing shows all the imaginary parts for activating magic. Yuki begins to understand. For example, a fireball. This magic can be conditionally divided into 3 contours. There can be different variations, such as control of the released fireball. This means that the magic will circulate incorrectly if the outline is not correctly represented, and if it is too voluminous, it will circulate too slowly. If you create a circuit in 3 spaces, wouldn't it be a more compact circuit than usual, which could solve the problem of magic circulation? The maid was delighted and thought it was amazing. She had never heard anything like this before. Yuki was very happy to hear it. The girl asks for forgiveness because she has urgent matters to attend to. We can continue later. And why is she doing this? What next? Yuki sat on the bench and fell asleep. Leaning against the back and spreading his arms out to the sides, 2 girls lay on the Lord's lap. Then the boys went to the river to fish, while one girl sat and watched the process from a stone. They caught a big catch. Yuki didn't think he would lose. If he hadn't gotten cocky and changed the rules, Liu would have lost. The loser will fry the meat. Oh, it looks so delicious. It will be sad if the guy never tries the food he cooked himself. Levi brought the piece to the Lord's mouth. He swallowed it. She was perplexed. Yuki ate it. For him the meat was tasty. The girl said to stop and fed Yuki some more, asked if it was tasty. Iluna treated her brother, and therefore it became even tastier. Then she'll bring more. Oh, there's no point in spoiling him even more. After all, it's Yuki who's the loser. They definitely need to eat some tasty things together. That's exactly what the girls agreed on. Yuki told Levi that this was called kindness. The girl agreed, began to take food from the grate with chopsticks and feed the Lord. How rude to complain. The girl gave away all her food. But why isn't it meat? Yuki isn't thrilled. The Lord chased the girl. The maid offered the master to take her portion, but another girl said that this was not possible. Yuki lost. The Lord tells Fira how she can be so cruel when he caught so many fish. The owner was told it was a joke. For one type of fish, it is better to cut it from the back when eating it. The girl had the meat wrapped in a lettuce leaf, and she was unhappy. Yuki feeds the girl with chopsticks. She reaches towards him to swallow. The others sit on a log, eating their meat. The next day, Nell told everyone the news that the prince had rebelled, which was unexpected. At the moment the king and the princesses are missing, which is why Yuki let his guard down, he stopped thinking about him. The incident with the cursed sword and the attack of the undead were just smoke and mirrors. They were hoping to get rid of the governor at the same time, but Yuki ruined their plans. They have achieved something. After these riots, the soldiers here will not move from their place. Alfiro is famous for its excellent fighters. They tortured information from the man in the black cloak. The executioners tried various serums and suggestion magic. The opponents did not confess. The king and princess have gone missing. The prince's men have staged a military coup and seized power in the capital. Nothing can be done. Wadaji rebels. Once this man takes the throne and takes command of the army, another, larger army will appear. What is the church going to do with the aggressive tendencies of the prince, with his rise to power? Everyone will find themselves under the yoke of the crown. That's why the church wants to free His Majesty from captivity. Well, they don't know whether the ruler is alive or not, but it's worth a try. Yuki will help save the king, that's nice to hear, but His Majesty was against invading the cursed forest. It would be faster to kill the prince myself, but then the vengeful henchman will not give me peace. Let the resistance forces deal with this rebel. But who wants to take the demon lord as an ally? Yuki's not going to say who he is. You can pretend to be a squire, for example. Still a bad idea. The mask won't work against the detection crystals. Yuki came up with something. The guys are off. Yuki wished them a safe journey. May their brother return soon. He stroked the girls on the head and told them to be good girls. Levi asked the Lord not to let other girls turn his head and not to dare to linger because of all sorts of flirts. Yuki is counting on the girl he was asked to stop. Fur should give the guys a lift to the capital. Nell can do it on foot. So the girls feel so good around the Lord because of his energy. Yes, each creature has different magical power. Here is his peculiarity, that others seem to be drawn to him. Maybe it's just good compatibility. He quickly lulls girls. Vigilance. By the way, the girls are interested in where Mrs. Levi got that ring on her finger. They kept wanting to ask. The girl became embarrassed. It was given to him by Yuki. The Lord is no slouch. The girls immediately thought about the proposal, but it went without it. Who are they to each other? Levi doesn't know the answer to this question. The girl asked again, how is that possible? But this is the first time for her. Every man she had met before had either tried to kill Levi or fled in fear. She had nothing to compare it to. In general, Levi has not yet decided who he is for her. Everyone understands. The Lord is so unusual. The gentleman is still an eccentric. How they started living together, it was love at first sight maybe. They didn't tell anyone how they met. The girl bent over in pain. Nell's lower back was locked. It was better than riding a horse for 2 extra days. In the evening in the capital of Arsil, how can the guys get inside? Well, that's the problem. There are guards everywhere and they protect from outsiders. Nell didn't think they would send so many soldiers. There was someone standing in the distance. They shouted, "Look, over there!" The grate serves as a spare entrance, although it is usually not visible due to the spells cast, and they agreed to meet the night near it. Since they posted guards there was nothing to be done, but Nell decided what she would do when she got inside. That's true. So all that was left was to just fly over the wall. Nell didn't expect to be picked up. She asked Yuki to stop. Yuki spread his wings and took off with the girl in his arms. She didn't expect it and started screaming. They flew high above the wall. The guy asked to be quiet. It's easy to say what that sound was, but it was so dark you could pitch your eye. Well, because of Nell they were heard, but the guy could have at least warned them before takeoff. Well, at least no one saw them. Yuki is about to land, but this is unexpected. The girl asks to wait. Yuki smiles and doesn't listen to her ally. The girl immediately started screaming from fear of flying. They go down, a great duet. The story is told in the previous chapters. This is Yuki, a man who was reborn as a demon lord, outwitted the brave Nell, who invaded his abode. He found out something about one annoying scoundrel who was constantly trying to destroy the Lord's dungeon, and the guy went to the capital. Yuki could have been more careful with his ally. The guy apologized. Besides, he actually warned that they were taking off. They should postpone the conversation, otherwise they are already being met. The guards have noticed strangers. Nell asks her brother to follow her. Well, there's not a soul around. The guys are walking along the streets. Usually the city is much more lively. Probably the capital's residents also felt the danger. What is this? Nell noticed the strange mask on her brother, which appeared out of nowhere. He did not understand the indignation. This is his disguise. He's a demon lord, doesn't want this pious church to know the guy's face. Actually, he liked the mask in the catalog. The girl doesn't even know if there's any point in hiding just her face, so she shouldn't complain if they don't let her into the shelter. Let the church take the credit for winning over the rebels, and Yuki will have enough of just new information. The guy folded his arms across his chest. Nell called out to her brother. He thought that she had finally appreciated the awesomeness of this mask, but no, let her look there. There were monsters there, and he wondered what was so stinking in the capital. There were too many of them. He needed to find another way. And indeed, Nell wonders if her brother senses the undead. Well, something like that. And the local guards are sitting around, it seems. It turns out that they don't seem to be rushing to exterminate the monsters. It turns out that they are deliberately not doing anything to them. The guy warned Nell. She noticed the monsters and became scared. She extended her hand forward and said to make the undead disappear, Nell used magic. Wow, holy magic. This sacred knowledge taught in the church, maybe it will work on the wily demon lord too? Nell began to cast out monsters, using magic and speaking words. Let those who resist God's providence return to the earth. It's strange, such a coward, but she's not afraid of the undead. Let Yuki shut up. At least they, unlike ghosts, can be cut. So that's how it is. It's actually scary. When your sword is no match for the enemy, you can defeat them with pure magical energy. And Yuki thought that for the clergy, driving out all kinds of evil spirits is a common thing, but the guy's job is to maintain peace on the streets of the kingdom. The guys came to the meeting place, asked something from behind the door. They are glad that the team returned safe and sound. Class, this is like the entrance to a secret organization's base, only Yuki shouldn't tell them this out loud. Someone came out. The tall girl said she was worried about Nell. She was glad to meet again. This woman in armor is called Lady Kalat. The girl apologized for not being able to carry out the order, but there was no need to worry so much, it was already complete madness. Nell remembered that she hadn't introduced the guy, then suddenly fell silent, nervously, and said that he was her servant, whom they had met on the way. Yuki greeted him and introduced himself as Uai, he is Nell's servant. The girl doubts that he can be trusted. The mask arouses suspicion. Well, he is actually good, Mrs. Kalat agreed. Now every warrior counts. Let them follow her. They entered some room where there were strange magic circles. Yuki was interested in this. What was that? The guy looked at his hands. He didn't know what kind of circles he saw. If Yuki noticed them, it turns out the Lord is really strong. Mrs. Kalat noticed it. If the guy successfully passed through this door, it means he has no animosity towards them, so there is no need to strain yourself so much. Mrs. Kalat looked at the piece of paper in her hands. The man, his mask doesn't seem to be enchanted by anything. Of course, he just wants to help the heroine, that's how. Mrs. Kalat asked for forgiveness. They go inside. Phew, it's good that Yuki leveled up his pretense. It's his magic that gives out false information about him. How did the brother do it? He conjured up something in the status so that they wouldn't ask unnecessary questions. Nell worried in vain. Yuki wrote down his characteristics worse than Nell's and left only the most common skills, but he still needs to be careful. Mrs. Kalat said this is the way to God. Wow, a real secret door. Yuki always dreamed of this. The road further on is a bit bumpy, and it's better to watch your step. A corridor of brick walls stretches out in front of the guys. What awaits Yuki? When all this commotion with the undead started, they first appeared about 2 weeks ago, not long before the rebellion. There are thoughts that this is still the work of the prince. Judging by the inaction of the city guards, it is quite possible. If you can control the undead, why send them to the capital where your future subjects live? What's going on in his head? There are so many of them that they can't even cope. The lady ordered the scouts to find the place where these creatures are coming from, but all in vain. In general, Yuki will try to help in the search tomorrow. The ally smiled and thanked her brother for this. The boys reached the end of the corridor and entered a room with high ceilings and benches arranged in a row. There were people seated on the benches. Wow, that was impressive. Nell was also speechless when she first saw the room. The church's activities are closely monitored, so the main building had to be abandoned. The lady invited us to come in and sit down. The meeting would start soon. The lady greeted the assembled. This is the captain of the Order of the Holy Knights of Faldian. Her name is Kalat de Meyer. She takes command in the next mission. The lady turns out to be a big shot. She is simply amazing. Thanks to her incredible swordsmanship and magical skills, she became the captain of the Holy Knights of Foldian. Even Nell couldn't defeat the girl head-on, despite the fact that the heroine's level is higher, but Kalat's is also not small. The lady has so many skills and weapons, and her skill points are impressive. Maybe it is still related to fencing? Well, it was not for nothing that Levi said that it is difficult to defeat a master of any skill on his own field, even if his status is higher. In this dark hour, when danger loomed over the kingdom and chaos engulfed the capital, Kalat began her speech. They simply have to free Arsel from the evil spirits that have flooded it. Anyone can make this a reality no matter what. Great, then we need to discuss the plan. They identified the essence of the mission and set the goals. The first will be to save the king and the princess. So the king is being held in the dungeon. Maybe I should try to sneak in there before the others. I needed to talk to them. It started at night. When the bell rang, if there are no questions, then you can be free. The victory will remain theirs. Everyone exclaimed this phrase. Mrs. Kalat had a great speech, very inspiring. She thanked Nell and asked if they were tired from today. The streets are dangerous now. They can take a rest. After all, tomorrow is an important day. The guard shouted for everyone to take up arms. He announced that the undead had broken through and were coming in greater numbers, and the remaining guards took up arms and went into battle. It's definitely not a deliberate attack by the enemy, but he doesn't think so. They got into a fight with the creatures in the sewers. And right under this temple is the sewer system that runs under the entire capital, making it impossible for new arrivals to find a way out. And yet, the undead somehow found a way out. If only they could find the source of this scourge and destroy it. She apologized to Nell. The rest needed to be postponed, asked if her servant would go into battle. Of course, Yuki was a loyal servant. The guy defeated the monster that attacked him. Nell asked him, what, will he fight with this? The iron rod is not so bad. Where do these undead come from? There are several ways to summon them, but most likely they are from a magic circle. They still can't find it. The reason is not only the intricacy of the underground passages, the source hides something else. Yuki senses a magical power, similar to the one in the cursed sword. Will this corrupted energy lead them to the magic circle? The guy told Kalota that he knew where to look for the source. There was no complete certainty, but there was a suspicious stagnation of magical energy in that direction. Nell was called. She stood with a bloody sword against a dead man. The guys are going to destroy this breeding ground for evil spirits. Yuki said that he wasn't completely sure, but it was worth a try. If the Lord was right, then he would be able to get rid of the monsters. Mrs. Kalat turned to the boys and said that she saw no reason not to try their luck. This girl was beautiful. Here she was undead. Well, Yuki didn't go wrong with the stagnation. It's true, the energy is so dense that even the captain feels it. The trail ends there, but she thinks the guys will figure this out later, someone shouted. Yes, the guards found something. The guards found a keyhole here and marks on the floor. Excellent work. The captain asks everyone to step aside. And indeed, Kalat struck with her sword. This is how it happened. The captain destroyed the wall with just one blow. It was very surprising. A huge hole remained. They set off on their way. The energy here is even denser. These two should stay to cover the retreat route. Nell and Yuki go to the girl. Strange sounds came from behind the wall. A huge number of zombies were wandering around the room. Will they be able to overcome this horde of the dead? Those who weren't wearing masks showed disgust as they looked at the mass of undead that had come to life. Apparently the corpses had entered through the sewers and turned into undead. The prince's men were fiends. This isn't the circle that was mentioned earlier. The black-haired girl with a square of hair asked. Yuki took a closer look and noticed the stakes. This meant that there was a hexagram in front of him. To destroy it, you had to destroy the two triangles created by the spears, which meant that you had to draw at least 2 stakes. When there was a question about how to do this with a large crowd of undead, the masked man said that he would take it on himself and instructed the others to deal with the circle. He created a water stream and asked who would like to ride a water slide. Kalata told Nell to go in from the left, and they decided to pull out the stakes. They charged towards the circle, destroying the walking corpses along the way. After removing the stakes, the revived dead fell to the ground. The black-haired girl was happy that they had succeeded, and the second did not expect such an easy victory. They expressed their gratitude to the masked man, and he said that he was happy to help, while thinking about how much strength you need to have to easily pull out such massive stakes. It was asked why some of the dead were still standing, and the answer was that they had been undead for too long, and had become real monsters that had nothing to do with humans. But there is nothing to fear, as the main source of undead in the capital is destroyed, and soon they will not remain either. After that, you can focus all your energy on completing the mission. The girl again thanked the Papadanets and added that now she has nothing to reward him with, so they at least take him to a place where you can relax in peace. Magic Circle was destroyed. The robed man noted that the dead had already completed their task, and the final touch remained. Masked Yuki was playing with the children, scaring them with the image of an evil and scary demon lord who was going to eat them. The children started to run away, but one of the girls fell. The man picked her up, dusted her off, and asked her if she was hurt, then told her to be careful when she ran away and promised Uncle Demon Lord that. One of the children, playing the hero, declared his intention to defeat the evil demon and launched a holy sword attack. There was laughter. Nell crouched down next to the hitman as he lay on the ground and noticed that the kids seemed to like him. In response, it was said that it is not easy to cope with such a horde of heroes. After removing the mask, he offered the girl to help him, promising to give him a second mask, but she refused. He noted that in his homeland, the role of the villain is much more popular. Carlotta apologized to the head of the orphanage Fernie for the unexpected visit, to which she replied that it was nothing, because they always help the church, and it is not in their debt. However, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to provide them with food. When she finished her sentence, a child ran up to her and hugged her, saying that he was hungry. The girl asked to be patient a little. Yuki noticed that the situation was similar to wartime. Neil mentioned that the borders had blocked access to merchants, which made food more expensive. The man asked Nell to help him, but she replied that she did not want his mask. He continued, sticking his hand into the rift, that wars are fought not only on the front lines, and he finished the thought by saying that you cannot fight on an empty stomach. He took out a large piece of meat. Soup was made, and Nell tasted it and appreciated the taste. The children came up to her and asked them to do the same. The girl reassured them, promising that there would be enough food for everyone. She urged the children not to jostle, and taking the stew from her, approached the masked uncle for meat. When the girl praised his mask, the man called her smart and gave her supplements. After that, the kids started showering him with compliments. Carlotta asked if it was monster meat, and Fernie added that the spices looked expensive and she was embarrassed to take them. Yuki replied that there are a lot of monsters in these places, and the spices are made by himself, crafted for dungeon points, and explained that all this is a thank you for the night's lodging. Carlotta wanted to know where he'd learned to get along so well with children, and asked if he had any of his own. The man caught a delicious aroma. Another noted that this is the smell of meat and spices, which makes your mouth water. Seeing a crowd of people in the distance, Yuki said that this is just the right place, and asked Fernie to look after the children, receiving a positive response. He stood in front of the crowd and asked them, smiling, if they were hungry. People answered in the affirmative without much enthusiasm. Papadanets asked if they wanted meat. This time there was a loud affirmative shout, and he said that there would be meat. However, this required some work. People agreed. After completing the last stage, the man heard an elderly woman from behind announce that she had 20 more servings ready. Someone brought the same number of plates. Yuki sat on the chaise longue and noted that he had long wanted to eat first-class meat, but was too lazy to cut it up. He thanked them for their hard work, promising that at this rate they will forget what hunger is. The men laughed and told him to be careful, because they might eat him to the last crumb. As they watched, Carlotta and Nell noticed that the atmosphere was like a holiday. They hadn't seen so many smiles on the faces of the locals in a long time. The first one noted that he was an interesting person. The second agreed, and again a revel. At that moment there was an exclamation asking what kind of gathering this was. The soldier shouted, asked if they had read the decree that all food now belongs to the state, and asked if he should register them all as rebels. The soldiers claimed that they were fighting for the country, while those present enjoyed delicious food, and some traitor hid supplies from the state. The girl sternly noticed that the word traitor was too loud. She added that she had procured the supplies herself, and that it was up to her to manage them. Papadanets watched in silence. The soldiers objected that they had orders to control the food supply due to the lack of food in the capital. Everyone was obliged to help them in this. The girl retorted that she had not heard of cases when the army distributed its supplies to the people. The man said that the commoners, because of their stupidity, do not understand the benefactors, and told them to simply obey orders. Hearing this, the girl said that the people were already suffering and did not see any benefactors here. The people around them became indignant and started shouting that all the supplies belonged to the townspeople, and the soldiers were impudent. One of the soldiers licked his lips and suggested another option. He said they could eat her first, and her body was quite suitable for doing non-knightly work. The girl sighed. Papa Dinetz thought that these rude people were called the king's soldiers, and wondered why she was arguing with them instead of killing them outright. He noticed that someone was watching, and assumed that this person had deliberately sent such crazy soldiers to the church. He knew that he was waiting for the first one to break down. At that moment, the girl with the plate bumped into one of the soldiers. The soldier drew his sword, swung at her, and shouted that she had spilled everything on him. Yuki kicked him. He thought that it didn't matter anymore, and continued to act. Another soldier started to complain, but Kalat stopped him. The black-haired Nell said they were too fast. Seeing the knights fall, people started cheering. The masked man apologized and asked to be dealt with without him. When asked where he was going, he said that he wanted to catch up with the person who was watching them. Otherwise, he would report up, and this would turn into problems. He suggested making a new stew and ran. Kalata smiled and said that the guy was smart and praised Nell for bringing him, even lying that he was her servant. The Templar chief's friend was surprised and asked if she had known all along. Kalat replied that this was not the usual name for a servant. She justified herself, saying that he does not pose a threat to the church, he just has features. Kalata patted Nell's head and told her that since she had acknowledged him, she believed her. She added that she was worried about the girl, because before she obeyed empty orders, and now she has matured. She also noted that she considers the man noble. The black-haired girl with the square said it could be called that. Kalat called 2 servants and told them to start implementing the plan, ordering them to send a signal to all the squads. Nell called out to her, but she ignored her and told her that they were going to the king's castle. Sighing and holding his head, she said it was time to use a ruse. At this time, in the Demon Lord's castle, Battle Wolf Luin Jilu was shouting at Leafy that she had come up with a plan. How a dragon can get closer to its master. Leafy was surprised and asked why there was such interest. Luin replied that she didn't understand how close they were to their master, so she wanted to get even closer. She stated that she must master the technique of rapprochement before his return. Leafy started to object, but she interrupted and said that she had even invited a consultant. Aluna showed up and said that today she would teach her how to seduce her brother. Then she stopped talking and asked Luin what seduce meant. She explained that it means to charm a man so that he thinks only of you. The younger one said in surprise that it looked like a death move. Leafy was indignant that a child could even teach this, but Aluna said that to charm her brother, you just need to... Being fluffy, she replied cheerfully. The girl said that her brother was especially fascinated when he stroked Rear's fur. Battle Wolf noticed that Aluna was wrong. The girl corrected herself and added that she was stroking her sister's wings, and he was also charmed. Leffy, lying on the ottoman, listened to Jilu thank the younger one, who added another piece of advice. She said that the owner looks especially happy when everyone is happy. Luin thanked him and asked him to continue. Leafy, lying on her back, noticed that she was more stubborn than she looked. Layla the sheep demon said that Leafy doesn't know much about psychology, but in general, she thinks it's worth saying, I was lonely without you, when Vladika returns. Dragon blushed and asked if she thought she could say it. Leela reminded him that it was about a man. She added that direct but not explicit, physical contact is effective, as she read about in the book. Leafy asked what physical contact meant. Battle Wolf praised Layla for her valuable information. The sheep told Leafy that it also wanted her and the master to get closer, so it decided to contribute to Luin's plan. Layla took Leafy's chin in her hand and asked if she was ready. The girl introduced herself as a holy knight from the Order of Faldian, Carlotta de Mier. She pointed out the state of the capital, noting that His Majesty was being held captive by the prince's supporters who had betrayed him, and that if they won, the country would have no future. Carlotta said that the church is starting a battle to restore the capital to its former appearance, and called on the brave souls to take up arms, assuring that the divine will be with them. The crowd expressed agreement and support. The man who had watched the fight earlier was running across the roof, and the hitman was chasing him. The stalker used the stealth skill. At first, Papa Danitz wanted to catch him quickly, but realized that he was heading for the castle. He decided that it would be better to split up with the churchman and save Karol by negotiating on his own. Many people saw that exchange, and perhaps the church will not wait for the evening and will start acting immediately. The escapee calmly passed through the gate, and the hitman jumped over it unnoticed. Having got behind the fortress wall, the Popadanets approached the door through which the pursued entered. The attempt to open the door made him think that such doors were usually locked, but the door still gave way, and behind it there was a question about whether it was a guard. In response, Popadanets kicked the man behind the door. When he had knocked out his opponent, he began to think about how to get to the dungeon where the king was being held. The Templars reported that the west gate was under their control, the guards were defeated, and there were many prisoners. The main gate was 70% occupied. When asked about the losses, they said that 5 people were killed, about 6% of the fighters were disabled, but this did not affect the course of the operation. Despite the difference in numbers, thanks to the volunteers, the battle was easier than expected. The wounded were sent to rest in the rear, they will still have a chance. When asked about the royal knights, it was reported that the knights had noticed several wizards who were clearly not from their own country, which was alarming. Another knight clarified that they were necromancers. The common soldiers didn't know about this, so they were afraid of the undead. It became clear that the dead in the capital were the work of the prince's supporters. It was noted that if the magic circle hadn't been destroyed the day before, the damage would have been much greater, and they owe this to the hitman. Carlotta ordered Nell to follow her, and announced the move to the next target. Yuki knocked out another guard and noted that he had gone all over the map, but still hadn't found the entrance to the dungeon. And apparently secret passageways weren't displayed until they were discovered. He assumed that the castle had defensive magic against outsiders, and began to search the body, thinking that the locals might have an item that removes the protection. He found a magic certificate that removes the entry restrictions in a certain area. The quality of the item was rated as C+. While he was crouching by the body, a maid came out of the next door and screamed. Popadanets put his hand over her mouth to let her know that he would not harm her, and explained that he was looking for the king, and the guard was alive. When the maid signaled that she wouldn't shout, he released her, and she sighed. She asked him if he had come to save Carol and Lady Irel, to which he nodded, noting that he didn't know who Irel was. The maid asked to be rescued and agreed to show them the way to the underground dungeon. Next to a small door, another guard lay unconscious in the floor. Yuki thanked the maid and advised her to gather all of them and leave this place, as the battle would soon begin there. As he was about to enter, the maid said a blessing. He noted that although he thought the king was a fool, his servants seemed to love him. He suggested that if he had been a supporter of the prince, he would have killed the king immediately, but the king was still alive, possibly for public execution. He also suggested that the prince might have felt sorry for his father. As he passed through the iron door, he heard sighs. Behind the bars, he saw an obese man beating up a little girl. Mocking and drooling, he said that the king was stubborn, and advised the girl to curse her father, accompanying the words with blows, including a foot. Opposite, in a cage, sat the girl's father, begging him to stop. The man continued to approach the child and laugh. At that moment, Popadanets appeared behind him. Stabbing him with the point, he said that this freak brought him out. She was in pain, and her thoughts turned to her father. But, as a princess of this country, she felt that she had to endure for the sake of saving her father, convincing herself that everything was fine. She believed that with him in this direction, everything would be fine. The girl was sure that he would certainly come to the rescue. She thought about how it didn't hurt. She looked at the man who had saved her. The man said that now everything is fine, and noted that she is well done, since she was able to survive. The girl asked if he was Mr. Hero. The king in the next cell asked who the man was. Yuki said hello and opened his wings. When the king saw this, he was startled and demanded that his daughter be released. Popadanets replied that he actually came to talk, expressing dissatisfaction with this attitude. He noted that the king had failed to restrain his son or protect his daughter, and called him a non-entity. He added that his stupid son was climbing into the demon forest, which was annoying, and promised to save him, but on condition that he swore not to bother them again. The king was shocked to realize that this was a demon lord from the demonic forest. The king acknowledged the truth of his interlocutor, calling himself a stupid ruler and a simple old man who saw in his son's madness only temporary insanity, and added that now he could not change anything. At this, surrounded by a gloomy aura, Yuki remarked that if everything is left as it is, then his own subjects will pay for it with their lives, since he intends to destroy all outsiders in his forest, regardless of the reasons for their appearance. He added that there are still people in the country who support the king. He also mentioned that the church is also trying to save him. He asked if he intended to continue to sit idly by. King closed his eyes. Then he opened them again and said that as a father, it was his duty to deal with the consequences of his son's crimes. Yuki bent the prison bars, telling the ruler to watch and not attack him otherwise, as the princess would suffer from the death of him and his entourage. Reflecting on the fact that there were no wounds on his daughter, and wondering if the elixir helped so much, he noted that he did not see any threat to her life. Yuki, however, did not hear him, and asked what the king had said. As Yuki left the dungeon, the king bowed to him and thanked him for saving his daughter. There was laughter. The masked man announced that it was time for a massacre. Soldiers theatrically portrayed the wounded and called for help. Seeing this, Yuki thought that his spectacular exit was ruined, and was indignant that they themselves were falling, pretending, and running away. He decided to play along, noting that the king was surprisingly well liked, to which he agreed. More guards ran up to them with orders to seize them immediately. Yuki glanced at them and said that they could be eliminated. The guard captain was slammed into the wall, causing the other knights to retreat. Papadanitz decided to first find out where the prince is. He was surprised that there were so few supporters of the prince among the guards. Upon hearing this, one of them confessed that he was a prisoner. Then he added that His Highness was probably in his study or in the audience chamber, and that his entourage of soldiers had gone to quell the riot outside the castle. Yuki asked if it was a churchman's revolt. After receiving an affirmative answer, he made sure that they had started earlier. The soldier wished them luck and entrusted them with the remaining warriors, and the masked man said that he would send the king to safety, advising him not to flatter them into trouble. Yuki pointed out that if everything went according to plan, reinforcements from the church would arrive soon, and then it would be possible to take cover. He said this while looking at the king. When he asked about his son's fate, Yuki replied that he would kill him. The king agreed, but asked to take him with him, promising not to interfere. Hearing this, Yuki sighed. The knights of the church ran up to them, calling out to His Majesty and rejoicing that he was alive. The masked man noticed them, and when Nell had finished asking why he was with His Majesty, he leaned over and told the king that he knew them, but they didn't know who he was, asking him not to say too much. The guards invited the king to go to a safe place. He expressed a desire to stay and go with them, then handed his daughter over to the Templars and asked them to take care of her. Carlotta warned that the situation is escalating and a battle is looming, noting that without the monarch, the country will lose its future. The king admitted that he could cause inconvenience, but stated the need to personally see the outcome of the battle. While the girl was asking him to think it over again, Yuki's sense of danger skill was activated. As its level increased, the range and accuracy of threat perception increased. He thought that, of course, compared to Lefi's punches, it was a small thing, but a man was attacked from top to bottom with a two-handed ball. The attacker was surprised that Yuki was able to take the hit. Papadanitz replied that he was not one of those who suffer blows in the back, to which the opponent laughed and said that he took this risky task for the opportunity to fight with knights and a hero. He considered himself lucky. Nell asked if Papadanitz was okay, but he said that everything was fine and that they had better deal with their problems as soon as possible. At that moment, another person ran up to the attacker. He stabbed him with his sword and told him not to interfere. Judging by the situation, another dangerous freak is fixated on Yuki. The knights from the temple asked the masked man if he needed help. He replied that it was not necessary and that they would only get in the way. Then the girl began to issue instructions. Oln and Dao were to carry Lady Iris to safety, and the others were to accompany her to subdue the prince. In conclusion, she demanded that no one allow the enemies to harm His Majesty. She informed the masked man that she trusted him, but warned him to be careful as she had many questions. Nell also wished her brother caution. He agreed, and then pointed out to the attacker that he wasn't even going to take the king away from them, but the latter replied that according to the contract, he was obliged to eliminate only strong opponents. The mercenary specified that among all those present, he is the most dangerous. After licking the sword covered in blood, the mercenary added that he was lucky to be able to fight such a strong opponent. In the hallway, Carlotta asked the dark-haired girl with the square of hair if she was worried. She explained that she was talking about an adamantite class adventurer. The former agreed and added that they had previously taken a neutral stance towards the guild, which allowed this person to appear. He was called a, quote, war fanatic. This man was a true berserker. It was said that no battle was complete without him, and his abilities allowed him to easily upgrade his class to orichalcum. However, Even the guild had a hard time tolerating his aggressive behavior. It was noted that if there were soldiers nearby, it would interfere with the masked man. Neil agreed. Laughing while praising the hitman's strength and reaction, the adventurer continued the fight. His opponent demanded that he be quiet, as he was annoyed to see his smug expression. Looking at the menu with the status of the enemy, where there was information with his class, stats, and skills, Yuki concluded that the opponent was strong, while his own stats were barely higher, and the enemy also had strong skills. He noted that he does not like to fight to the death, usually increases the level by destroying monsters, and then only if you need to get DP. He didn't want dangerous battles, but just wanted to play with fluffy rear. The adventurer, striking a masked man in the stomach, noted that he was enjoying the fight. In response, the man kicked him and called him names. Using water magic, he tried to make the enemy gasp for breath. He knew that in a prolonged battle, given the opponent's skills, he would be at a disadvantage, so he decided to drive him into a corner using the only parameter in which he was superior. The battle continued. Regulus smiled at first, but then, noticing something in his opponent's hands, he lost his expression of joy. Black flames enveloped his body. A revolver was pointed at him. Fire was opened on the flames. At this point, Papa Nets noticed an adventurer's attack from behind. He couldn't avoid it and stuck out his hand. Due to the close range of the attack, Yuki was able to pierce his chest with his free hand. After seeing his wound, the mercenary admitted that the fight had given him pleasure. Papa Dennett swore that it was too early for him to challenge the demon lord. Battle Wolf Luin Jalu asked the sheep demon Layla about the location of Lady Leffy. She replied that she hadn't returned yet. She's been a bit withdrawn lately, probably thinking about something, but she'll come back when she's hungry. At this time, Leffy was sitting on the edge of the cliff remembering Papa Dannet's and saying, "I was lonely without you, right?" The sword lay on the grass. There was a shout as Yuki poured a healing potion on his hand. He noted that it would have been worse without the powerful potion, as too many fingers were broken from the palm strike. Yuki decided to never do that again. The magic scheme Layla had given him had worked perfectly. Scarlet flames powered by magical energy would light up and burn everything he touched, the power of the flames being regulated by the amount of mana invested. The adventurer turned out to be strong, but due to the racial difference, and therefore the difference in characteristics, Mask somehow won. It was noted that Nell, having a level twice lower, had about the same indicators, which indicated a high potential of the hero. Flying on his wings, Papadanets noticed the prince in the window. The soldiers were moving forward. The head of the Knights of the Church told His Highness that he was accused of mutiny and demanded to go with them. The prince responded by accusing them of ruining the kingdom and ordering the guards to capture them, calling them supporters of outdated values that were dragging the country to the bottom. A battle ensued between the Templars and the Royal Knights. Nell noticed that something was wrong with the prince's eyes. She decided to focus on the battle, figuring that at this rate, the Templars would eventually crush the rebels. And Yuki had said earlier that he didn't need any help, but he had pointed out that the opponent was an adamantite class adventurer, and it wasn't profitable to delay the fight. He came to the conclusion that he needed to quickly deal with the enemies and rush to the rescue. At that moment, the glass shattered. Yuki rushed into the room and attacked the cloaked man. He considered the attack weak, but managed to break the artifact that prevented him from using skills. The robed man guessed that this was a demon and the owner of Analysis. A shout rang out, summoning His Highness. The prince, his eyes bleary, pointed the weapon at his father. Kalot ordered to protect His Majesty and attack without hesitation. The knights ran the prince through with their swords, but he took a step. The parent gave his son's name. Yuki demanded to hold him while he took out his revolver. He shot the prince several times. The hitman was attacked by a shadow. The cloaked man soared into the air on demonic wings. As Mask continued to shoot at him, Yuki tried to stop him when he realized that he was trying to escape. The demon left the room through the broken window. After Yuki cursed, Nell called out to him. She asked who it was, and got the answer that it was probably the puppet master who controlled the dead prince, and his indicators were changed with the help of the ring. The fake ring showed false data to others when they tried to view the status. Its quality was rated as A+. When the girl asked how he knew, Yuki explained that the prince's magic power was the same as that of the hooded man. Papa Donet's intended to chase after him, but he didn't have time to finish. A monster appeared from the magic circle. The creature was muscular, humanoid. Its race was undead, and its class was listed as a level 15 locked spirit of the dead. The strength and stamina parameters were close to 1,000, while the rest did not reach 100. Among the skills were regeneration of the 6th level, evil power of the 5th level, and the title artificial corpse, locked creature. Yuki with a darkened face said yes, as much as possible. Looking at its status window, Papadanitz said, swore and added what a serious obstacle he left. Yuki attacked the artificial dead man and cut off his arm. However, it continued to attack with its remaining limb. At the same time, he made incomprehensible sounds, and the guy who watched this thought that he was so big, but at the same time fast. At that moment, he was surprised, as appendages emerged from the severed arm, which soon connected it to the main body. This sight caused disgust in the hitman, and he noted the presence of the enemy's regeneration skill, after which he decided to use a spell and read out, "You are beyond the world's laws, return to your land." Undead conversion. The effect was unexpectedly successful. After that, Nell asked them what they should do next. In response, it was said that they were undead, and then followed by a clarifying question about whether there was a power superior to this sacred magic. The answer was yes, but it would take time to cast the spell. Then Papadanitz declared that he would detain the enemy, and the Templars joined him, expressing their readiness to help. Nell began to chant a spell. Everyone attacked the artificial corpse. Yuki thought that it was bad that the enemy was too fast, and in general, he was not a fan of dragging out a fight, preferring to kill with one blow. The scarlet flame also had no effect. The soldiers, even acting in a crowd, couldn't help either. The order to withdraw rang out. The black-haired girl with the square used undead conversion, salvation. The spell hit the undead's body and knocked it away, so that it flew into the wall. Papadanitz noted the power of the spell, and the Templars shouted that it was necessary to finish off the enemy. Yuki tried to attack, but was thrown into the ceiling. As he fell, he found himself relaxing a little. Nell came over and said that it didn't help, and the monster had already recovered. However, Mask noted that her magic still worked. After the spell, the monster began to heal its wounds much more slowly. The man asked the girl if she could repeat the attack and handed her the potion. Nell said yes. In an impromptu meeting, Yuki came up with a plan where the raven-haired girl would cast a spell like before, and then while the enemy slowly recovers, he would chop them into pieces. The soldiers at Kurata's signal will have to take out these units and throw them out the windows as far apart as possible. The head of the Temple Knights noted that the plan sounds ridiculous, but there are no other ideas. The caster wasn't nearby, and there must be limits to regeneration, since undead don't regrow new limbs. They launched an attack. Mask said that cowards can go home under the blanket. Soldiers who do not want to fight are not needed here. He was hailed. It was reported that the monster reacted to Neil's spell and seemed to find it extremely unpleasant. Before the sentence was finished, Yuki cut off the corpse's leg, causing it to fall. The Templar captain also charged into the battle and began hacking at the undead's body. Her squad rushed after her, and when they saw this, the Knights of the Kingdom decided to intervene to prevent the first to take the glory and show that the future of the country is important to them. Nell was chanting a spell. She used undead conversion again, salvation. Right after that, Mask cut the artificial corpse's body in two. Then he tried to kick me in the side, but the monster's hand caught him. He struggled, noting that his opponent considered himself stronger. Kurata asked if she needed any help and received a negative response, along with an apology asking her to take on some of his work. So the moment had come for their goon. The hitman, dragging half of his body towards the gap in the wall, was hailed by Nell, who threw him a sword. He caught it. He began chopping the corpse into smaller pieces. Throwing them out through the hole, he ended the sentence with the word, "Die." The black-haired woman asked what if the enemy recovers somewhere. They answered that even a Papadanitz can't cope with such survivability. However, it seems that there is no reason to worry. The victory was for them. After the battle, the soldiers supporting the prince surrendered to the mercy of the victor. It turned out that he had the support of many landlords, and the transformation of the entire political system, including the capital, would take a long time. Executions after this turmoil led to the fact that many important posts lost their owners, in which the ministers of the church promised to help. The king went to the head of the country to restore order, and noted that he did not suspect that Lute was under the rule of a demon all this time. This whole situation was convenient for Yuki, as he intended to eliminate the prince. but the puppet master demon that appeared out of nowhere was irritating with its existence. He hadn't given himself away thanks to his mask and disguise skill, but he didn't want to think about the possibility that this demon might also be behind the attempt on his forest. He assumed that the demon wanted to use Li-Fi to destroy the country. The girl greeted Yuki, calling him a hero. After a question about her health, which ended with the word princess, she asked him to call her simply Iril. The king and princess expressed their gratitude to Yuki again. Yuki replied that Iril was wrong, since he was not a hero, but a dangerous demon lord, and opened his wings. The girl looked at him with admiration, noting the beauty of the wings. She noticed that she had heard about demon lords abducting princesses and offered to take her with them. The masked man said that he would think about it, and the girl was happy, and said that she would wait. Her father asked her to sit in the next room for a while. When she was gone, Papa Danitz chided the king for not teaching her to be careful. The king apologized, noting that she understood that the mask would not harm her. Yuki said that the girl was really strong, and the king agreed. The king expressed his boundless gratitude to Yuki and offered to fulfill any of his wishes within the limits of his abilities. Yuki agreed because he was really steaming hot, so he decided not to be modest. He asked for, firstly, a document confirming the inviolability of the demonic forest, recognizing it as the domain of the demon lord and prohibiting invasions, and secondly, a certificate for free passage through the territory of the kingdom for joint travel. The king asked him to make sure that no one found out about their nature, and Yuki agreed, thinking that humans and demons were not on the best of terms. The ruler offered to at least give a warm welcome at the banquet, but Mask refused, as he wanted to go home, where his friends were waiting for him. Then the king offered to invite his friends as well. Yuki was petting Rear, saying that he hadn't seen him for a long time. When the princess came, she noticed how cute the wolf was. Yuki thought that the children were not afraid of anything, and the ruler asked if it was the legendary Fenrir beast. It was suggested that he be listed as a familiar so that he could stay in the capital. Only a select few were invited to the banquet, and they could feel at home. Nell admired the view. Kalat bowed to his majesty and thanked him for the invitation, to which he replied that he should thank them himself and suggested that no formality should be required. Iril took the hand of the black-haired girl with Kara and Yuki and showed them where their seats were. The girl asked in a whisper if it was a problem that the princess knew who he was, because she called him Lord. Yuki replied that they wouldn't stick to the child's words. There were various dishes on the table. They admired them. The girl said that she probably had never tasted such delicacies. Iril noted that these dishes were prepared by the best royal chefs. The ruler raised his glass and thanked them for their hard work, suggesting that they enjoy the holiday. Everyone drank and had fun. 2 hours later, Nell was pouring Yuki some alcohol. After his request not to pour too much, she asked him what he didn't want to drink, and she expressed her willingness to give him a drink herself. She reached out as if for a kiss, but Yuki said that he understood and would drink it himself, since she shouldn't do that. After he drank the glass, the girl tried to feed him, but poked his cheek with a fork with impaled food. Princess Iril snuggled up to him, saying that he smelled like a master. The butler picked up the princess and said that he would carry her to her room. Yuki looked at the king and thought he was going the same way, but then it occurred to him that maybe he was tired, and Kalata certainly wasn't. The girl hugged Rear, saying how fluffy he was, and asked if he would like to become her pet. She assured him that she would take good care of him, and that he would never go hungry. Yuki noted that the whole thing was a complete mess, but the fun was successful, and they even took wine as a souvenir. He hoped Nell wouldn't fall out of her chair. The girl woke up just as he said it was time to go home. Still, visiting is good, but at home is better. The conflict in the kingdom was settled, and the hero and demon lord were about to say their goodbyes. The first one called out to the last one, asking him to stay. Papa Danitz turned around, and the girl was breathing heavily. Yuki asked that Nell had woken up, and she, still out of breath, confirmed it. The man warned her to be careful, because if every time she gets so drunk in the company of men, sooner or later trouble may happen. The girl replied that she knew he wouldn't do anything to her. She added that if she didn't, she would complain to Li-Fi. Yuki argued that it was better not to do that. He suggested that we visit him at the hot springs sometime. Nell agreed and remarked that she would become a hero that even he would be afraid of. Yuki said he would wait. Papa Danitz said that he had a gift and threw her a dagger. He explained that he made it, but could not use it, because short swords are not suitable for him, although the weapon is good, and suggested using it as a spear or as a knife. Moonshine is a short sword with a snow-white blade created by the Demon Lord. Its glow dispels the darkness of the night. Quality: A+. Nell thanked the mask and said that she was pleased. She promised to protect her weapons. The girls greeted him happily on his return. Yuki stroked their heads and asked if the younger ones behaved well. After receiving an affirmative answer, he praised them and informed them that he had brought gifts. He thanked the sheep demon and werewolf for guarding the house, to which they said they were glad to see him back unharmed and would now prepare a bath. On the way home, Yuki came across the bandits and then discovered their lair, which he considered a great find. The girls clung to him, begging him to tell them more, but he said he would do it later. Leafy was silent, and Yuki, also silent, walked over to her. When he approached, he said he was back, and only then did she react, saying that finally, stammering, she confessed that she was lonely without him. This surprised Papa Danitzi, and he asked if she had eaten something inappropriate, or picked up something strange in the forest. Leafy said sharply that she didn't. Then he assumed that she broke something, but again received a negative answer. She began to explain the reason. The girl said that she just didn't expect it to be lonely without him. Hearing this, Yuki blushed and asked again. Luangelo and Layla both beamed at this. Seeing this, the Demon Lord, still blushing, thought that they must have inspired something in Leafy, since her behavior was similar to that of a pet. The girl called out to him, and he asked what was wrong, then realized that he hadn't had time to wash up yet. Leafy noticed that he smelled not only of the hero, but also of other women. Yuki made excuses that he was just being molested by another kid and didn't do anything wrong. The girl clarified whether he was again showing excessive closeness to little girls for the sake of his perverted inclinations. He was outraged, asking her why she immediately thought such a thing. Leafy froze and shook her head. After that, she turned around and asked if he was hungry. He said his stomach was rumbling. She said that dinner would be ready soon, and invited him to sit down and wait. The Demon Lord was surprised. The next day, Leafy noticed something in his hair and put it away. He thanked her. She sat down next to him. This made him wonder why she was getting so close to him. Yuki said that he was just raising her skill level, and she might not be interested in it. She said she wasn't allowed to be around. Leafy never left Yuki's side. The Demon Lord pressed Luan against the wall and started to speak, so he noted that Leafy was acting strangely, and the wolf clearly knew what was going on. The girl replied that she didn't think there was anything wrong with Mrs. Leafy. Yuki noticed that she had been sleeping for half a day before, then mindlessly playing and eating like an ordinary unemployed stay-at-home mom. And now she was always hanging around him like a dog, which she didn't think was strange. The girl said it was cute, which he agreed with, but added that it still looked unusual. She noticed that it was not at all to do with it. It would have been better to ask Layla, but he was embarrassed to bother. The girl was indignant that it meant no respect for her. When asked whether it is worth respecting a clumsy maid in all household chores, Leo replied that it hits the patient. He added that since she understands this, then let her correct herself. The girl asked if he could be more gentle, and received the answer that the Demon Lord should be cruel. Liu Yi noticed that, without her, Fenrir didn't even approach him. Battle Wolf gave up, and told him not to tell Leafy what she was about to say, because she didn't want to turn into ashes. He promised to keep it a secret. She explained that Ms. Leafy was worried. Yuki asked if she was accurate about Leafy. She had lived alone for many years, and she didn't know how to get close to others, so she doubted whether she was worthy of living in such a comfortable environment. Now she was trying to connect with others. Yuki called out to the dragon girl. He suggested we have a drink together. Lila walked over to the bed and asked Warwolf why she looked so pleased. The girl laughed and offered to listen. She said she did a great job today. The sheep demon congratulated her, but she explained that she meant something else, and thought that after all, Mrs. Leafy was worried. The experiences were not about communicating with others, but about interacting with one particular person. Leficio said that dragons are actually masters of drinking, and there are even idiots who take over cities for the sake of alcohol. And then she added that she preferred sweets more, so she rarely drinks, but she liked the smell of this wine. The Demon Lord noticed that wine is easy to drink, so you should be more careful. Nell quickly became intoxicated. Leafy said she was the strongest dragon to worry about, and she thought he didn't drink. Yuki replied that he was calm about drinking. He claimed that he wouldn't lose out on booze, even to a cocky dragon lord, to which she noted the boldness of the statement. They made a bet. Yuki asked if Leafy was okay. The dragon told me to shut up and said it was all right. Leafy was even more drunk than Nell, though it would seem. The man handed her water and told her to drink it. As soon as she drank, she dropped her head into his lap. He asked her if she was giving up. The girl said no, she was just taking a break. Yuki put his hand on her forehead and called her name. He said, "Don't strain yourself." The dragon protested that she wasn't trying, but he ignored her and went on to say that they had been together for 6 months and that he understood her perfectly. He said that no matter what Liu or others advised her, he liked it when she was lazy and didn't help around the house, but he had fun playing every day. He likes it when she happily eats or loafs. He appreciates her for who she is. He noted that he was having fun swearing and joking with her, as usual. The girl replied that she was not straining and that she understood that she was behaving unusually. She added that she did it not through "I don't want to," but because she wanted to, and she admitted that it was nice to touch him. Then she announced that the break was over and told me to quickly open the next bottle. Yuki asked if he would have another drink. She agreed, but suddenly noticed that he had moved the board and asked why she was losing. Yuki said she didn't know what she was talking about. Leafy agreed and added that he should consider it a favor on her part. Later, Battlewolf Lu and Gilu said that they seemed to have a great time yesterday, and Lila added that they are friendly, which is fine. The sheep demon suggested that they clean up first and asked them to wake them up before Iruna woke up, and then she went to her room. Liu Yi went to wake up the two men. Leafy was sleeping on top of Yuki when he first opened his eyes. When she woke up, she heard the Papadanids say good morning. She nodded and asked him to let her go, because he had been holding her waist the whole time. Even people of the heroic class were quite strong, for a hitman. Yuki knew that if he met a demon or a person of a similar level, he might have difficulties, so he decided to start improving his own strength. He said goodbye to the girls and decided to start by strengthening the dungeon. It can contain mines and traps that, when activated in a certain area, could cause an explosion or bombard the enemy with weapons. Or there are mechanisms installed to attract monsters from all over the area. And it is possible to add various poisons and plants. Yuki was worried that there were too few monsters in the dungeon. At the moment, only Fenrir was capable of fighting, so at least 4 defenders of the same level were required. He conceived the concept of a dungeon with an extremely high level of difficulty. It was planned that 4 monsters equal in strength to the average boss would attack the outsider as soon as they entered. The goal was to make the enemies retreat in a panic. However, there weren't enough points to summon everyone at once, so Yuki decided to summon only Rear and test the traps. A large turtle was destroyed for testing. It was pierced with various piercing weapons. The traps only worked when an enemy appeared, but Yuki still asked Rear to be careful. He pointed out that it was time to go hunting to level up both himself and Rear. Together, they destroyed the flying monster. The hunt continued. Yuki thought that Zayan's magic scheme might be able to lengthen the blade or create a cutting wave. He noted that there are no strong monsters in the west either, but at that moment he noticed an approaching enemy on the panel. A manticore, a creature with a scorpion's tail, demonic wings, lion's mane, and a high rank of level 96, was approaching him. Yuki was amazed at her level. In the capital, the ruler was informed that the analysis of the demon magic item revealed its origin from the Lorgrad Empire. The history of the conflict between humans and demons spanned hundreds of years. Lorgrad was still one of the countries where the battle with the demons continued, but the possibility of collusion between them was not excluded. Relations with Lorgrad were far from friendly, and they were at war with the demons in general, and they generally despised their states. They might benefit from joining forces with the demons, which could weaken the Alicia kingdom. The king thought that it was necessary to prepare and protect his people, and considered it lucky that he was able to make friends with Yuki. At this time, the latter was fighting. He was confident that in case of danger, Yuki would be able to save at least his daughter. The king wanted to maintain good neighborly relations, and at this time Yuki beheaded Manticore. After that, he noticed that Zayan's color changed, and the blade suddenly responded to it. Yuki noticed that the sword had never expressed itself so clearly before. The weapon replied that everything was as usual. Yuki admitted that he had heard about the increase in the blade's power, but he hadn't expected such a change. He offered to deal with it later, and the weapon asked me to stay with him a little longer. Yuki looked at the blade, closed his eyes, and opened them, promising to fix it up later, to which Zayan agreed. The demon lord noticed that the weapon had a childish ego of its own, and felt guilty for the way it had been treated before. He decided to make a scabbard for the sword, hoping that it would not be lonely. Zayan had unique characteristics. Attack 459. Stability 672. Magic power reserve 618. Skills: Scarlet Flame of the 3rd level, Self-Healing of the 1st level, Intelligence, as well as the ability to communicate thoughts and consume blood. The scabbard was ready. The weapon started to speak, but after a bit of hesitation, it chose a color. It stated that it would do just fine, which surprised Yuki, as he hadn't expected such greater pickiness. The appearance of the scabbard was changed again, and this time the blade liked it. They have become pink in color, durable, with A+ quality, able to withstand a normal attack without damage. Yuki noticed that Zayn liked cute things, and he was pleased with his taste, because even children liked it. The weapon asked about his thoughts, and Yuki said that he just didn't have enough people to talk to, since no one was home. Zayn remembered that in the beginning, he had only been shouting in anger and rage. The sword had once been consumed with anger, hatred, fear, and despair that gripped the minds of anyone who held it, and its owners would also breed new anger and rage, closing the circle of destructive emotions. Yuki picked him up and forced him to obey. The little girl was sitting on his lap. A notification about the acquisition of the quote-quote personification skill appeared in the status bar. Iluna was delighted, and decided to clarify that her name was N. It was nice to meet her. The slime girl agreed and repeated the last sentence. The black-haired girl with the ribbon said we would. 3 little girls attacked Yuma, Yuki exclaimed. Dragon asked what had happened. He said nothing. Leafy asked him where he'd taken her from. Yuki protested that he didn't kidnap her, but that it was his Zayn blade, the demon lord shouted. The sword turned into a girl. Leafy admitted that she knew about intelligent weapons but was still surprised. Yuki reported that he was able to exchange the scroll of the quote personification skill for points. Leafy noted that his interest didn't seem to be enough for 2 little girls, so he created another one. The man protested that it was not his fault. Liao assured them that whatever their master was, they would serve him to the end, and Lila added that they didn't care about his unusual preferences. Yuki noticed that they seemed to be supporting him, but they were actually hating him. He explained that he is not a fan of little girls, he just likes soft thighs. Zayn asked what hidi meant. He explained that it meant laughing at him. The girl noticed that it was bad to offend the owner. She hugged him. Iluna replied that they did not offend him. The weapon clarified whether this is true. The girl confirmed that they always do. She added that it is on the contrary a sign of friendship. The sword agreed if that's the case. Yuki stated that they had lost and would now know how to humiliate the demon lord's honor. Leafy offered to defend her honor on her own. He agreed, and offered to fight. The girls took En by the hand and decided to show her the castle. Outside, they asked her what she liked. En asked what love meant. The girls explained that in addition to the brother, it can be, for example, a nap in the afternoon, or a sweet one, like Leffy's. En said she liked to move. Iluna was delighted, noting that she also likes to move a lot, get tired, and then relax in a warm bath and fall asleep under a soft blanket. She asked what else En liked. En said she didn't know. Iluna suggested that we find something interesting for her together. En said, we'll find it together. Iluna explained that when you have a lot of favorite activities, every day becomes fun and full of expectation, and smiled, spreading her arms. Eno remembered that she used to think this world was cruel, full of endless despair and darkness, and that it was a dark, dark bottom. Iluna added that they would look for En's favorite activities every day. The girls were holding hands. Everyone was laughing and smiling. The girls sat on the blanket and smiled. Peace reigned. Lightning flashed over the mountains, in a dark cave. There was a dragon lying down, and he asked Yorga what he wanted. He added that Tom didn't belong here. A dark dragon with a stone in its chest asked why, having the power to take over the whole world, it does not do this. The elderly dragon replied with the audacity of someone who had never even left their native land. He noticed that power over the world was only a burden. The older dragon assumed that the other young dragons had overpraised him, and he got conceited. Gorga replied that being born a dragon, the eldest had no ambition. It opened its mouth, and blood spilled. Laughing, he told him to rest in peace. Jorga announced that he was now the Dragon King. The 2 girls announced the start of the Demon Lord's science lab. While Yuki was saying that he would introduce his assistant first, they noticed his strange white clothes. Leafy showed up in a matching white lab coat and said that Papa Dots would have 4 bars of chocolate. He said 3, and she agreed. The sheep demon asked what science was, and was told that Yuki didn't know enough about it to explain it in words, so he suggested just observing. He lit a candle in the jar. Then I asked them if they knew why the candle was burning. Iluna raised her hand and said it was magic. Papadanitz expected such an answer, and suggested to ask the assistant Leafy, who was able to feel magic power. When asked whether this fire is magical, the answer was that it is the most common. The jar was closed with a lid, and the fire went out. Lila asked if the candle was the fuel, the fire should not disappear, even under the lid, or if the magic particles were involved, but Leafy said they had nothing to do with it. Yuki explained that it was just the air. The oxygen kept it burning, and under the lid it had run out. He pointed out that, although there is magic in this world, the basic elements and living conditions are the same as in his world. Taking the jar in his hands and placing his palms on both sides, he lit the fire again and asked why it was burning now. The answer was that it was definitely magic now, and Yuki agreed. He clarified whether they now understand that other phenomena also have an explanation. For example, breathing is also possible thanks to oxygen. The girls expressed their admiration. Papadanitz thought that Sai had no lungs and was like one big stomach, which meant that she breathed differently, perhaps through her skin. Or there were creatures in this world that didn't breathe at all. He checked in by putting his hand to her face and made sure she wasn't breathing, just like the ghost girls. Then he screamed that N had bitten him, lifted her onto his shoulders, and added that he was now at her mercy, declaring himself an evil scientist who would show them the depths of fear. The girl started running. Hugging Leafy from behind, Yuki laughed and said that now she is also a zombie and will become the second evil scientist on the forbidden path. The girl asked what she had to do with it, but he suggested that she get used to the role. The girl laughed and said that for the sake of knowing the truth, she would make them her guinea pigs. Layla said that then a fair scholar would fight for them. Let's protect everyone for the sake of peace, and addressed Lu as a scholar. She was confused at first, and then said that she would protect the girls. During the game, the following phrases were played. Sister, good luck. Try hard. Get ready, evil scientists. What do you want, Mrs. N? Destroy. That's right. Fly. You'll cry at me. So they played until lunch. Yuki was called out. Leafy asked him out on a date. He agreed. Then, realizing what had happened, he agreed even more enthusiastically. When asked where they would go, the girl replied that she wanted to go to a nearby mountain. The man was delighted and said awesome hike in the mountains, but Leafy said they weren't going to walk, they were going to fly. Specifying that there is a bee nest there, she said that she wanted to eat honey. Leafy noted that honey is no less beautiful than the sweets he gives her, and suggested that Layla prepare a honey dessert. Yuki thought that the date was just an addition to the honey. Jolly Dragon offered to go, but when he heard the refusal, he was surprised. Then Papadanitz explained that honey is not interesting to him, as he does not like sweets. The girl was indignant that he did not want to fulfill the wish of his beloved orchestra, to which he replied that he did not see the benefits of being kind now. Then she said that in that case, she would sleep with him at night. He said he wasn't interested in sharing a bed with her. Leafy blushed slightly and said that she thought they would finally be alone. Yuki sighed with a smile. He added that she would become his pillow. During the flight, he asked which mountain was average, and the girl pointed to one of the peaks, saying that she had lived there before. He asked me to look in there. She said there was nothing there, but he just wanted to see where the dragon used to live. She agreed. The demon lord was breathing heavily, and when she asked if he was exhausted, he said the air was thin and asked if she had ever lived here. She said you didn't see anything interesting there. He said he was glad to see it, and asked what he could see in the distance. He pointed at the pile of weapons and armor. The girl explained that this is all that remains of those who tried to fight her. She gave me permission to take something. Yuki thanked him and decided to exchange the items for points. For a while there was a rumor among people that her blood gave her immortality, which tired her out. Papadanitz thought that it was a long way to immortality, but at least a piece of Leafy can be a strong talisman. He asked if it was possible to take her scales and fangs that were in the pit, and after getting permission he explained that he wanted to create short swords for Irina and the others. He noted that these materials will make an excellent weapon, and he would also like to make one for himself. The dragon blushed and said that her scales were stronger than divine steel, and only her fangs could break through them, and allowed her to use them. On the other side of the sparkling lake, there was a cave. Seeing the pond, Yuki praised the beauty of the place, and the girl agreed. Then, looking at her hand, he said that the color of the pond was so golden. He noticed that it gave off a pleasant fragrance. Dragon explained that it was the smell of honey, which surprised him. The girl said that the bees, having found a suitable place, create a honey pond. A lot of giant bees were rushing towards them, and Dragon said she was hoping for Yuki while he was shouting. Papadanitz took out a Zayin, ordered him to help and activate the fire at full capacity. After that, he attacked the bees. He laughed and remarked that he had always known that insects couldn't fight fire. Leafy warned us to be wary of their sting, as they can shatter even iron. Then she added that the sting is poisonous, and if it is stung, it will die within a minute. Papadanitz shouted that it could be said right away. Because the dragon often came to steal honey from the bees, they probably became smarter and harder to fight. Leafy noted that Papadanitz helped him a lot, but realized that he was taken on a hike as bait. The girl asked him to fight from a distance so that the mud would not fall on the honey, but in response she received a threat. Yuki breathed heavily, realizing that there was no end in sight. The dragon noted that it has a pathetic curtain, and this is what you say. Asking the question turned Papadanitz too. To this, Leafy said that she could delay with the set, but before she could finish, Yuki interrupted her with the words that he lied. "Oh, beautiful lady, show us all your strength." The girl agreed and opened her mouth. She used Dragon's Roar, the greatest and most powerful attack of dragons, which is a magic beam. Leafy smiled and noted that it was the roar of a dragon. Papadanitz was outraged that she did not use it immediately. The girl, breathing heavily and clutching the sheets, admitted her mistake and therefore asked, "Let her go." Yuki was touching her wings. He stated that he did not hear the request and noted that she is the best Akimakura. He complimented her on her ponytail, but she reacted sharply to the touch. He decided to touch the wings, but she forbade him to do that either. This continued until morning. The next day, Enegase expressed her admiration for the Demon Lord's castle. Iluna supported her and offered to show it to see together. Sai met the ghost girls and introduced them as Rei, Rui, and Ru. Zayin greeted them, and the girls offered to show them the castle together. A ghost named Ro passed through Zayin's body. Iluna reprimanded her, and when she left, Sai asked where she was going. Yuki came running, announcing that it was time for lunch. When he returned, he only noticed En, who explained to him that they were playing hide-and-seek. The Demon Lord asked if she had made friends with all of them, and the girl replied that they were all very good. He patted her head. Two girls came over and asked if it was time for lunch. They received an affirmative answer and an invitation from Rei, Rui, and Ru to join in, even though they probably couldn't eat. Yuki patted Anne again. He picked her up. Iluna, laughing slightly, noticed that the black-haired girl was lucky. The girl only reacted quietly, being in her arms, surrounded by representatives of different races. The cards were scattered. This was due to Yuki and Leafy playing them. Leafy offered to let Yuki draw his joker, but Yuki refused. The girl said that if he succeeded, he would become her servant, but he also rejected this condition. At that moment, Leafy noticed something and got to her feet, which puzzled the hitman. He glanced at the status window and found a change. Leafy assumed that she sensed someone familiar and decided to go talk. Yuki asked to wait, intending to go with her. The girl warned that this is a hot-tempered and dangerous individual, but Yuki said that he would not let her go alone. Leafy told him not to worry, reminding him that she was a dragon lord. Yuki responded by calling himself her partner, which made Leafy sigh. After leaving the cave, they saw a black dragon. Upon landing, the black dragon claimed to have finally found the dragon lord of Lephisios. It turned out to be Gyrodio Georga, who had a level of 402nd and the title of Usurper and Dragon King. He asked why Leafy was playing human. In response, Leafy asked how a small fry like him could get the title of Dragon King. She expressed her doubts because the ancient dragons would not willingly submit to him, and asked what had become of Bloom. The black dragon announced that he had killed Bloom, driven all the old dragons out of the village, and the remaining ones bowed down to him. After that, he declared himself the Dragon King. He announced that he was going to take over the whole world and came to Leafy with a proposal. He noted that together they could quickly conquer the world and offered her to become his woman. Yuki interjected, expressing his indignation and displeasure at Giorgio's words. He pointed out that taking over the world was a stupid thing to do and a waste of time, and suggested that Leafy would never disagree. Leafy confirmed this with a smile and added that Giorgio should go back to the village and look for a companion there. Black Dragon clarified if Leafy was pretending to be human because of Yuki. Leafy confirmed that he was her partner. She added that although he is stupid, Giorgio is not only stupid but also has a lot of problems, and demanded that Giorgio leave. Yuki doubted that he could be considered a fool, but Leafy replied that they knew each other well enough to say that. An attack hit Yuki, knocking him back. Giorgio said that Tom should have allowed himself to be destroyed. Leafy addressed the demon lord by his first name. Giorgio, hearing this, noted that the human form had a bad effect on her. Because of this, she announced her intention to contact the dragon. Yuki stood in front of the girl and insisted that he would come out to fight, and stated that he wanted to protect Leafy. Leafy wished him not to make mistakes in the battle. Then she wished she didn't lose to this weakling. The black dragon noted with disdain that he had decided to fight him, and he said he would trample on it. Yuki told the dragon to shut up. After a few trees were cut down, he thought about his words, realizing that the opponent's level was 5 times higher than his, and the chance of winning was no more than 1%. Due to the underestimation of the enemy, as well as the effect of the rank and the body of the demon, Yuki managed to hold on, but one wrong step could lead to death. The title Punisher for Sins was activated, which increased all indicators by 1.5 times when fighting with the owner of the sinful title. Giorgio scoffed, asking where Yuki's confidence had gone. Yuki slashed out with his sword and wounded the dragon, noting that even the bug's attack caused him to bleed. In response, he received an attack that threw him up. Black Dragon turned to Leficios, claiming that Yuki only talks and is not capable of doing things, while he himself is much more suitable for her. Lefi watched him in silence. Yuki mentally thanked her for being distracted by her opponent's persuasion, knowing that he had a chance to recover, but the situation was still dangerous. One spear flew into him, and then he was surrounded by many others. He screamed. Leafy watched the scene unfold. Giorgio chuckled. Seeing Yuki panting and bleeding profusely, he noted that Yuki was still alive, calling him a parasite. Papadance laughed. Yuki, the main character, laughed softly while looking at the system window in front of him. The dragon didn't understand the fun, and assumed that the man had already lost his mind. After recovering, the hero opened his wings behind his back and drew his sword. Now he's ready to fight again. Yuki smiled, just glanced at the system window and warned his opponent to look at the ground instead of at it. A huge pit was formed under the dragons, which he definitely did not expect. Abruptly, the lizard spread its wings and shot up into the sky, but there were other spells waiting for him, prepared by the guy. A huge explosion erupted in the sky, incinerating everything. But this attack didn't even hit the enemy. In the resulting smoke, a dragon appeared, saying that for an insect, the main character is smart enough. Flying closer to the enemy, Yuki regrets spending PD for the trap. But in reality, while the youth was dodging the attacks, he had placed the mines in an attempt to reduce the difference in strength between them. Provoking the enemy, the hero calls the dragon for the second round. The latter did not appreciate this gesture, intending to attack, but the magic circle stopped him. The mine activated and hit the main character's opponent with all its magic power. The last attack angered the lizard so much that it cursed and took a breath to roar. Realizing what was happening, the guy tried to dodge and avoid the blow, but the dragon followed closely behind the first. Another spell circle appeared in the sky, and following it, a huge string of explosions erupted. But it was a magic trap left by the hero. The dragon is fast and strong, almost at the level of the dragon girl Ephysian, only rougher. The latter, watching the confrontation, regretted her lack of combat experience and inability to help Yuki for being so careless. Thinking that the trap would delay the dragon for a long time, the youth prepared a new attack while staring at the system. But a loud roar stopped him. The lizard was charging straight at the guy, its mouth open, ready to kill the latter. Yuki just froze in shock. The attack landed squarely on the guy's torso, just knocking him off his feet. Blood gushed out of the hero's body, but, quickly standing up, Yuki also dodged the dragon's mouth that snapped right in front of him. Only then did he realize that he must have overdone it, playing with the opponent and pushing him to the limit. The spears pierced right where the youth had been standing just a moment ago. Another stream of dragon roars charged at him, preventing him from dodging. The flames scorched the main character, almost turning him into an ember in the air. But there was an indicator in which the hero was definitely superior to the dragon, giving the former an advantage. This is its speed. Swooping down on the dragon, Yuki gripped the hilt of his sword and raised his hands above his head, preparing to strike the enemy. But he had already prepared a new stream of dragon roar. Accelerating, the hero manages to slash the enemy with his sword, but the flames also burned half of Yuki's body. With a flick of its tail and a toss of its head, the dragon screamed in pain. With the same tail, the enemy managed to touch the guy. He was distracted by the pain, momentarily oblivious to the enemy. But it was an unforgivable mistake. With its sharp spine, the dragon grazed the young man hard, leaving no living space on his body. Blood spurted, and a man screamed. At the same time, a couple of maids looked after the little ones while they spent their time putting together a puzzle. The fox girl asked how their master was doing. Another also shared her experiences. Before leaving, Yuki ordered them to keep a low profile until he and Leafy, the dragon girl, returned. Recalling the insistence of the masters, the girls noted the strength of the earthquake outside. The little girls were distracted from the puzzle, also asking about the state of their master. But they comforted each other, remembering that N had gone with him. So they convinced themselves that nothing would happen to either brother or sister. A voice called out to Yuki, who was almost unconscious. Through the pain, he opened his eyes and got up from the ground, covered in his blood. After answering N, he tried to pick up the blade, seeing that the dragon was right behind him. Despite his condition, blood, and pain, Yuki stood up from the ground and took a step forward. After all, he hadn't finished this fight yet. He clenched the blade between his teeth and bandaged the wounds on his severed pair of wings and left arm. His body was terrible, but he didn't have time to recover. Another roar of pain came from the dragon's mouth. He was barely dodging Lephisios' attacks. She didn't even bother attacking him as he tried to tell her that Yuki was dead, and the dragon in front of her was his killer. But the girl only grinned confidently when she saw that the guy the dragon had supposedly killed was still alive. In disbelief, the enemy turned around and saw the seriously injured Yuki behind him. The man shuffled his feet heavily, the blade clutched in his hand. The lizard man went berserk and struck the insignificant man in front of him with its tail. But he kept getting up until the dragon was begging him not to come any closer. Starting the third round of the confrontation, the dragon was alarmed by Yuki's tenacity. Then, he decided to gather his strength and attack the guy in front of him one last time, trying to grind him to dust. But, as soon as he opened his mouth, a torrent of energy hit him, and he just fell on his side, unable to get up again. It became clear that this was Yuki's plan. Everything in his territory was controlled by the dragons, and Yuki only took advantage of it. A spell from the system said that carbon monoxide is not sensitive, but causes critical symptoms in the enemy. Wind magic created an air shell around the hero, preventing the hero from suffocating. 1% is already fatal, and trying to maintain the veil around him, the guy could not defend himself. The reason why Lephisios didn't interfere was because of that. But that dragon has the wind in its head. The guy talked about the weaknesses of the enemy, who had fallen in front of him. The moth will stop. The lizard imprinted its last moment in its pupils. This was how the difficult and dangerous battle between the demon lord and the dragon ended. When Yuki woke up, he felt that his head was resting on something soft. It was Leafy's lap. He whispered her name and drew her attention to him. The main character realized his position and looked to the side, seeing the severed dragon head in front of him. Lephisios, in a slightly mocking tone, began to praise herself for taking care of him. But Yuki was very happy to lie on her soft lap, thanking her for a long time. Cheering up, he quickly rolled over from his back, continuing to praise the girl in front of him. But she made him pay attention to the lack of wounds. As it turned out, Leafy healed him by growing him a new arm. It wasn't difficult for her, but Yuki would still be indebted to her. In addition, she managed to dispel the carbon monoxide spell, telling the hero to rest. He did a great job protecting the girl. But Yuki didn't believe in himself, considering the state he was in at the end. But Lephisios' words quickly dispelled his doubts. Yuki just smiled cheerfully, saying that the reward was worth all the effort. All Leafy could do was stop him by telling him how worried she was. The young man only laughed at her words, retorting that otherwise he would have had to give her up to Darkon. The girl only gave a cry of displeasure in response. Looking at the dragon girl in front of him, the protagonist confesses his feelings, embarrassing the former. The hero says that he will continue to try and become stronger, in order to be worthy of her attention. And with this emotional speech, Yuki suggested that Leafy be together until the very end. In the glare of the sun, Lephisios gently looks back at the main character, reciting the oath. Leaning closer to the guy's lips, the girl closes her eyes, saying the important words for their couple. She agrees to stay with him until the very end of their journey together. With a slight stutter, Leafy denies saying the dragon oath, but quickly changes his mind, agreeing to marry Yuki. to which the latter tenderly suggests calling her his wife. Lephezios didn't expect this. Blushing deeply, the guy started teasing her, seeing how embarrassed she was. Seeing her reaction, Yuki jokes that they can already take care of the children, getting closer to his new wife, but she backs away, embarrassed. He squeezed her hand in his, promising himself that they would be together forever. Cute baby sulks sitting on the lap of the main character. Now the latter is begging her, N, to apologize for making her worry. Seeing that the young man was on the verge of death, she came out to protect him, but witnessed the marriage of Leafy and Yuki. The latter tries to bargain for her forgiveness by all available means, but to all his suggestions, N responded by saying that she just wanted to sit and relax with him. The hero did not expect that the request would end so quickly. Another girl ran into the room, comforting little N. Iruna, Yuki's younger sister, wants to hug him, remembering all the excitement she experienced. The other little girls also want to comfort N and hug their master. But Leffy, looking at the whole scene, only reproaches her husband. To which the guy enjoys the fact that she is just a testament to his husband. But he is distracted by the system window that opens in front of him and shows his characteristics. New abilities such as resilience and deterrence have become part of his arsenal. Especially the monarch intimidation skill obtained after winning the title of Demon and Dragon Lord was extremely powerful. It allowed him to slow down everyone in his radius. Besides, he is now the High Dragon's consort, the only one in the world like that. But right now, he was worried about the level he had raised and the fact that he had recovered DP by collecting the remains of that dragon. Out of curiosity, he decided to check out Leafy's status as well. She became the Supreme Dragon. Yuki was struck by her characteristics. His wife was really strong. In addition, he was finally able to see a couple of numbers in her stats. Even though he was offended by the loss of resources and the difference in strength, he was extremely happy to see such a result. By that time, the two girls had fallen asleep, and the maids came to help their master. One of them noticed the ring on the hero's ring finger. Happy for him, Yuki simply pulls her cheeks and checks the additional information to the ring at the system, which grants him more magic power. At one point, Leafy stands up, telling Yuki not to overexert himself until he's fully recovered. Yuki and Leafy flirt together as they prepare for bed. The fox girl gets a little uneasy from embarrassment. But now, the guy calls Ain over, asking if she's ready, to which she says yes. In an attempt to strengthen the blade, the main character connects it and parts of Leafy, thereby increasing the gift of magic. Realizing the young man grants N new magic, making her a dragon slayer. So N reached the legendary level of strength. Remembering all the artifacts that he received after the battle and the wedding, he decides to test his strength by taking a blade with him. As Yuki grew stronger, he did whatever he wanted. He hunted, spent his magic power, and destroyed his enemies, all thanks to his new power. Laughing viciously, the Demon and Dragon Lord, Yuki, did whatever he wanted. He was so excited by the new power that he suggested that Rear destroy every living thing in the forest every day. But after realizing what he said, the main character calms down. Leafy was reading a book when her husband and N burst into the castle, bragging about killing a manticore and an alicorn. Lephezios reflected that the world was vast and she wouldn't know it inside out. If she hadn't met Yuki back then, she would never have known what it was like to be free. Without Yuki in her life, she would just go back to the mountains without doing anything. But looking at him now, her heart softens and a smile colors her face. It's at times like this, when she returns to her new family, that she realizes how wonderful the world is. After a while, Yuki speaks to the wolf Riru standing in front of him. Shouting loudly, the main character makes sure that Rear is ready for the last time. Now, they are definitely ready to move out and try something new. Opening the system window, Yuki stretched out his hand and shouted loudly, summoning pets that no one had ever seen before. The main character completely shouts out a summoning spell, causing everything around them to light up in white. The first were the Orochi serpent and the black raven Yasa. Following them, water spirits Simi and Bakaneko Byaku were summoned with their unique skills. After giving them an optimistic welcome, Yuki introduced himself as their new overlord and gave them the first order to exterminate the monsters in the cave under Rear's direction. Mofrir of the Fenrir race was the first and most experienced pet and companion under Yuki's guidance. But as soon as the latter opened the system window and read Yuki's titles, the latter immediately apologized to the latter. But he is distracted by the arrival of his sister and wife. As he happily answers, he wonders if something has happened. But now is still the perfect opportunity to introduce his new pets. Leafy wasn't as happy as Iruna thought she was, that they were still little girls. But any complaints Leafy might have had were covered up by Iruna's radiant smile. Laughing loudly, she met all of Yuki's assistants. After running up to Orochi's snake, she hesitated for a bit, but immediately laughed when Orochi offered to give her a ride, despite Byaku's reproaches. The girl clearly enjoyed riding at this altitude. While Yuki was enjoying his sister's fun, Leafy started an argument with him, furious that he was teasing her. They argued for so long that Iruna managed to change to Yasu. Exhausted from the stress, Leafy demanded that Yuki lower the baby to the ground. After listening to his wife's order, the main character opened his wings and soared up, away from his wife, who was cursing very loudly, threatening to kill the raven. After a couple of days, everyone decided to play ball, divided into 2 teams. The ball from Yuki was flying towards rear when Leafy decided to intercept. But the ball flying towards her was caught in Yasu's prehensile paws. So quickly flying through the field, he, in a dishonest way for Leafy, scored in the goal. Leficios and Liu, the fox maid versus Yuki and his pets, are 2 teams facing off against each other. Leafy was angry that she was losing, but she couldn't show Yuki anything, because she had said that she could do it alone. But now, the score is already 16-3, and everyone else at the picnic is watching her. Really angry, Leafy ordered her husband to be ready. But he didn't believe her, and made her even angrier, adding fuel to the fire. Swinging her leg hard, she concentrated her strength around her foot, putting everything into the punch, not letting the guy even move. The kick was so clear that the ball flew into the goal, catching Orochi on the way to the goal. While Yuki was panicking, the girl was pleased with herself, even forgetting about the rules of the game. Quickly, day turned to night, and an uninvited guest appeared on the territory of the main character. Passing through the forest, a short figure was lost in the trees. During this time, Yuki was just having fun participating in the interview. Answering questions about everyday life, the main character recalls that recently, he does not worry about an invasion of his territory. When Haloria Larat, a guardian devil from the king's secret guard, appears on his doorstep, right now, the guy is interested in the purpose of the arrival of the messenger from the Hell King's Guard. Haloria is surprised by such a sharp look, but remembers who is sitting in front of her, the demon lord himself, after all. But getting back to the purpose of the parish, there was something they needed to discuss. Information about the enemy that will become a threat to them. But without preamble, Yuki clarifies the conditions, not just like the Hell Lord Center here. In a dark atmosphere, the demoness asks for an alliance against a common enemy. Someone interrupts the conversation. It was the maid, Layla. The soldier recognized her as the demon of knowledge. Yuki looked at the girl who was rumored to have disappeared from the demon world due to her thirst for research. And in the end, she became a maid in hiding. But Layla refuses to talk about it, turning the subject to the demon lord and his request to her master. Clodaria remembers her mission and decides to talk about the regions of the demon world. They are divided into factions, one of which supports the decision to follow the principles of the past, while the other seeks to form alliances with other races. The power struggle is fierce, as the old regime continues to wreak havoc in the cities. Yuki doesn't want to get involved in an internal feud, but it's already known about him, and soon his estate will also become a target of the old regime. The suggestion of an alliance was repeated once more among those in the room, but it is difficult to make a decision, and therefore the main character turns to Layla. It only records that the situation has escalated, which means that the war cannot be avoided. Besides, the idea of making Leafy a demon weapon is nonsense, which means they won't be forgiven. A soldier of the secret intelligence of the ruler of Hell reminds one last time that the union is beneficial for everyone. But the hero wants special privileges. Leerud hesitates, saying that they will provide Yuki with information about the legions of the old regime. But apart from information, they can't offer anything yet. The rest can only be solved directly through Vladika. The main character is perplexed by the location of the king, but Gradietz retorts that the ruler has no right to leave the country at such a time. But realizing that the trip is inevitable, and the heart will break to part with his beloved, the hero has an idea. Arrange a honeymoon after the wedding in the underworld. The idea takes over his head, and he abruptly decides to tell his wife about it. And he leaves the stricken soldier in the guest chambers of his estate, buying time for discussion. But Leafy flatly refused. The hero's reaction was mixed, so she explained that she was not eager to go there. But without waiting for an answer, Yuki abruptly pulls her over and knocks her to the floor, pressing her back against his chest. Yuki tries to convince her that a trip with her will be good for his ailing heart, thus embarrassing the girl. Smiling foolishly, he says that he hoped she would be pleased to hear the compliment. The girl paused uncertainly. Embarrassed in her husband's arms, she prepares to tell him the real reason for the refusal. The maids are curious about the status of the master's trip, but Yuki just shrugs it off, saying that if they don't like it, they'll turn around. In addition, an emergency return to the dungeon is always available. Layla asks him again about the trip, but he asks her not to worry about protection in his absence. He will make sure that the people under his watch don't have to fight. But this is especially true for Lephezios. The reason for such feelings is probably still love, no matter how much it confuses the main character. And after riding rear, the knowledge demon Layla, Yuki, and En went to the underworld to negotiate. Levi, watching them go, doesn't worry too much, because Layla is right there. But her concerns about the main character's strength are growing. After all, it becomes stronger, and therefore even more dangerous. She sees through her eyes exactly how Yuki will behave on the trip, as long as he doesn't get seduced again while he's alone. After all, he is naive, and they can always take advantage of him. Liu Yi only notices the jealousy growing in the lady. At the words of the fox girl, Levi is simply embarrassed. She makes a remark to the maid and orders the younger ones to help her with the housework, so Lephezios hides the blush on his cheeks from the others. Arriving at the demon city, Yuki and the others look around enthusiastically. Having roughly estimated their location, the main character's gaze immediately falls on the unusual beauties of the demon world. But Layla spurs him on, threatening to tell Leffy. While En tries to protect the guy, he just freezes in shame. Before leaving, Yuki decides to ask the soldier how much she dislikes his pets. After a while, a carriage drawn by a mammoth appeared in front of the main character and his team, and listens enthusiastically to Layla's stories, looking like a dreamy little girl. But he can't tell her anything, because Layla's stories are breathtaking. A short time later, Lirat returns to them, and as Yuki gets into the carriage, someone catches her eye. Inside was Naya, the cat girl that the hero had stared at when he arrived in Demon City. But he denies it. "That, I was peeping." She starts making blind guesses about their group, thinking that Lila and En are his mistress and daughter. After seeing no reaction from Yuki, Naya decides to find out if En is really his daughter, and the baby is also interested. Yuki's answer is positive. He decides to ask En's opinion, but she was just embarrassed, admitting that she was glad to be his daughter. The female passenger continues to bombard her with questions about their relationship until she is interrupted. The witch caught the hero's eye, because the staff in her hands was quite large compared to her. The staff is a tool that a witch receives from an adult. He helps her do magic. But Yuki didn't hesitate to assume that she was a baby, thus annoying the girl. The girl in front of them is 15 years old. Yuki freezes and then comments that there is no limit to her growth yet. Another note in Layla's report for Leafy. The girl snuggles closer to the witch, saying that they are naturally small in size. It was Louise, a demon who specialized in sword dancing. The size of her breasts is similar to the size of the main character's lustfulness, so even En has to close his eyes, which he obviously did not expect. After a while, the atmosphere in the carriage calms down, and they learn the details of everyone's journey. Yuki thinks that they are the warriors who accompanied the carriage, because there are bandits looming on the horizon. The carriage shakes from the attacks of intruders, causing Naya, the cat girl, to fall flat on Yuki. And he is happy with it. But his blade reprimands him as soon as it sees the situation. He tries to justify himself, but it doesn't work out very well. The witch interrupted them, reminding them that it was time to fight. The hero doesn't understand the excitement, because it's just a bunch of bad guys. Therefore, he would be able to deal with Shatskaya even without the sword, which was left to protect Layla. Yuki steps forward as the other passengers blink in surprise at the strange and fearless decision. But he simply erases the pursuers by summoning an earth dragon. The main character sprays out in laughter until the rest of the girls have recovered from the shock. He bragged about the power of his spells to Lila and En. The stupor began to pass, and realizing the hero's act, they began to praise the guy's strength strenuously, while his ego and pride grew at a breakneck pace. Another line in the report and another unwitting look from little En. From all sides, girls compliment the strength of the young man, which takes him away, especially when looking at their bodies. But his loyal blade and daughter also calm Yuki down in time, as always. He is aware of his behavior, apologizing to the first. The journey continues, and the main character enthusiastically talks about the knowledge he has gained and how to fight in such battles. Hilaria looks at him askance. The recent appearance of bandits puzzled the guy. If he came here with a tour for his little sister Iruna, it would become more dangerous. Hell must become a little safer for the sake of his subjects and the people he loves. Having reached the capital of Hell, fellow travelers say goodbye on a good note. Yuki will reminisce from a fun journey. The main character decides to ask the Demon of Knowledge if she happened to be in the capital. She says she was there for research. Layla turns out to be a really outstanding scientist, but the girl denies it, saying that she's just doing it out of curiosity. The hero concludes that the maid will also be with them until she gets bored. Will she leave their small family soon? But Layla just lifted the corners of her mouth and answered him. She does not spend time in their company out of a simple whim. The hero decides to just accept the answer. After a while, they were walking along the corridor of the Lord of the Underworld's castle. Upon arriving at their destination, Hilaria leaves them. The heavy doors opened and a voice addressed the group that had just entered the throne room. The owner of this voice was the Lord of Hell. Final. He greeted Yuki. Sistema Skazu also showed the statistics of the final. Not all of its characteristics were visible to the protagonist's eye, as in the case of Li-Fi. Without dragging out the conversation, the topic immediately turned to discussing the Union. The ruler of Hell immediately revealed his weaknesses and strengths. Thus, due to his lack of strength, Fire suggested that Yuki become a general of Hell in military encounters. The main character is not too happy about this prospect, realizing that he can become the next victim of conservatives. But Finale just laughs sweetly at those words. The guy doesn't understand why he's the one who's doing this, or how much the demons will benefit him and his territories if he agrees to cooperate. With an unreadable expression, he calmly explained how he had sent his subjects to evaluate Yuki's forces in the past, but had not received a result. In addition, the new Dragon King died near Yuki's dungeon. This means that Yuki has plenty of strength. In addition, he knows that the hero knows little about the outside world. But the finale can change that if the young man agrees. But all in all, Yuki dares to ask for whatever he wants if he can help the underworld. The man, beaming at the suggestion, first asks for money and jewelry. The offer of union also includes permission to spend their honeymoon here, since he and Leafy are newlyweds. Yuki sees this as a good opportunity. Also, the Lord of Hell can offer girls, but the guy immediately refuses. After receiving a lot of offers for negotiations, Yuki began to weigh the pros and cons, trying to figure out whether the final was worthy of trust. He decides to ask one last question about who gave the order to the demons in Arcel's capital. The instinctive nature of the ruler of Hell is revealed, because he denies and says that his plot would not have been revealed. It was suspicious, so Yuki will keep his eyes peeled, but still agrees. Yuki decides to consult Layla, to which Finale gives the go-ahead and leaves the throne room. But as he stands at the exit, he turns around and says that he is glad that they are on the same side of the conflict. Finale left for a meeting with the other race rulers, although he was late, to which the elf and dwarf were displeased. In the hall with 5 chairs, 3 representatives of other nations were sitting, waiting for someone at the moment when the door opened. Finale and Yuki entered the hall. Duda, the dwarf lord, was the first to introduce himself. The girl next to him was the lord of the forest, an elf. After the elf queen, Farah, and the beastman ruler, Gerard showed their respect before entering. In response, the ruler of Hell introduced Yuki, the dungeon master, to the audience. After finding out who the guest was, the dwarf and werewolf do not recognize the main character. But Farah interrupts them, saying that they do not know the power of the demon lord and she, the queen of the elves, is ready to follow the ending, and therefore believe in Yuki's abilities. It turned out that her assessment skill was level 9, so the guy in front of her was like an open book. But the elf does not understand how he was able to leave the dungeon, to which the main character asks not to worry, because his wife remained there. Only then did Far and the others realize that his wife was a high dragon. As one, they were ready to form an alliance, no matter how strong Lephysios was. Gerard jokes that Yuki doesn't look up to his specs, to which the finale invites them to make friends. But due to the peculiarities of his mentality, the king of beastmen decides to make friends in his own way. He calls out to Yuki for a competitive fight, shouting enthusiastically. But there was a pop in the hall, which meant it was time for the meeting. Now the main character retells everything that happened to Layla. They exchanged items as a sign of their alliance with the elves, so cooperation is assured. But the Beast King was really strange. The knowledge demon interrupts the young man, summing up his story about how he became a demon general, and there will be meetings to discuss in the future. But the maid asks the right questions, namely, whether the hero is confident in his abilities. But he had already decided that he was going to uproot the weed. En has already agreed to help him exterminate the demons, but Yuki is still worried. Instead, he gives Layla and En an artifact to return to the dungeon, which requires a small amount of the owner's mana. As a last resort, Yuki offers En to turn into a human and run away, but the girl flatly refused. The necklace was designed to be used as a last resort, so for quick access, he put it around the girl's necks. Another such necklace was given to Layla. The main character complimented the maid, to which she joked that Levi should not find out. Yuki was immediately nervous, but it was only a joke. The next morning, a contract was signed between the parties. With Layla's eloquence, Yuki and his side have achieved better conditions for cooperation. Sitting in the tavern, the maid advises Yuki to trust his subjects more, especially in what he is not strong at. En agrees with her, and Yuki just shyly thanked the girl for her help. Mentally, Yuki decides not to argue with her. While eating, he talks to his female companions. When out of the corner of his eye, he sees strangers in cloaks and armor approaching. He ignores them, continuing to chatter, until someone walked past their table. Immediately after, Yuki freezes. In the girl who passed by, he recognizes the one he hasn't seen in a long time. It was Nell. The girl turns around in embarrassment at Yuki's familiar voice behind her. So Nell meets her brother Yuki, whom she hasn't seen in a very long time. While the girl pulls back the hood, the main character decides to quickly check all her characteristics through the system window. Without hesitation, Yuki explains to the girl that her cloak given by the church does not work for evaluation, so some people can quickly calculate it. But their conversation is interrupted by the girl, turning to Nell and trying to find out who this man in front of them is. Nell was a little confused, but Yuki explained that they had a common cause in the capital. After all, the girl represents a half-demon like herself, Ronya. But she is not particularly sociable, because people do not often understand her. Another half-demon reprimands her for speaking badly, but Rania doesn't listen to her. But the topic is being translated from Rania to En, which Nell hadn't seen before, unlike Layla, to which Yuki calls her daughter. Nell is completely shocked and decides to ask the child directly if she is really the daughter of Yuki and Lethe. But Yuki himself tries to explain that En's true form is a blade. Neil begins to get lost, thinking about how the hero could change Lethe with another. He decides to be more specific. It turned out that such a state as En is a rarity. But all of Yuki's weird ideas work. The girls at the table joke that the main character is simply not in his right mind, thereby offending him. The silence between them is suffocating, so En decides to try to justify his master. But the silence of others sounds like confirmation that Yuki is a bad person. But the subject is translated to the email, which En gave to the hero. It was a huge letter from a bored young man, Irel. The guy hesitates if he should answer. But the half-demon reminds me of how sad Irel will be. Now Yuki changes the subject, deciding to ask the former why she's here. Nell says it's classified information, but he should know. After all, she was sent to investigate incidents in the capital. The main character is amazed at how they calmly sent their heroine to the enemy's lair. Now it was En's turn to ask how the first one got here. He retells his story, to which the girl asks to share information with her, since they now stand together against the conservatives. He simply agrees. Just in case, she decides to clarify the authenticity of the source. To which the guy said that he just told him what the ending said to him and the whole situation is unknown to him. But he trusts her, and therefore speaks without embellishment. She thanks him from the bottom of her heart, but the other one jokes that she can call him beautiful brother in gratitude, but this seemed superfluous to her. So by ending the meeting in the tavern, they agree to meet again in the future. To do this, they exchange notification balloons. Yuki explains to the enthusiastic demi-demons how these devices work, but Nell's eyes fall on Yuki's ring finger. Seeing the ring on him, she decides to ask whoever gave it to him, and he doesn't hesitate to say that he is married to Lephesios. Another realization hit Nell, and it all happened in one lunch with the guy. Not understanding the expression on the girl's face, he asks if she is all right, but she just congratulates him on marrying a dragon so soon. Suddenly the wall and ceiling collapses, and transforms into a blade, helping Yuki fight back. Nell also has time to react, protecting Layla. Calling En, the main character strengthens the sword in front of his eyes, thereby hitting an old friend. She couldn't believe that Yuki wasn't lying about En's story. but he just looks in the direction of the broken wall, because someone is approaching. The huge lizard that tore down the wall was huge, taking down half a building per hit. Looking at the destruction and chaos around him, the young man recalls the incident in the capital, when the undead destroyed all life around. But Layla corrects them, saying that the creature in front of them has a drug overdose. He took the substance and absorbed mana in huge amounts, strengthening it. But he, in turn, goes mad. This happened 10 years ago. Everything was thrown into chaos due to the amount of mana consumed, which was like a bottomless pit. But then the final managed to deal with the undead and ban the turnover and use of the drug. Trying to understand the effects of the drug and the degree of amplification, both Layla and Yuki are lost in thought. But the demi-demon interrupts them, saying that it is more important to deal with this lizard now. As a result, they decide to find out how the demons were able to defeat the undead 10 years ago. Layla talks about how they cut and burn them to pieces. It is impossible to kill them in simple ways, because they regenerate at a great speed. The main character turns to the swordswoman, but she understands the hint about holy magic without words. Rania also agrees to help. A guy with a sword in his hands jumps over the monster, starting to quickly chop it into pieces. High Warlock Ronia casts the Black Darkness Bolt spell. She severely injures the enemy. Onlookers and passers-by are amazed by her spells. The main character himself continues to fight the monster, noticing that he is not so strong. But something confused him, and he immediately received a blow to himself. The monster sent the main character flying with a single blow. The guy got it. The lizard can stretch its limbs, so he became more dangerous and stronger. But Ronia is already summoning crimson charges, hitting the enemy. All of the spell's projectiles reach the enemy, injuring and distracting them. In manages to find out about Yuki's condition, but Yuki quickly says that everything is fine. Continuing to attack, the young man strikes at the opponent with a chopping blow with a sword. But in seconds, he has time to recover from the blow. At this point, Yuki notices the lizard's legs. He soon realizes that their enemy is strong and has been able to adapt to Ronia's magic. But now everything will be decided, because Nell is ready to strike with her blade, freeing the undead from such an existence. The holy magic strike comes on the torso of the undead. Not wanting to miss the chance, the protagonist orders N to speed up with twig magic. The quick slash became one with the explosion spell, ripping the lizard man's body apart. Only crumbs remained of the monster. Nell put up the main resistance with her holy magic. Yuki would have fought endlessly if it wasn't for her blade. Regeneration does not occur, which means that the enemy is defeated. But someone calls the captain of the guard, and Yuki decides not to find problems right now, and taking everyone, they hide from the scene of battle. After running away, they decide that it's time for them to break up now, but when they ran away, they forgot to pay for a table in the tavern. But they were lucky to have Layla in their squad. I did this in advance. Now no one objected to someone else paying their own bill. It was in this atmosphere that he and Yuki parted ways on different sides of the city. But on the way back, Nell kept remembering past encounters with the hero, that Rania became interested in her enthusiastic state. In such a short time of their parting, the main character became stronger, and even Ronia was struck by such a difference in abilities. Rania remembers the past, understanding that Yuki was the one behind the clown mask. This explains his acquaintance with Lady Irel. But speaking under her breath, the enchantress points out that His Majesty wouldn't like Yuki. Rania trusts Nil, who believes the main character. The second one convinces her that the guy is on their side. Let's talk to him a little more. She will understand the whole nature of the hero. Looking up at the sky, one of the girls noted that it was getting late and she hoped everyone had gone home. Looking at Nell's smile, Rania decides to just go ahead. Yuki is resting in her chambers in the finale palace after a difficult battle. At this time, Farah brought the main character's assessment report into the hands of the ruler of Hell. In gratitude, he promised to hide the information about the Elven Forest. After reading out all of Yuki's titles, the finale became even more shocking with each new one. Although the King of Hell talked about killing the Dragon King, but in reality he had no proof and was amazed at the strength and characteristics of the guy. But the Elf Queen wasn't allowed to see all the characteristics. This meant that their levels were different, so it was decided to treat him as friendly as possible. The report has arrived, and the finale decides to hear it now. That's how he found out that Yuki and Nell, the hero of humanity, met and fought against the artificial undead, successfully defeating it. They met by chance, but Finale knew about the girl who had arrived a couple of weeks earlier. By defeating the undead, they proved their usefulness. The hero's squad isn't causing him any discomfort yet, so let's leave this task to Yuki, since they already know each other. Due to the artificial undead, the ruler will have to order increased patrolling of the areas. In addition, the final ordered to send special units to different places in secret from the enemy. One report was enough to understand the situation, but now the ruler of the underworld decides to strike back. Yuki and Leafy took a walk, just flying above the sky, but the girl was getting a little tired, asking where they were going. After looking at Leafy, Yuki quietly calls her goddess. But she heard and cheerfully mocks her husband, saying that he recognized her greatness. But he just shrugs it off, because they have already arrived. A rotunda stood on the water among the trees. It looked out on the starry sky. Leafy quickly recognized the place. But the main character changed it. After all, even though they took the dragon oath, the ceremony is necessary. Especially in a style close to Yuki's homeland. Standing in the middle of the structure, Yuki began to repeat the tradition of wedding vows from the ground. But not having a priest around, he decided to just play two. Leafy couldn't understand anything, but Yuki is trying to explain the essence of the ceremony of exchanging oaths from the homeland. But the girl calms him down, saying that it is necessary to say what is in your heart. Under the moonlight, they promise to be a loving husband and wife, together and forever. The main character is joking that Lephesios repeated half of his vow, but she complacently says it was her own words. But without getting off the subject, he decides to find out what to do next. It turned out that since they already had the rings, they only had to kiss. Like teenagers in love, they blushed at the word kiss. But holding hands, the pair looked into each other's eyes, and she kissed, sealing their wedding vows and the relationship between them. After finishing what he started, Yuki happily gets out of bed the next day. It's time to discuss everything again with the finale. He hints that he knows everything, but the appearance of the main character is full of confidence and strength. The latter says he just had a good night's sleep. The finale leaves no chance not to tell jokes about the hero's love and jealousy of Lefi, but he is outraged by such statements. But leaving small talk, the ruler of hell asks Yuki to fulfill his first request. He asks the main character to take part in an important tournament. He obviously hadn't expected such a strange request. Tournament, an event for demons, where you can compete with others. In addition, the date coincides with the meeting of the alliance of the four races. This means that the conservative faction will do everything to spoil the holiday. The main task of the guy is to win the tournament. Finale has thought everything out in advance, so he has information about all the opponents. Also, with Ferre's help, he found out that there was no one stronger there. The next day, the square and streets of the city are full of demons and merchants ahead of the tournament, even though it's still 5 days away. And since it's the weekend, Ian can relax and have some fun. But now the hero's thoughts began to occupy his remaining family, which is not with him now, even though he would like it to happen. But in a childish way, he pushes the dreary thoughts aside and skips to the girls, called to have fun once the chance has fallen. Together with Ian, they have fun, having fun, and playing different games with merchants. At one point, as he is passing by a convenience store, he hears a familiar voice. It was Nell, who was also on holiday at the festival. She was surprised to see Yuki, and in her hands were kebabs for 3. The guy childishly hints that for 1, it's a lot, but Nell immediately says that she is not alone. In an awkward manner, the human hero gives one of the kebabs to baby N. She happily accepts, because she is also a big fan of meat. Careful, Yuki will find out how things are going in the investigation. From the girl, he learns that they have found someone who is not against people. Yuki just warns them to be on their guard. The hero also says that he must win everyone in the tournament. Nell complains that she would like to be on her own. While the girl was thinking, Yuki managed to bite and take the floor of her barbecue, thereby offending her. The main character decides to hide away from the confused girl, leaving her alone in the crowd and continuing the walk with Layla and N. But someone recognizes Layla in the top, calling her a lady. It was a small demon. She called the demoness of knowledge young mistress, and was really glad that she was safe after disappearing. Her name was Emu, and she was like a little sister to Layla, always helping her. But Emu reacted strongly to the standing group of a man, a young lady, and a child. She assumed that N was Layla's child. It was also strange that her demon mistress was dressed like a simple maid. Yuki suggests that the demon calm down, because they attract too much attention. But she started screaming that he was a criminal who had stolen her sister's innocence and was making her suffer. She began to imagine that the main character was forcibly taking Lila at night, but he asked her to slow down. In a stupor, the trio of heroes look at the screaming baby, not understanding what is wrong with her. In explain the situation, and so they realize that the girl was just obsessed with Layla, her name's sister. Yuki wouldn't do that to Layla, and Layla is a friend to them, even though she works as a maid at the manor. MU decided that since he was a demon lord, he wouldn't be able to resist Layla. The latter reminds the younger that it was very impolite. Yuki calls her baby a little dismissively, angering the girl. As it turned out, Layla had run away from the academy without saying a word to Emu, causing the little girl to sob and tears to run down her cheeks like two streams. Layla revealed that she reached the flow at the academy and decided to continue her research in the main character's dungeon. So after hearing Layla, the demon promises to pass on all her words to the elders and scold them. Yuki looks at the maid and tells her to go home, but she just shrugs it off, and the members of her sheephorn clan are always rushing forward to the goal. On the contrary, she did. That the one who should meet the family is Liuker. The fox girl ran away from home but was abducted by people, so she is worried about her family. It turned out to be a secret, because Yuki didn't know it. They found out from Imu that she came to watch the tournament alone and accidentally bumped into Layla. But she had good luck charms from her master with her. 3 pieces of paper with magic circles on them. After reading the strict activation conditions and the threat of fatal damage, the main character was very scared. But this was created by the master of Layla and Mu. There was a conversation between the latter, which resulted in an agreement that the younger one can come to the castle when she needs to. But, in the distance, another acquaintance of the company, the cat girl Nyaya, appeared. But without the other 2. Although this does not prevent her from teasing the hero about the number of girls in his group, and once they get the chance, maybe they can have some fun together too. But the girls quickly reacted to Nyaya's obscene suggestion, although Mu kept calling Yuki Babniko, even though Layla had already reprimanded her. The cat girl didn't take the warning, and tried to elicit an answer from Yuki as to why he was refusing her, since he was her type and so was she. But he simply says that he is already married, and his wife will find out anyway. Besides, the employees would tell her faster than Nyaya could drag him away. But she was only joking, so they said their goodbyes. Layla kept a straight face, but the atmosphere around her quickly deteriorated, especially with the younger demon protecting her from Yuki. But that was just a misunderstanding. At that time, in the catacombs of the city, 2 demons met. They were clearly from the old Lord's faction. They were training fighters of a higher level than Lord Finale had expected. The 2 like-minded people discussed the increased patrolling of the capital of Hell, hindering their plans. After all, the Lord of the Underworld is a serious opponent. 2 undead soldiers were ready for them to attack the demons and other races on the day of the tournament. One of the faction members said that this was the only way he could help, by preparing artificial lizardmen from the dead. For the sake of achieving their goal, he was in such a hurry that he was unable to verify their completion. Their leader deserved better, so it should work out. The celebration has begun, a procession in honor of the alliance of the 4 races and the battle tournament. Fireworks accompanied the procession of lords from different regions of the world. Yuki watched the passing carts as Hilaria accompanied him. His face is masked, his hair is different. In general, you don't recognize him. All thanks to the change ring. Once you put it on, your eyes and hair will change their color. This artifact was given to Yuki by Finale, so that others won't recognize him. To activate it, you need to pour in a little mana, and then, at the moment, Yuki's hair and eyes became much lighter. The color was chosen by the owner, so Yuki liked his transformation. Lila laughed as she said that with the ring, he looked very much like Lady Lephezios. Tom could only be embarrassed and deny that he didn't mean it that way. And so, literally from the first day, the extermination of artificial soldiers and demons from the enemy faction began. They are preparing a full-scale attack on the castle and the Overlord, but the Finale has already calculated everything and sent Yuki and Gerard back to defend the castle. One of the traitors runs through the corridors of the palace. He is intimidated by the warrior on Finale's side. He managed to kill the undead with a couple of sword strikes and get behind him in an instant. Yuki quickly recognized the man as a necromancer, but because of the new undead, he was distracted, allowing the enemy to escape. If the plan failed, then the man must survive and return. They will have to fight back with renewed strength. But, in an instant, the necromancer's hands were cuffed, and he fell face first to the stone floor as a voice addressed him. Noiseless, a close associate of the current lord, he found a necromancer, as the ending suggested to him that someone should manage the army in the shadows. It was time for him to do his job. Get rid of cowards and fools. Exactly on that day, the alliance between the four races, demons, elves, dwarves, and beastmen, took place. Duda, the dwarf king. In honor of the alliance, and for helping to recapture the palace, he gave me tools for repairing top-class weapons. At dinner in the palace, everyone was celebrating their victory. The Lord of Hell was just telling me how good his plan was, that he even decided to stay in the palace despite his weakness. But Yuki noted that he was actually just sitting back, watching the implementation of the plan. Finale stared at the boy and reminded him that he had already warned him about his physical weakness, and if he had died, they would have lost. Now the latter aims to destroy everyone in the shortest possible time. Although not everyone is happy with this, the Dwarf King offered more meat to Finale, reminding him once again of his weakness in contrast to other demons. Everyone else stared at this scene as N offered everyone to eat too. At the same time, you can't let such delicious food go to waste. And at this rate, Yuki let N feed him meat. Turning around to feed Lila, N heard her comment that she always shared food with her master, to which the younger one agreed. After all, it tastes better this way. At one point, while the baby was feeding Lila, Gerard, the Beastman King, came up to them. He found out that N is the hero's daughter and revealed that he also has a daughter of her age. Deciding to ask her name, it was N who answered instead of Yuki. Sinful Flame is her real name. Not believing the little girl, Gerard laughed a little at the child, thinking that she called herself that to appear stronger. As soon as they started talking about food, and especially meat, Duda came to them. In the end, the lords wished the girl to eat more and grow up big and healthy, so I agreed with them and said goodbye to Uncle with a fluffy beard. The nickname made the grown men laugh a lot, and Yuki was just proud, but their laughter was quickly interrupted by a woman entering the hall. Farah, accompanied by the elves, began to boast that she was the ultimate example of beauty. As a result, only one thing was imprinted in N's mind. As she gets older, N should be both beautiful and muscular. Time flies, and the first day of the tournament has already arrived. Right before the tournament started, Hilaria started explaining the progress of the tournament rounds. At the same time, 40 people can participate in the first stage, and Yuki will have to choose from the crowd of opponents and show their strength. The top 3 pass on. 40 people is not a small number. But you need to pass the mandatory preliminary stage and weed out the best of the worst. If something happens, the staff will get behind the scenes and will be able to help the main character, if necessary. So Yuki leaves Layla and, wearing a mask, goes to the tournament arena. Calling himself Jupuran, he quickly registers for the tournament and goes to the waiting area. It turned out that to confirm registration, the participant's mana is required, and another selection stage has been completed. Walking along the corridors of the arena, the escort leads him to the rooms, offering to take anyone. When he opened the door, he saw a picture of a room full of different creatures, where everyone considered him their rival. Having become the 113th on the registration, Jupuran will take part in the third battle. A moment later, the host announces the start of the 167th tournament. In the second half of the day, the Lord of Hell himself will rise to the stands, the final. Also, Lord Gojam will honor them with his presence at this feast. The first 40-man battle begins, but Yuki doesn't really listen, because he didn't expect to see 2 different factions at the festival, especially at this time of day. By the second fight, Yuki is dying of boredom, and decides to go out and eat. After a while, the main character's verdict is that most of them are weaklings, and there are a lot of them. Even N notes that they are stronger, to which the hero agrees. But don't discount everyone, N agrees with him, remembering that it was one of Lady Leafy's instructions to not let Yuki lose his guard. And so, the host announced the start of the third fight, a fight where Yuki will be selected for the next stage. Everyone was fighting each other, barely fighting back. In the end, Yuki needed to take a deep breath and use the Intimidate Enemy spell. Thus, he, having knocked out all the participants of his battle, automatically passes further along the tournament grid. The skill gained for winning the battle with the new Dragon King was useful. He didn't want to stand out, but boredom had completely lost him. So after passing the test, he just left, wanting to eat a simple dinner with Lila and N. The host announces the winner of the third round, Yuki, who knocked everyone out with a single shout. Members of the conservative faction were frightened. Seeing the guy in the mask, they found out that he is a guest of the final. It was the unknown one of their party members had mentioned. He is insanely strong, and there is no information. Their side analysts are already prowling. But they believe that they will calmly eliminate him if he gets in their way. But a small voice behind me overheard them and decided to cut them down. It was the nameless finale, and Zanshin opponents can't escape. After chopping off the demon's head, he regretted it. That I didn't ask a couple of questions before. But it's time for him to leave, because there are still too many people. At this time, Hilarious scolded the main character for such an outburst. Because of this performance, the entire enemy side was alarmed, but Vladika was able to predict this as well. But Yuki's decision increased the work of the Hell King's Guard by several times. They were willing to give their lives for him, but they thought it would be in battle, not from overwork. Seeing how tired and angry the demon was, Yuki started to apologize. But they won't help Hilaria in any way, even though she was able to speak out and scold the culprit. But the conversation was interrupted by a shout from the crowd and the host, because the Lord of Hell himself, the finale, had arrived. His subjects cheered happily as Yuki glared at him with a little bit of anger. But the ending takes an unexpected turn, introducing Yuki and his power to the crowd. People assumed that this person who was personally invited by their ruler was that guy with the roar. But do not make the crowd wait, and they continue the tournament further. After all, a new character appeared in the stands, Gojim. The demons, especially the warriors, cheered loudly. He didn't say many words, and just wished to enjoy the tournament. The stands cheered immediately after his speech. Even Yuki noticed that the boy looked more like a master than he did, but faced with the finale, Gojim's expression darkened slightly as he looked at it. Facing each other, the two demons began to exchange insults without giving in to the other. Gojim makes a pointed remark about being treated coldly by others. But the finale remains adamant, parrying the statement in the same way, because it seems that the first one is also cold to subordinates. The leader of the opposing faction considers the current ruler of Hell worthless. But the finale only shows off its subjects through gritted teeth. The tension between them is growing by the second. Given that the other demon treats the others like pawns, the motley collective isn't all that strange. But that's what pisses Gojim off. He loudly demands Finale to stop talking to him like that. But they're on stage, and the show has to go on without letting any of them lose face in front of the others. The handshake of the two kings marks the beginning of the second stage. Having completely discarded the mask of friendliness, they are waiting for the moment to deal a critical blow to the opponent and his reputation. How will the other's face be distorted in defeat? It's time to find out. The next day, the second stage of the main battles began. The main character, under the mask of Epsilon, had to fight one-on-one. Yuki is up against Palgro, a large and surprisingly strong demon competing 10 times. But the young man also did not miss, knocking out a competitor with one shout. Palgro turns to the hero, offering him to surrender, since he is afraid. But Yuki doesn't worry about calling his opponent a gorilla, which makes him lose his temper. At one point, the demon's huge carcass is rushing towards Yuki, preparing to bury him under the weight of its body. But the main character was able to stop the demon's attack with one hand. Summoning his blade, he slows down sharply, thinking that killing an opponent will only bring more problems. Therefore, he hits first with his right hand on the torso, and then raised one of the legs, also aiming at the enemy. The host's face contorts in surprise. She looks in disbelief at the hero, loudly exclaiming in misunderstanding. After all, Epsilon managed to defeat the 10-time participant with 1 or 2 blows to him, too. Palgro sprawled at the feet of the main character, putting his head under the latter's foot. The crowd is not happy with Yuki's attitude towards the opponent, especially when it was a respected demon. But the main character responded to the crowd's shouts with one gesture, pulling out his middle finger and showing it to the demons on the podium. The crowd gets even madder, but Yuki doesn't care. He enjoys the sight of the angry crowd, which amused him for a long time after the fight. The audience discussed the act of a man who stepped on the opponent's face and provoked the audience. The blonde man was sitting in the waiting room, holding a string of pendants in his hand. He looked at them and said it was time to invite someone. A small smile appeared on his face. A tall man with horns appeared in front of him, using spatial magic. The blonde watched with interest, noting that this was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. The horned man praised his eyesight and came closer. The two men exchanged brief comments about magic. The blonde man remembered something and started talking to the other person. The screen in front of him displayed the data of a horned man named Lungil, who had a high level and many skills. The skills included spatial magic, sound magic, and swordsmanship. The blonde man noticed that he was facing a very strong opponent. The horned man asked about the purpose of the visit. The blonde replied that he would like to report a person who tried to attack him from the crowd. He clarified that, if possible, it is necessary to eliminate this person. His voice was calm, but his words were serious. Lungiel listened carefully to the description of the suspect, which included details about his appearance and location in the courtroom. He named the second person, who was sitting in another sector. The blonde man clarified that this was all, although it seemed to him that he had forgotten something. The horned man thanked them for their work and said that they would sort it out further. He noticed that the blonde man had excellent eyesight, and his gaze became cold and focused. After that, he started to disappear using the move magic. The blonde man watched in silence. Sitting on the bench, he reflected that he had just met a subordinate of the Demon King. At that moment, another victory was announced in the arena. A girl with long blonde hair happily reported this to the audience. The crowd in the amphitheater reacted violently to what was happening. Some of the audience shouted their support, others booed, and some chanted his name. The warrior held the opponent who was defeated in battle and examined the stands. He noted that there are many people with unusual tastes among the audience. The host wondered if anyone could stop his streak of easy wins. The crowd continued to react actively as he watched. The hero thought that it's easy to do your job when your colleagues are also good at what they do. In the waiting room, he was answering Lively Sword's question about his impressions of the tournament. Sword noticed that there was too much noise around, which made him smile slightly. The Sword expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that the owner was being mocked, but the latter calmed him down, explaining that this was part of the intended image. He compared what was happening to their role-playing performances. The hero spoke confidently, but the Sword reacted with confusion. The conversation continued in its usual tone. The Sword insisted that the master should behave more impressively and befitting a demon lord. He agreed to try, although he thought that he was already acting accordingly. He held the gun, thinking about what he had just heard. A small smile appeared on her face. A girl approached him with a request to sign, but he didn't have time to answer. At that moment, a man appeared and said that you need to go to the entrance to the stage. The hero agreed, and the Sword suggested that it might be due to the Demon Lord's influence. The opponent, who was introduced as a swordsman participating in the tournament for the first time, entered the arena. On one side stood the hero, on the other a man named Ramillo, walking confidently towards him. The host said that he defeated all his rivals with his outstanding technique. The crowd cheered loudly for his arrival. Ramillo asked if the warrior was a friend of Nell's and received an affirmative answer. He clarified that he had heard about him from the hero as an ally from the demon world. Then he added that he knew the specifics of his sword. The hero noted with mild surprise that the enemy was aware of these details. Ramillo thanked for the opportunity to fight a worthy opponent, but expressed regret that the conversation ended. He drew his sword, preparing to fight. The hero stated that he saw no reason to fight at full strength, but was surprised by the determination of the opponent. The hero's thoughts were interrupted by the swordmaster's confidence in his own abilities. Ramillo's stats appeared on the screen, indicating his high level and outstanding sword skills. The hero noted that he was facing a very strong opponent. The sword drew attention to unusual titles and the maximum level of skill. This caused the owner to think that the opponent did not match the average fights of the tournament. The hero noted the old man's confidence and the fact that he doesn't hide his true strength. He assumed that he was deliberately singled out in order to allow his allies to move freely while remaining his equal in strength. The sword responded readily when the owner decided to fight at full strength. Both of them were preparing for a fight, and the tension in the arena increased. The hero gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, realizing that the outcome of the duel would depend on its full impact. Animated Sword responded with a curt assent, supporting his master. The audience held their breath as they waited for the fight to begin. The crowd reacted with delight when the hero drew his sword. He turned to Ramillo with an offer to start the fight. In the next second, both of them abruptly moved forward, closing the distance. The audience watched their first moves with interest. Ramillo noted the enemy's speed as it hit the ground, splitting the stone floor. The hero continued to attack, creating deep cuts in the arena floor. His movements were fast and forceful, causing the opponent to be surprised. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. The stone blocks raised by the blows were cut into pieces. The hero threw another wide kick, aiming directly at the opponent. The enemy remained calm and was ready to repel the attack. They both acted with complete concentration. The hero used a magical technique, summoning fire spirits in the form of dragons. The swordmaster met this reception with a weapon in hand, preparing to defend himself. Magical energy surrounded the space between them. The fight has moved to a new, more dangerous level. Powerful streams of flame rained down on Romillo, but he used his skill to cut through the attack. His blade cut through the magic construct, destroying its power. This moment showed that his technique was capable of neutralizing magic techniques. The blonde was stunned by the opponent's ability to cut magic. He tensely followed the old swordsman's movements, realizing that he was facing an extremely strong opponent. The situation was becoming increasingly difficult, and the outcome of the battle was unpredictable. Romillo lunged, warning that carelessness was the enemy's greatest enemy. The hero dodged, creating a series of rapid sword moves. His reaction surprised the audience. Both of them remained fully focused on the fight. yahello thought that his swordsmanship alone would be difficult to win. Despite their superior stats, their opponent's experience and technique made up for the gap. He began to evaluate his own strengths, including stamina, strength, and magic. My thoughts were focused on finding a tactical advantage. The hero decided to use magic and ordered the sword to activate. Wings spread out from its back, giving it greater mobility. He prepared for the attack by aiming his blade at the opponent. The sword responded readily to the command. Using a technique called red flame, he released a firewave attack from the air. Romillo seized the moment, preparing to defend himself. Their collision was accompanied by bright flashes of energy and the sound of impact. The fight has entered a new phase. The warrior's powerful swing passed close to his opponent, and the two continued to exchange blows. The wings allowed him to keep the advantage in speed, but the old man parried the attacks. The sounds of blades and magic clashing could be heard all around. The swordmaster responded with a series of quick attacks, knocking the opponent out of position. yahello acknowledged being annoyed by his opponent's resistance, to which he retorted that he was equally annoyed. The tension in the battle was increasing by the second. The enemy struck, and the blade grazed the hero, leaving a bleeding wound on his side. The sword inquired about the master's condition, but the master replied that it was not important, and asked about the magic reserves. Both continued to analyze the situation. The tension in the battle remained high. The hero noted that he may have used too much energy. The sword reported that there was still 1 more minute left. Romillo expressed surprise at seeing an animate weapon for the first time. He noted that the sword follows the will of the owner, and advised to appreciate it. The hero confirmed that the enemy has really good eyesight. Romillo said that his daughter is the strongest and sweetest in the world. The hero replied that he would take care of her, but this would not change his approach. The sword sharply objected to the opponent's request to adjust. Romillo asked me to get down on the ground to continue the fight. The enemy agreed to approach by himself and launched an attack. The hero tensed, preparing to deflect the blow. Romillo's strength and speed demonstrated his high level of skill. The swing of the blade was accompanied by a powerful wave. The blonde realized that the opponent was capable of long-range attacks at the maximum level of swordsmanship. He barely managed to dodge, feeling the danger from the blow. My thoughts focused on the question of how strong this person was. The enemy noted his successful maneuver. yahello slid through the air, dodging another attack, and commented on how close the strike was. Romillo continued to advance at a steady pace. Both kept their eyes on each other, knowing that the slightest mistake could cost them victory. The old man looked around the ruined arena and noticed that the opponent was able to repeat his move after one observation. yahello explained that drawing magic through the sword when striking gives the same result. The young man was standing opposite with a sword, and he was called not to delay the fight. Both of them kept their concentration as they prepared to continue the battle. The blond man reflected that none of his attacks had hit the target until now. He realized that this was due to Romillo's eyes of truth and eye that sees everything skills. The gap in combat experience was obvious. His only advantage was that he had a huge supply of magic. The guy decided to bet on pure power, so that the opponent could not keep up with him. The magic around him flared up, taking on the form of dragons. He gave the command to attack with his sword, intending to end the fight. Romillo responded with a reminder of his respect for his elders. A female commentator with horns watched the fight with surprise. She marveled at the power and speed of what was happening. The crowd of spectators was talking animatedly about the fight. Many tried to guess how the battle would end. Inside the arena, The opponents were facing each other. The magic dragon swooped down on Romillo. He prepared to repel the onslaught while maintaining complete calm. The atmosphere was getting hotter by the second. The blonde released a series of rapid attacks, surrounding the opponent with many punches. The old man, while remaining focused, defended confidently, deflecting the onslaught and parrying the opponent's movements. The two men continued the fight, exchanging remarks about their skill with the blade. Yahello recognized that simple attacks cannot win, and decided to move on to more serious actions. Romillo gave the command to start a new stage of the fight, preparing for the return move. The swordmaster cast a spell, creating a massive earth dragon. The creature charged forward with a loud roar, filling the arena with the power and pressure of magic. The opponent watched the approaching dragon with a cold expression on his face. The magical creature darted towards him, but he remained motionless, preparing for a counterattack. Romillo suddenly stepped on a magic trap, his face showing surprise. In the next second, a massive explosion erupted in the arena, sending up clouds of smoke and debris. Yahello, his wings soaring in the air, happily noted that the enemy had hit a magic mine. His figure towered over the arena while the blast wave was still spreading through the air. The blonde man gathered his strength and lunged forward, grabbing his sword to strike. But the swordmaster managed to raise his weapon and met the attack, steel clattering in the air. The guy, not letting the opponent come to his senses, continued to push, aiming at his defense. Both opponents were focused, ready to put everything into the next exchange of blows. With a cry, Yahello swooped down from above, delivering a powerful blow, but Stakik managed to put the blade across again. A strong push sent their swords flying apart, and the guy immediately tried to seize the initiative. He spun around in mid-air, using the power of his jump to launch another attack. Romillo held on, but the tension of the fight was growing by the second. The hero resolutely declared that he was not going to lose, and rushed forward, piercing the space with a swift lunge. Romillo tensed in response, meeting him with a wall of steel. Blows followed one after another until the warrior broke through the defense. In the next instant, their figures flashed past each other, and it was clear that the crucial moment had arrived. The man froze, then lost his balance, gasping for breath. A bright light fell from the sky onto the arena, highlighting the silhouette of a guy holding a sword. Drops of blood fell to the ground, confirming the outcome of the fight. The opponent slowly knelt down, admitting defeat. The guy lowered his sword, looking at the man lying on the ground, and calmly said that the victory was his. The man with the mustache smiled faintly, admitting that despite intending to win, he had lost. The crowd watched in silence, understanding the significance of what had happened. The battle was over, but the respect between the warriors remained. The guy admitted that he was happy to fight a man at his current age because in the prime of life, he could be invincible. He held out his hand to show respect for his opponent. The girl in the arena, beaming, announced the name of the winner, summing up the spectacular match. The crowd in the arena erupted in cheers, chanting Yahello's name as he left the arena supporting his opponent. The audience cheered both fighters, paying tribute to their skill and spirit. Amid the booming applause, the duel was coming to an end, leaving the audience with an unforgettable impression. Yahello walked down the corridor, replaying the lessons he had learned from the duel in his head. He understood that people, despite their lesser physical strength and short lifespan, develop their skills by passing them down from generation to generation, and it is this tenacity that is the source of their power. He compared them to demons and demi-humans, who, with their long life and strength, tend to be more relaxed. The protagonist let out a tired sigh, admitting that the fight with this old man was exhausting. He noted that the status and numbers do not convey the true strength of a warrior, and the old man turned out to be an incredibly hardy and dangerous opponent. The sword in his hands reminded him that such fighters should not be underestimated. When asked by the sword about the injury, Yahello calmly replied that he would treat it with a potion later. Suddenly, the familiar silhouette of a demon appeared on the stage. He continued down the corridor until Hilaria came out to meet him. The girl with the horns said that she had come with an urgent message from Lila. Hearing the word urgent, Yahello became alert. Hilaria explained that we are talking about a transmitting crystal that has changed color to the red sign of trouble. The tension in the air grew, heralding new challenges. Traces of blood led to the sword, and a girl named Nellying in the grass, surrounded by a groupe eludé of 3 people. They looked hostile. The girl's head was lying on the grass, her eyes were wide open, and there were traces of blood on her clothes and face. In the peaceful surroundings of the village, Nell, in red clothes, sat at a table with people of different races and declared her intention to remain neutral with everyone. The leader of the winged people, named Thales, asked in disbelief why they would take orders from weak people. His face was thoughtful. Nell said she'd heard that demons only obey the strong, to which Thales replied that they only respect those who are stronger, and only if that person is worthy of respect. The girl suggested that Thales submit to her, with an incredibly serious face, claiming that she was stronger than him, which caused him to be surprised. The birdmen were outraged by the girl's words, taking them as a mockery, and expressed dissatisfaction with her confidence. When asked about her readiness to fight with everyone, she answered in the affirmative, adding that she would win even without limbs. The leader of the birdmen listened to her suggestion of a duel and clarified that their people honored duels. The girl stressed that in the event of a fight with him, the others will not be able to intervene. She pointed out that he is aware of his defeat in a one-on-one fight, so given the risk of serious injuries, he is unlikely to agree. Nell smiled and asked them to remain neutral, to which the leader laughed and agreed, declaring that he accepted them as brothers, despite the objections of others. Thales publicly stated that they were now considered allies, and forbade the others to interfere or conflict with them. He offered the girl and her friends a hotel and a feast in honor of the new union, but clarified that he only accepts them as brothers, without unnecessary expectations. The group returns from negotiations, and Nell, tired, falls on the bed, admitting that she is tired. Her companions note that the negotiations were successful, and one notes that she did all the work, adding that the meeting was very nervous for her. Magica reasons that the plan to increase the number of neutral parties to prevent a war between two major powers is not a big deal. However, Makina believes that they managed to temporarily stop the rise of the evil demon's political power. The heroine replies that, despite this, they must do everything in their power. In a conversation with the short-haired girl, Nell admits that in a battle with the leader, she would have won only by a small margin. Nell praises her for being able to put pressure on the chief, even though it's not her strong suit. When discussing the war chief's strength, it turns out that only Romillo could probably defeat him. The Mechina reveals that the war chief was once an Orichalcum-class adventurer and an invincible master. The others agree that if he had fought seriously, there would have been nothing they could have done. Makina expresses a desire to be more useful on the battlefield, but the heroine replies that she does things that she can't do on her own and asks not to worry. She promises to protect everyone with all her might, especially if you have to fight demons, where her contribution will be decisive. At the end, the main character's training battle with the leader is shown. The fight ends with the victory of the heroine, and the leader admits defeat. She thanks him for the duel, and the bird people say among themselves that it was a good opportunity for the leader to make sure that there are also strong fighters among the people. Ronia, helping Nell out after training, says 3 fights, 3 wins, and that she's glad Nell trained with Romello earlier. The leader of the winged ones praises her, saying that she has shown him something worthy, and invites him to eat and drink freely to celebrate. The girl happily accepts the invitation. At the festival, Nell reflects that she still has a lot to grow, recognizing the strength of her rival. At this time, a mysterious movement begins behind the house. Figures with weapons creep up in the dark, ready to attack. 3 men in dark hoods appear in the room, ready to hit the sleepers, but it turns out that this is an illusion. But Ronia is already waiting for them at the entrance, with a staff in her hands. Ronia casts the spell, calming sleep, and the attackers fall unconscious. When she's finished, she calmly announces that her job is done here. Nell and Makina thank Ronia for her help. Majika says that she just has a high perception ability, and she found Mikan's enemies. They discuss the captured enemy, and notice that he is not from the winged people. The blonde can't tell what kind of demon the captive is. Nell suggests asking the chief about this, but their conversation is interrupted by a shout that causes her shock and alarm. Nell can see the chaos in the village from her window. There are battles between the winged ones and the attackers everywhere. The 3 realize that they were not the only ones attacked, and discuss the situation. Nell blames herself for not noticing the danger in time, but Ronia stops her, telling her that it's more important to act now. On the street, Nell orders you to go to the chief first, despite the suggestion that you use a means of communication. Against the backdrop of battles, the heroines hope that the leader and his people are in order. Ronia points out that since it was difficult for them to beat him, he should be able to handle it. In battle, one of the winged ones is wounded. He is ordered to stick together and put safety first, but he notices something, shouting, "Rara-san!" A group of warriors approached the feathered commander, and he noticed them and expressed surprise. One of the soldiers demanded to know if they were involved in the attack, but the commander denied this. The feathered commander remembered that he had already met representatives of this race, and told what he had heard from a comrade about how they had saved his life. He apologized for dragging them into the conflict. The wounded demon noted that opponents tend to attack in groups. The girl objected, saying that it was not necessary to be too polite with them, and reminded that they were all comrades. The girl began to worry about the leader, and the feathered commander complained that it was difficult for him to see anything in the dark. She suggested creating a light to make it easier for him to act. The girl agreed to carry out her plan and used a spell, lighting up the square with a bright light. The feathered commander approved of her actions. After the light appeared, they noticed the right building, and the girl assumed that the chief was in it. Suddenly, the village chief is mortally wounded in the chest by a spear. The ominous silhouette of the attacker is visible in the background, and Nell, watching it from afar, understands that the situation is critical. Shocked, Nell screams for the head while one of the winged warriors rushes to help. Realizing that the blow was serious, she anxiously runs to him. It turns out that the attacker is the head's own son named Begris. Makina is outraged by his betrayal, while Nell is shocked to learn that the aggressive warrior they first met was the head's son. Begris justifies himself that his father has weakened with age, which is why he hesitated. Thales realizes that it was his son who brought the traitors to the village. The atmosphere is heating up, and a confrontation between father and son becomes inevitable. Begris openly declares that he joined the enemies for the sake of power, considering them valuable allies. He is determined to rule the Winged Ones, despite the contempt of his father, who is shocked by his betrayal and alliance with the demons. Thales, despite his injuries, decides to fight to protect his people. He orders Nell to take the wounded to safety, to which she agrees with hesitation but determination. The atmosphere before the fight is heated to the limit. In the midst of the chaos in the village, the bloodied chief orders Regris and Arias to evacuate the women and children to safety. Nell, seeing the chief's determination, shouts at him to come back alive, acknowledging the desire to meet again and drink together as before. Meanwhile, the group with the Winged Ones is heading through the forest, but comes under fire from arrows. Among the retreating wounded Winged Ones, Nell notices an approaching threat, and next to her, one of her companions is calling her name tensely. Realizing the situation is getting worse, Nell admits that she is losing her strength, and orders Ronia to use the transmitter to call for reinforcements. Magica is quick to react, pulling out a device to try to contact her allies. However, just as the sorceress is preparing to use the transmitter, a rock falls on it, breaking the device. The girl freezes in shock, and silently realizes that communication is now impossible. Nell activates the Holy Arrow spell to break through the enemy ranks and protect Ronia. She orders the others to follow the girl and keep their enemies away, while Ronia holds the damaged transmitter, clearly upset by what has happened. Magica says she can't use the transmitters. The heroine, alarmed, immediately asks the reason, demanding to understand why they were left without communication at a critical moment. Vrukach, there were 2 magic cores in Roria's hands, both of which were damaged. The surface of the artifacts was covered in cracks, and the light within them was fading. The condition of the items indicated that their use was no longer possible. The atmosphere was becoming tense due to the realization of the loss of an important resource. In the room where the victims were, the girl with a kind smile comforted the winged child, stroking him on the head. She said he was strong and would recover quickly. The next patient was being treated nearby. Humans and winged creatures took their places, waiting for their turn. Nell asked Roria, who was sitting on the floor, about fixing the spheres. She replied that the circuit analysis would be completed in a couple of hours. The girl offered to help if needed. The others continued to do their duties, preparing for further actions. She approached Regulus and asked for his report on the situation. The winged man reported that the enemies were dispersed thanks to the illusory seals installed. He came from the area where the recent fighting took place. The situation remained tense, despite the temporary advantage. Regulus clarified that the enemy is actively sending out scouts, and their detection is only a matter of time. He noted that the nearest settlement is only 2 days away from here. This meant that the enemies could quickly reach them. The threat remains serious. He added that at the beginning of the flight, the enemies will quickly catch up with them. Many of the children were weak, and the Winged Ones' eyesight was poor in the dark. These factors made a night retreat almost impossible. The situation required an immediate search for another solution. The feathered warrior noted that they could not do without help. Nel-Atf noticed that Ronia was doing her best. Feathered asked if they could count on reinforcements. She added that after receiving the signal, the allies will definitely come. She confidently said that one of them was significantly stronger than her, and if he arrived, they would definitely be able to handle it. The feathered warrior was surprised to hear of such power, and she confirmed it. The warriors recognized that the man was incredibly strong. One of them remarked that without war, he would have challenged him to a duel, which is in keeping with the spirit of the warrior family. Suddenly, the enemy was reported approaching from the southwest, and contact was expected in 10 minutes. The girl asked if there was another place to hide. The feathered warrior suggested a valley a few hours away, but warned that they would soon be overtaken. He agreed to the plan, and then turned to Miss Nell. She activated a magic spell, creating a glowing circle and erecting a sacred barrier for protection. Nell hands over command to Regulus and Arias and makes a request to Mekina and Ronia, despite the latter's objections. She says the only help she can get from Ronia is to fix the transmission ball. Ronia agrees and leaves, and the heroine emphasizes that she does not intend to die and is not going to act alone. Teammates promise to protect the heroine's friends at the cost of their lives and urge her to leave at the first opportunity. The heroine goes out into the rain, sees approaching opponents and asks for some time to think. She runs into a man standing at the front of the group in cloaks and hears that she won't be allowed to take another step forward. The girl rushed to attack the enemy, clutching the weapon in her hands, after being ordered to kill her. She struck out, piercing the enemy, and wasted no time moving forward, looking resolutely ahead. After clashing with several enemies, she cut a path through their ranks but missed while trying to reach the commander. The enemy was already approaching, and dozens of glowing arrows streaked across the battlefield. Looking around the battlefield, she counted 2 to 3 dozen enemies, knowing that she couldn't dodge all the arrows while being pinned against the wall. Gritting her teeth, she ordered herself to move and destroy the enemies despite her fatigue. She darted between her opponents, dodging blows and delivering quick, deadly thrusts. With each new enemy, the magic in her weapon drained, but she continued to slash, slice, and finish. Pausing for a moment, she breathed heavily, realizing that she had already killed many, even though she couldn't count the exact number. Her clothes were covered in blood, and her body was covered in wounds. She staggered deeper into the forest, feeling like she was losing too much blood. Her arms felt heavy, but she kept going, clinging to the last of her strength. A wounded Nell realizes that the enemies have a tracking skill, and her barriers won't help. She notices that the pursuit of the winged ones has stopped, and hurries to escape. Nell runs through the woods and comes out into an open field, but arrows start falling on her. She remembers the words of her ally telling her to survive, and keeps moving. The girl, clutching her sword, attacks the enemy and cuts off his hand, deciding to live like a hero until the very end. She looks up at the sky, realizing that her life is coming to an end when an object is rapidly approaching from above. Nell notices a winged figure in the sky, which flies closer, calls out to her and points out that she looks exhausted. A young warrior with wings appears in front of her, holding a spear and raising his hand in greeting. The girl, covered in blood and dirt, with a tired face, made a short remark. A guy with wings came down to the wounded girl, and with a slight smile noted her lateness, and she turned to him, calling him brother. They found themselves in a field where a guy sat down next to a girl, joking about her condition, but they were interrupted by a voice from a nearby group. When the girl tried to approach, the guy gently stopped her, noting that everyone was alive, and that Rania, like the others, was very worried about her. He put his arm around her head, telling her that she should have called him earlier, and then warned her to take out the arrows before treating her wounds. The girl confidently replied that she could handle it because she was a hero, after which he hugged her tighter and began to treat her. Nell, panting and smeared with blood, struggled to look up, trying not to lose consciousness. Her face and hair were dirty, but there was still determination in her eyes. Yepsilon held the girl in his lap, listening to her faint words about the similarity of hair color to another familiar person. He tried to make jokes about his image in tournaments to lighten the mood. She took out the potion and took a few sips, feeling it heal her wounds. Despite this, Sputnik reminded that it will not be able to restore its strength. The guy assured her that he would take care of the rest of the tasks and thanked her for saving people, offering a little distraction and being the demon king in the dungeon. She quietly thanked him but was forced to disappear into the light of magic. Yapshalon thought about it and put the item away in the spatial storage, deciding not to use it yet. Soon, armed men in raincoats appeared in the clearing, demanding to hand over the woman and asking who was in front of them. The man took a step forward, meeting their gaze in silence. Yapshalon threatened that the enemy would die a painful death, after which the enemy screamed in pain. At this point, a sword called Nightmare is shown, capable of causing nightmares until the victim's magical energy is completely drained, leading many to insanity or suicide. Under the effect of the nightmares, the enemies began to go crazy, screaming and writhing in agony as Yapshalon hovered above the arena. 2 days later, the semi-final stage began in Roksgard, bringing the audience to the arena. Yapshalon thought about how he had used the dead enemies as fertilizer, except for the surviving commander, but the anger didn't subside. He was angry about what had been done to Nell, and he was looking forward to the fight. During the match, Yapshalon knocked down the opponent with a powerful blow, sending him into the wall. Despite the victory, the irritation did not go away, and the crowd cheered the announcement of his name. He admitted that he wasn't a good person, calling himself a greedy and arrogant demon lord. Gripping his sword, he once again prepared to attack, drawing the audience's attention. On the podium sat the ruler, watching what was happening. His entourage was gathered around him, and a crowd of onlookers was watching the situation closely. The chief sat on a throne with a sword driven into it, which Yapshalon threw, looking ahead with a cold expression on his face. He watched the scene in silence, showing no emotion. He was looking at the arena where two people were facing each other. The audience and attendants watched the situation with surprise and alarm. The guy with a determined look raised his hand and made a sign downwards, openly challenging the demonic boss. His actions startled the audience. The stands of the arena erupted in loud shouts, chanting one name. Cheers kept the tense atmosphere alive. Sputnik warned the ruler not to respond to the provocation. The demoness laughed, clearly enjoying the situation, and dismissed the suggestion of her own involvement. The demoness noted that the guy's behavior surprised her as well. She offered to step back from the challenge, hinting that injuries would be undesirable. The chief dismissed the idea of running away with a grin, throwing down a challenge. His appearance was accompanied by an explosion, but he remained unharmed. In the arena, the contestants exchanged sharp remarks. One of them noted the talkativeness of his subordinates, the other took it as support. The blonde warned about the choice of people, instantly attacking. His opponent countered, noting his haste. The ruler activated the magic sword Tortin Ruin, whose characteristics and description revealed its destructive nature and danger to the owner. Yapshalon recognized the weapon as a cursed sword with a will of its own and a bloodlust, with higher stats than Inez. As the blades clashed, the blonde man felt the weight of the blow. The chief chuckled, asking about his willingness to compete in strength. Yapshalon deflected the massive blade's attack, their weapons colliding with the force, scattering shards. He took a step back, parrying the next blow and keeping his distance. The crowd in the arena watched the tense exchange of blows. The opponent was gripping the hilt of his sword, preparing for another attack. Trying to distract the enemy, the warrior tried to use magic, but felt that his strength was suppressed. His opponent mockingly noted his inability to cast magic. The hero realized that the enemy's ability violates the control of magic. He gritted his teeth, holding his sword at the ready. The blonde man declared that he could handle it without magic, and rushed forward. He noticed the blood on the enemy's body, but realized that it was the result of a curse, not his blow. The thought that the opponent couldn't use magic either gave him confidence. The hero decided to create an opportunity for a decisive attack. He knocked the blade aside, putting all his strength into the movement. The enemy's massive weapon wavered, opening the way for another strike. Taking advantage of the chance, Yapshalon threw a powerful punch from close range and simultaneously kicked out, knocking the opponent away. He screamed in pain, and the hero jumped back, preparing to continue the fight. The ruler, breathing heavily and with blood on his clothes, chuckled and praised the blow. He admitted that he appreciates those moments when the mind is empty and the body is fighting for what it wants. For him, this was the true taste of life. During the duel, Yapshalon was suddenly surrounded by soldiers, receiving orders to capture him. The hero quickly assessed the situation and tried to break through, but the guards blocked the way with their shields. The chief, hearing the enemies shout, went to the exit of the arena. He expressed regret that their fight was interrupted and promised to finish what he started later. At the exit, he was met by a servant who was worried about his injuries. But the chief said that this is not considered a real damage. He accused the servant of excessive interference. The servant excused himself and said that he was afraid of how long the chief could still use the sword. The servant added that long-term use of weapons shortens the life of the owner. The chief agreed to leave everything to the discretion of the interlocutor and received confirmation. For the riot, Yapshalon was excluded from the race. Later, over dinner, they discussed the fact that Miss Nell was temporarily staying at the home of one of them. She was guaranteed safety, even though it was a long way to get there. Romillo admitted that he was annoyed at his helplessness at that moment. Without the disguise, Yuki replied that everyone had their own role, and there was no other way to do it. Yuki reported that due to recent events, the winged birdmen had become a tribe feuding with demons and mentioned the coincidence of finding Nell and the others nearby. Then he asked the swordmaster about his plans. He said that he had sent 2 of his companions home to report, and that he and 2 other companions would stay in the demon world. Romillo added that he would like to convey his gratitude to those 2 people. The hero agreed to give them a message. Romillo expressed his appreciation and offered to help if needed, but Yuki replied that he was acting on his own accord. Then he asked me to teach him how to use a sword. The old man was surprised to repeat his words, with bewilderment. Yuki added that they will definitely meet again because they are friends with Nell, and this moment will be a good chance for learning. He also mentioned that he would like to get a better handle on his animated sword by pointing at the girl, the human form of the sword. The swordmaster agreed, saying that he was glad to be useful again. The old man was surprised by the human avatar of the sword, while Yuki joked about the sword's power. At the end of the tour, Yoroi decided that it was time to leave. At parting, Yuki apologizes to Finar for the disqualification. He replies that everything is in order, and his help was useful. He offers a job if Yuki returns to the demon world, which Yuki promises to think about. Then he thanks Det hosts for their hospitality and invites them to visit in return, expressing his joy at the meeting. Nella is standing in the hallway of the castle, dressed only in a towel and shorts. She turns her head, as if noticing the newcomers. In her hands is a chemise which she clutches to her chest, looking ahead with fear. The hero, along with his companion and sword, returns and notices a girl in a towel. He, finishing his speech, which he did not have time to tell, suddenly gets a strong slap in the face. Nell exclaims that he has grown up surprisingly well and calls him the Demon King, expressing her indignation. Leafy orders the hero, named Yuki, to get down on his knees. She asks if he understands the reason for this punishment. The hero calmly replies that this is probably due to the fact that he accidentally saw the heroine naked. The girl sharply objects to his words, calling them wrong. She blames him for bringing the woman back to the dungeon. Then she adds that he probably flirted with her and fell for her charms. Nell initially agrees that he's always flirting, but then suddenly realizes that he's talking about her. Animated sword calmly states that her master admired members of the magical races with large breasts, such as the cat demon tribe. Yuki, embarrassed, tries to justify himself, denying that he did anything like this, or behaved too romantically. Leafy confidently declared that now he would not be able to get out of it. Liliana and Leafy looked at him expectantly, and Yukio quickly assured him that he was devoted to his wife. He exclaimed that he valued everyone in this dungeon the most, denying any hints. Yuki asked in surprise if they thought he would easily fall in love with another woman. Leafy was relieved that he understood, and Felice said with a smile that he loved her. Liliana sighed, agreeing to be more careful, and added that he should be harder on women, then started talking about food. Leafy seriously said that he was her husband and should be worthy of the title of consort of the Supreme Dragon. The guy confirmed that he would be devoted to his wife and thanked her for her forgiveness. She agreed to forgive him for marrying Janine Nell in the dungeon. This immediately baffled the guy. Nell ran into the room, trying to clarify something. Leafy replied that it was too late for that, and Yuki tried to understand what she wanted to say. The conversation turned to why he was bringing girls to the dungeon, and Leafy expressed confusion about his motives, and the hero also noticed inconsistencies in her words. Yuki was taken aback when he heard the words about love. The girl happily told him that Nell loved him, and Nell herself indignantly shouted that it was a secret. Yuki thought about it and admitted that he now understood Nell's feelings. The guy noticed that Leafy is already his wife, to which she declares that Nell is an excellent cook. Yuki is surprised that all this is just because they want delicious food. Girls sound enthusiastic over. I hope that joint efforts will help everyone improve their cooking skills, because supplies run out quickly. The girl is happy that she can teach En Chen something, and En-chan quietly thanks her. Narin Atise seat sounds good. Li-Fi mentions that she talked to Nell about various things before coming back. A few days ago, Nell suddenly appeared in the throne room in a haggard state and lost consciousness. The narrator noted too that she was dirty, but without wounds, and wished he had sent her straight to the infirmary. In the room, Li-Fi greets Nell, who has woken up, and she apologizes for her unexpected appearance. But Li-Fi interrupts her, saying that it's Yuki's fault that he did everything without consulting her. Later, Nell notices that Li-Fi has mixed up the salt and sugar in her porridge, causing her to laugh. Nell says she can eat the porridge if she can imagine the right taste, and Li-Fi suggests that we redo the dish. The girl remembers how her brother saved her in the morning, and mentions it with a smile. Li-Fi is happy that her husband was able to help, but Nell is a little embarrassed, repeating the word husband. The girl clarifies that Li-Fi is married to Yuki, and apologizes for her awkwardness. The girl asked her companion with a smile if she liked Yuki, but Yuki rejected it in embarrassment. The first noted that you should not deny the obvious, because he is a womanizer. She admitted that Yuki often acts unexpectedly and does incredible things, so she can't take her eyes off him. She remembered how he had saved the day, and thought that it was impossible not to love him. Then she confessed that this was the first time she had experienced such feelings and didn't know how to deal with them. Realizing that this was wrong in relation to her wife's lover, she apologized and asked to forget her words. The interlocutor mentioned Irina, noting that she was not sure about the two maids. She asked if the girl had ever met ghost sisters, and the girl was a little confused, but answered in the affirmative. The woman with the patterns on her body said that there are others besides her who want to become her husband's wife, and it is likely that this will happen in the future. At the same time, she stressed that she can't say this about everyone, but she appreciates them and the lively life they lead together. She offered to let Nell stay with them, saying she didn't mind. The girl was surprised, but received an explanation that Yuki would hardly let her into the dungeon if he did not feel sympathy. The interlocutor suggested to think about it and return to the conversation the next day. The girl thanked her, saying that she appreciated this side of her character, but she was embarrassed and told her to go to bed. Later, the guy intervened in the conversation, asking if Iruna didn't mind. He noticed that you can't fight the female's instinct to reach out to a strong male, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care. Iruna smiled sincerely and replied that she loved Nell. She added that Onichan was already going to make her and all the others ladies, which completely stunned the interlocutor.